Biden was ahead at this point, just in terms of the polling, not in terms of raw data yet, but she's not. I mean, everything has been completely neck and neck. So she is not in the situation he was in.
No, not at all. First of all, a little whiteboard.
I mean, are you competing with Hemmer? I mean, this is your deal?
He's high tech, I'm low tech. Just remember, it is a tight contest, but it could yield, if it breaks the right way, a big electoral college victory for one side or the other. Because if they sweep 5 or 6 of the battleground states, it's going to give them a big chunk and make it easier for them to govern. Second thing is, we're going to watch tonight 3 different battles. There's going to be a battle over the issues like Kellyanne talked about, like the economy and the border. But we're also going to see a battle over characteristics, because if it was a battle about the issues only, this race would necessarily be over. And we're also talking about change. How people interpret what change is going to have a big impact on this tonight. And then finally, we're going to have the impact of third parties. Watch it tonight. This could be 2016 all over again, where a third-party candidate, Jill Stein, got more votes in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania than Hillary Clinton lost by, or 2020, where Joe Jurgensen, the Libertarian candidate, got more votes in Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina. And in testimony to the founder of and the godfather of the whiteboard, our man, Tim Russert, it's going to be Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania tonight.
2 boards. He's got lots of Sharpies. It's going to be a long night. To your point, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is on the ballot in Michigan and Wisconsin. And if that comes down to the wire, we may be talking about that later on.
Yeah, I mean, what a ride that has been. He tried to get on the ballot, then tried to get off the ballot. Then he supported President Trump, and he could potentially be a spoiler in Michigan and Wisconsin. We don't know that yet, but we're going to wait and see. We're going to be watching that for sure. So we are waiting for our first round of poll closings. That includes key battleground states. Harold just mentioned Georgia is one of the first ones we're going to be watching. We have reporters literally everywhere as our special coverage continues.
Election night on Fox News Channel is brought to you by Hallow. Pray for our country on the #1 prayer app in the world.
The votes are in. The next president of the United States is...
What up, what up? Setting everything up right now on the back end. It's like I got a couple things to fix up, but we should be there in a second. There we go on volume. Hope everyone's having a great night. Just trying to figure out some of the logistics for how I want to run this live stream. I want to be able to get a couple different news feeds coming in. I think there's going to be some interesting takes. Maybe coming out of CNN. We'll see at some point, right? So let me just finish setting everything up. I hope everyone's having a great night. Any interesting stories thus far? Well, RPM, I think it will be close.
The process, well, now it's largely going smoothly, but they say there are some sporadic incidents. In Michigan, 2 people were arrested for making election threats. One against former President Trump and Christian conservatives. Another one charged with targeting a Democratic organization. The FBI also says false bomb threats in Georgia originated with a Russian email address. The Bureau also warning about fake videos on social media. One telling voters to cast ballots remotely because of a supposed high terrorist threat. Another claim that there's voter fraud at prisons. All not true, says the Bureau tonight. And former President Trump on Truth Social claims there is, quote, a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia. Law enforcement coming. But Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner responds to that, saying, quote, the only talk about massive cheating has come from one of the candidates, Donald J. Trump. There is no factual basis whatsoever within law enforcement to support this wild allegation. If Donald J. Trump has any facts to support his wild allegations, we want them now. Right now. We are not holding our breath. And a Republican, the Republican city commissioner there, also says that claim by the former president is not true. He calls it disinformation. And disinformation does continue to pop up on social media. One Pennsylvania viewer alerted us to a Facebook post that appeared to show a ballot that already had a small mark in the box for Harris. The viewer feared his Trump vote would not be counted. We traced that alleged ballot to Kentucky, where the Secretary of State's office told us that the ballot is an apparent fake. So the lesson from all this, they say, be careful of what you read on social media. Brett?
All right, guys, real quick. I am going to set up a couple things real quick. I'm going to leave Fox News going. We're going to bounce between a couple things. Guys, make sure to smash the like button. Super excited for this. I just need to make some thumbnails. We got a little bit of time before things kick off, so I'll let you guys kind of chill in the dialogue right now before we get going, but appreciate everyone for coming here. It's going to be a fun night, so fingers crossed, and let's do this.
Pulled into this. The justices are going about their normal business. They heard cases this morning that have nothing to do with the election, but they are ready at any time for emergency calls that come into them. They operate 24/7 around the clock. And so while they hope this doesn't come to their door, they've had to deal with a couple things out of Pennsylvania and Virginia, and they're ready if that happens this time around.
Yeah, Carrie, some of it is about ballots that come in later, whether they'll stay open. These are all judicial decisions eventually.
I would say the focus of the DNC has been on access to mail-in ballots and the amount of mail-in ballots that are available. The RNC is focused, to your point, on the rules governing those mail-in ballots and to make sure the administration of such is going smoothly. I will say, though, there is a marked difference this time around than there was in 2020. I think the RNC and other groups have brought a lot of serious cases, serious challenges, because I think the country has gotten wiser to the fact that the administration of elections leading up to the election is very important.
And we should point out, these states, the secretaries of state, they've done a really good job overall. I mean, we haven't seen a ton of incidents, to Eric's point earlier.
Yeah, they had 4 years to figure out what didn't go right in 2020 and all the litigation and the messes that came from that. And there's still litigation related to people who were involved with some of those claims in 2020. So what they wanted to do in many states we've seen, they streamlined it. They streamlined the court process. Carrie and I have been going through these all day today. Many of them have been filed in Pennsylvania, but quickly, responsibly, they've been done well. They've been serious, and we've seen judges act on them quickly today, which helps everyone.
Thank you all.
We hope that continues.
We may be back.
Thank you very much,
The first
you guys.
polls are about to close in a half dozen states. Those results, early results, just minutes away as our special coverage continues on Fox.
Oh, what'd I do there? Nice. Good start. Good start. Oh, there we go. Good. It's always nice when both are on commercial. Trying to figure out a way to avoid both commercials, but we'll get going. Screen share. I want to get the map going. Maybe we can. Okay, cool. Got the map going on the vertical screen. What up? What up? Good to see everyone. Brian, good to see you. Make sure to smash the like button. Zach Cody, Maddie, 77 RPM. Dave Nelson, good to see you. Let's go. XRP meme exploding alpha. I'll take a look.
Now, luckily, I'm pretty adorable. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Our story begins more than 65 years ago inside an abandoned chicken coop where our founder
percent of the vote. Donald Trump with a 43,417 vote lead. That's with an estimated 5% of the vote in. In the Commonwealth of Kentucky, Donald Trump in the lead there as well, with 65.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 32.9% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 17,717 vote lead. That's with an estimated 3% of the vote. Over to John King. John, what stands out to you as these first votes come in?
One thing that stands out is that both states are getting about their business in the sense that we're wondering, will the battlegrounds count slowly or quickly? We're starting to see results trickle in. Kentucky's only at 3% right now, but you see more counties have at least reported some votes than the last time we were here. So what am I looking at? One thing, it's way too early. I just want to show you, we expect Donald Trump, of course, to win the state of Kentucky. It's been a red state for quite some time. But there are blue pockets, and so you try to see in an urban area that has key suburbs around it. This is Lexington, Fayette County. You know, how is the vice president performing compared to Joe Biden 4 years ago or Hillary Clinton 4 years before that? It's way too early. You see 373 votes to 199 votes, so I'm not even going to do the comparison. But this is one of the things you look at and you say, okay, and so where is there a community like this in a battleground state, right? Because we tend to have nationalized elections. Too soon for that. In 2016, if you were with us back in 2016, one of the very first clues of the Trump phenomenon came here. Came right here. In the early results out of Kentucky, we saw in these small rural counties, not only was Donald Trump running it up, but running it up in excess of Mitt Romney, running it up in excess of George W. Bush, getting new people to come out and vote Republican. That's what made Donald Trump the force he was in 2016. And so we're going to look along these lines just to see, again, we expect him to win Kentucky, so some people might say, you know, why do we care? Why do we want to look at that? Well, as you see, that's Ohio. Right? And then there are Wisconsin and Michigan. There are communities like that in some of the other battleground states as well. So you're trying to see what's happening. So we'll just take a peek here to see. There are 25% here in Greenup County, Donald Trump at 72%, right? So you just go back and look. Is the rural Trump base coming out like they did in 2016 out of the woodwork? So there's 2024. He's at 72%. In 2020, he's at 72%, so he's about matching 2020. You just go back to 2016 and look, there he was at 71%. So essentially consistent turnout for Donald Trump in the small rural counties that are critical to him. Now, we're not done here, obviously. That was only about 25%, I think, when we did it. But you want to look at that throughout the night. That first glance says, okay, the people we expect to come out for Trump are coming out there. I mentioned earlier, let me get rid of the green. Here's one of the places we will look at because it is more interesting in the sense of more competitive. You have Cincinnati right here, Covington, Kentucky right here. For those of you familiar with the area, if you land in Cincinnati Airport, that's actually here in Kentucky. You drive across the bridge into Ohio. You know, there's some suburban areas here, some hotels, some restaurant development, some young people live here. So it tends to be a little bit more competitive. It's still Republican. We're up to 43%, 59% for Trump 2024, 59% for Trump 2020. 59%, 60% if you round up for 2016. So again, in the two counties we looked at, and it's pretty early, Donald Trump is running. That's like Donald Trump. And so he's winning the red states by about those numbers, winning those small communities by about those numbers. So now we look up into Indiana. All red at the moment. Let's just go back to 2020 and look. There will be some blue pockets, Bloomington, Indianapolis, Gary, Indiana, South Bend, Indiana. We don't have votes there yet. Again, a place to look. Are African Americans turning out in Gary and South Bend, for example, and down in Indianapolis as well? How's the vice president doing in the suburbs? We will get that a little bit later. What are we getting right now about Donald Trump? Let's just look here. Allen County is Fort Wayne, Indiana. So 52% in 2024 right now, about 44%. So it's a fair comparison. We'll see if it changes. 54%, 55 if you round that up. And 58% there, 57% there if you don't round it up. So down a little bit in the early results so far from 2016. Is there anything to make of that, Jake? I'd be very careful about that with only 44%. But it's one of the things you look at in the counties, especially as the suburbs start to expand in places like this. Is Donald Trump close to where he was in 2020, closer to 2016, or is he bringing out new voters in 2024, Anderson? Early in the night, you're just looking for clues.
Yeah, John, we'll continue to check in with you back with the team here in New York. Scott, obviously you're from Kentucky. Where will you be looking over the next hour or two in terms of kind of a litmus test?
Yeah, Eastern time zone, so the state's bifurcated right down the middle. And so all the county results we have now are in the east. The two big counties, Jefferson and Fayette, are the two Democratic counties. So obviously we'd be looking to see overall Democratic enthusiasm there. But if you're looking to see where Trump, if he's having any trouble in the white college-educated suburbs, it would be in Boone, Kenton, and Campbell, which are the three counties in greater Cincinnati. You would detect it there. Now, in the early returns John just showed us, we're not picking up any of that right now. It doesn't look like we're seeing any flight from Trump. Still more votes to count. One other issue, all of eastern Kentucky, that's Appalachia. If rural turnout goes gangbusters out there and people are, beating down the doors to vote out in East Kentucky, that might also tell me something about what rural areas in Pennsylvania and other swing states may do.
Just talking about Pennsylvania, it seems like, I think Trump has been already kind of laying the groundwork about alleging voter fraud, which there's no evidence of in the Commonwealth.
Yeah, I think he's been doing that for several weeks. He's been conditioning audiences and telling them
tweeting about it tonight.
Yeah. No, I know he's tweeting about it tonight. And look, I think that is they have a strategy post-election for this. We'll see how it turns out. It may be the election. It could go his way. Maybe it'll swing her way in a bigger way that will be more decisive. But this is, I've said many times, my concern about Donald Trump has less to do with issues, though I disagree with him deeply. But
could be critical, not only in the race for the White House, but also as Republicans try to flip the Senate seat vacated by Senator Debbie Stabenow. Brett?
Art Grady, thank you.
Mike Tobin is in Milwaukee, Wisconsin with a look there. Hi, Mike.
And there has been a problem, Martha, with the vote here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. According to Jeff Fleming, a city spokesman, and the Milwaukee Elections Commission, there were some 13 tabulation machines at central count, and a Republican observer noticed that the machines had been sealed but not properly locked, some of the machines. So the city officials said they didn't doubt that the integrity of the vote, but out of an abundance of caution, have decided to rerun some 31,000 ballots, and that 31,000 out of 106,000 ballots. We did anticipate that we would get final numbers out of Milwaukee around 1 to 2 a.m. It looks like that will be delayed. And the ballots we're talking about are the mail-in ballots, the Dropbox ballots, and the in-person early votes. And we expect that we will get the numbers now just a little bit later than 2 a.m. The city couldn't really speculate about how much later it would be. And we did get a statement out of the Republican National Committee out of this. And it says that this is unacceptable example of incompetent election administration in a key swing state. And that statement is coming from Michael Whatley and Laura Trump, the co-chairs of the RNC. Guys?
Mike, thank you.
So we're also keeping a close eye on New Hampshire tonight. It is the site of a tightly contested governor's race between Democrat Joyce Craig and Republican Kelly Ayotte. Molly Lyon, is tracking that for us tonight. Hi, Molly.
Good evening. The Granite State's uber-tight governor's race is the best shot the Democrats have to retake a governor's seat after the current Republican governor there decided not to seek a fifth term. Former Republican Senator Kelly Ayotte faces off against the former mayor of Manchester, the city's largest city, Democrat Joyce Craig. Abortion has been at the forefront of this race between two women, Craig attacking Ayotte's record as a senator, voting for a national ban after 20 weeks. In response, Ayotte has vowed to adhere to state law, which limits abortions after 24 weeks. The most expensive governor's race in state history has afforded plenty of negative ads, including Ayotte's targeting Craig's mayoral leadership, highlighting homelessness and crime in Manchester. Craig pushing back, saying opioid overdoses and violent crime are down, slamming Ayotte's approach in a recent debate.
I think it's really sad that someone for governor is actually attacking community, attacking Manchester. As governor, we should be lifting up every community in our state.
Ayotte lobbed perhaps the most scathing of insults at Craig, arguing that her approach to governing would model that of neighboring Deep Blue Massachusetts.
Mark my words, if Joyce Craig gets to the corner office, we can kiss our New Hampshire advantage goodbye.
And when it comes to casting and counting the votes, New Hampshire is old school. Voters fill out paper ballots. The majority of communities.
So, guys, here's something pretty early coming in that's interesting. This looks like some dismay about where things currently stand. Listen up to this.
The math doesn't work. The Democrats are down 1.7 million early votes in the battleground states. In urban areas, they are down 1.4 million votes in the battleground states. Among women voters, rural voters have overperformed early by 300,000. Democrats have to win their races early. Republicans generally win them on election day. And the margins don't add up right now for the Democrats in any of these battleground states. The math doesn't.
So I would say that looks pretty promising in the early stuff. I like jumping between both streams because it's interesting to see kind of what CNN is saying versus what Fox News is saying. I think that gives you a pretty nice balance of exactly how things are actually looking. So we'll keep our eye on both throughout the night. Guys, make sure to smash the like button. Just getting started here. There's not too much going on, but it looks like we're about to have some of the first news drop in terms of those polls, maybe 20 minutes away. So we will be covering those as they come in. Early lead is definitely bullish. Maddie7, good to see you. And we have to keep a close race on Deaton as well. I'm going to be watching that for sure in the background. Yeah, but we'll cover it all. Early lead is definitely good. Definitely good. And I've seen good reporting throughout the day. Guys, make sure to do what you can to smash the like button, drop a like on the stream. 2 simple things to help get this out there. I think I never even finished making the thumbnail. So let me get back to that. I'll throw Fox News back on, and yeah, we'll watch as that it goes. Gary Gensler fired day one. I don't know if day one, but we'll see. It looks like actually we're still waiting for to come out of commercial break. So I will save you guys the pain of the commercial. And wait a second here before we switch it over. That's another reason why it's nice to be able to bounce back and forth between CNN and Fox News. That way you guys don't have to watch the commercials.
Only on Hallmark Channel.
Here's why you should switch from Google to DuckDuckGo on all your devices. DuckDuckGo comes with a built-in search engine like Google, but it's private and doesn't spy on your searches. And DuckDuckGo lets you browse.
At the top of the hour, but right now more early votes are coming in. We have a key race alert. Let's take a look at the actual votes here from Indiana. Donald Trump in the lead, 58.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris in second place, 40.6% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 53,428 vote lead. That's with 10% of the estimated vote in from the state of Indiana. On to Commonwealth, Kentucky. Donald Trump in the lead there, 66.4% of the vote. Kamala Harris in second there with 32.4% of the vote. Donald Trump up there. His lead is 31,523 votes. That's with 4% of the estimated vote in. We're about to get our first chance to make projections in this historic race for the White House. We're counting down to the top of the hour when voting ends in 6 states and a total of 60 electoral votes are up for grabs. Remember, it takes 270 electoral votes to win the election. All polling places are scheduled to close just minutes from now in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and the Commonwealth of Virginia. We're closely watching Georgia. That is the first of 7 high-stakes presidential battlegrounds on the line tonight. Kamala Harris trying hard to make Georgia stay blue after President Biden flipped it 4 years ago. Donald Trump, of course, eager to win Georgia back. That's, of course, a state where he has been criminally charged with trying to overturn his 2020 election loss in that state. Let's check in with our campaign correspondents now. First, Abby Phillip at Harris Campaign Headquarters here in Washington, D.C. Abby, as we stand by waiting for the vote to close in Georgia, what's the latest you're hearing from the campaign?
Well, Jake, they are watching very closely what has been happening throughout the day, and it's seemingly increasingly as we get toward that poll closing deadline at the top of the hour, which is that there have been bomb threats being called in to polling places throughout the state of Georgia, Fulton County, DeKalb County, Cobb County, and others. These threats are non-credible. They are not believed to be credible, but they are being investigated. And as a result, some of these polling places maybe temporarily were closed, voters turned away. I was speaking to a senior Democrat down there in Georgia, watching this very carefully, saying they are hoping that voters will come back. Anyone who might have been scared away in those periods of time will come back and will cast their ballots. Some of those polling places also, Jake, are being kept open a little bit after the top of the hour. So this is an ongoing situation that they are watching very closely because of where this is happening. This is happening in the parts of the state where the Harris campaign and Democrats need to drive up turnout among Democratic-leaning voters. So when you have polling places that are closed temporarily, that's a problem for them, and they want to make sure that those voters end up coming back, Jake.
All right, Abby Phillip with Harris Campaign. Let's go now to Caitlin Collins in West Palm Beach with the Trump campaign. What are Trump campaign aides, the top aides, going to be looking for when these polls close at the top of the hour, especially in the battleground state of Georgia?
Well, Jake, that's what they're going to be keeping their eyes on the closest, Georgia and North Carolina. That is really going to serve as basically a gut check for the Trump campaign as to maybe what kind of night they are going to have going into this. Obviously, Georgia, a lot of Republicans think should be a given for Donald Trump, but he is someone who is...
Buckhout defeats Democrat Don Davis. That's a good sign for Republicans. Now, control of the Senate.
1970, good to see you. We're going to jump back between both of them. I'm going to try to dodge commercials for you guys. So we'll just try to keep the news coming. Try to dodge commercials if that's all right.
Brown faces challenger Bernie Moreno.
Moreno appears to be running behind former President Trump in the Buckeye State. Now, Fox is told that Mr. Trump must carry Ohio by about 10 points in order for Moreno to win. And Brown has only won in Democratic years, 2006, 2012, and 2018. The wild card is this year. Martha?
Chad, thanks.
One of the races that could swing control of the U.S. Senate playing out in Montana. Correspondent Dan Springer is in Bozeman tonight. Good evening, Dan.
Yeah, good evening, Brett. And I don't want to go on the record as saying I'm jealous of all my colleagues and their nice, warm watch parties already. We're in Bozeman. It was snowing sideways. I don't think it's going to have a lot of impact on voter turnout today because most people in Montana voted prior to today. The polls close at 8 o'clock, and that's when we can go inside to the GOP watch party in the hotel behind me. It's expected to be a good night for Republicans here. President Trump is expected to win by a landslide. The big question, of course, is what happens in the Tim Sheehy John Tester race. John Tester has been said to be the most vulnerable Democratic senator in the country this year. As he has in past years, he always seems to manage to slip away and win his elections. And he could do it again this time, but Republicans are confident that Tim Sheehy, a newcomer to politics, will end up winning this seat and taking the Senate for the Republicans. Brett?
Dan Springer in Montana. Dan, thanks.
Joining us now here on set, former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Speaker, good to have you with us. I know you obviously are watching these House races very closely. You know them probably better than anyone. Tell us what we should be watching for and whether or not you think there's an opening here for your party to take over the House or to build
we
on
have the House. Can we hold it and can we extend it? A lot happens to do with the presidential race. A lot of our candidates are underperforming Trump. The next two states you're going to watch is Ohio and North Carolina. And that'll be a big play, not only just for the House, for the Senate. Moreno has been closing stronger. We have 2 congressional seats there that could be a pickup. And if we pick up 4 to 5 seats from Democrats, we will keep the House. And you look at North Carolina 1, book out, it will tell you 2 different things. If we win that seat, the Republicans are going to have a big night. But it also tells you the percentage of the black vote, which could give a problem to the Democrats. If it stays where it is right now at 36%, that could be good for President Trump and also good for Republicans.
So as you look at the map, there are these canaries in the coal mine in different races. But how much does the presidential race and the coattails there affect those races?
I think it affects the House. Whether the House is able to keep Republican is going to be a lot on President Trump. If we keep the House, Trump has brought us over because before a lot of our candidates overperformed Trump, they're all underperforming. I was just talking to one member in California that Trump had lost his district by 13. Trump was tied today in his district. Trump is performing
in California
better than he has before. Because you really got to look to California and New York is where we won our majorities. That's where a lot of money is being spent. We've always picked up seats in those states the last 2 cycles. We've got to pick up some more and hold them.
So when you look at the presidential race, in light of all that, because so much will depend on it, it has been tossed up all across the board for, these polls have been tied for weeks. What's your take?
My take is what I'm looking at early is suburban areas. I don't want to see a bleed from President Trump's vote in the suburban areas where he had...
You mean from 2020?
From 2020 to 2024. And the rural areas, I want those to turn out bigger. Now, Republicans have really improved with President Trump on early vote. Instead of being down 1 million votes in Pennsylvania, we're only down 400,000. You look at North Carolina, Arizona, we're actually ahead. That's like going into a football game in the 4th quarter and you're leading. Can you keep the lead? That's where we're at right now.
It's exciting. America is voting in great numbers. You've been a candidate so many times. On these nights, what is the candidate? Is it nerve-wracking? Is it exciting? What is the deal?
You know what? These hours right here are the most nerve-wracking because everybody's calling you to ask what's going on. You have no idea. And you want to know what's happening. And you've put all this effort for probably 1.5 years. All your effort can be your family, and all you want are the returns. And you come to a state like California, you still got to wait a month.
That's right. We hope not. We hope not. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Great to see you.
Now let's take a look at another battleground, Arizona. The Sun Belt state is also home to a high-stakes Senate race out there. Senior correspondent Alicia Acuna is live in Scottsdale. Alicia.
Hi, Brett. We are in the peak hours of voting here in Maricopa County. Polls close in little more than 2 hours, and we want to give you a vantage point from our Fox News drone team. And Brett, you mentioned that Senate race here. Actually, earlier today, GOP Senate candidate Carrie Lake stopped by this location to thank voters and encourage them to stay in line. She is in a pitched battle to fill that seat being vacated by independent Senator Kyrsten Sinema against Democratic Congressman Ruben Gallego. Gallego has managed to outpace Lake in both money and also the polls. However, Lake tells me she feels like she has the momentum. And that's in part because the GOP here has managed to sign up so many people in terms of voter registration since 2020. They have far outpaced the Democrats. Both Harris and Trump have been targeting independents and Latinos right while they've been here. And Harris is hoping women really help pull her across the line. Now, let's talk about the Maricopa County ballot. It's the longest it's been since 2006. 2 pages, double-sided. And, Brett, right now it is slowing down the lines, and it's expected to slow down the count. Brett.
Alicia, thank you. First poll closings coming up right around the corner. That includes our first glimpse at the battleground state of Georgia. Laura Ingraham, Jesse Waters, Sean Hannity as our election night coverage continues right here on Fox.
Look out, 'cause here I come.
Have you always had trouble with your weight? Same.
Discover the power of Wegovy. With Wegovy, I lost 35 pounds. And some lost over 46 pounds.
And I'm keeping the weight off.
I'm reducing my risk. Wegovy is the only weight management medicine proven to reduce risk of major cardiovascular events such as death, heart attack, or stroke in adults with known heart disease and obesity.
Don't use Wegovy with semaglutide or GLP-1 medicines or in children under 12. Don't take if you or your family had MTC, MEN2, or if allergic to it. Tell your prescriber if you are breastfeeding, pregnant, or plan to be. Stop taking and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or any of these allergic reactions. Serious side effects may include pancreas inflammation and gallbladder problems. Call your prescriber if you have any of these symptoms. Wegovy may cause low blood sugar in people with diabetes, especially if you take medicines to treat diabetes. Call your prescriber about vision changes if you feel your heart racing while
7:35 for all other precincts across the state. Voters have to be in line by 7 p.m. So as long as they are in line, they will be allowed to cast their vote. And then once the voting is done, the memory cards from the scanners will go in one vehicle, speaking specifically here in Gwinnett County, to the voters' elections office, and then the ballots will be sent in a separate vehicle. So you'll have hundreds of cars, 2 from each of the 156 precincts, in a caravan off to the office, and then they can begin to be tabulated.
Caravan, a parade of sorts. And what's so important is how transparent it is. The Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, Victor, just the other day, telling, by every 15-minute period what they expect to have come out. They just want everyone to see the transparency there. All right, as those polls get ready to close, you see Victor there in Georgia. Let's go to Pennsylvania, another battleground state. Polls getting ready to close there in just over an hour. Brian Todd is at a polling place near Pittsburgh, crucial part of the state. Brian, what are you seeing there?
Aaron, heavy voter turnout here in Washington County, just south of Pittsburgh. And you mentioned the polls closing in about a little over an hour. We're expecting a little bit of a late surge here at these precincts. 2 precincts are voting here. I have Craig Zemba here. He's a voter here in Washington County, just voted. Craig, the operative question we asked so many people, who did you vote for and why?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why?
And really comes down to just inflation, cost of living, and how things have gone in the last 4 years.
The process, do you trust the voting process? Did it go smoothly for you? There are flare-ups, that a lot of, hype and misinformation is out there. Do you trust the voting process here?
I do. I've lived here for a while, and everything's always been very smooth.
Okay. Thanks for talking to us, Craig. Good luck. Thank you very much. Okay, guys, back to you as we expect maybe a late surge here in Washington County. 1 hour left till poll closings.
We'll see if there's a surge. And again, another voter there. You see that Trump.
That seems to be CNN's favorite question. Do you trust the process? Do you trust the process? I would say I trust certain parts of the process. I don't know if I trust the entire thing. How are people feeling? Should we run a poll? I'll get a poll going at some point here. See how things are looking on that standpoint. Looks like we're still waiting for that first drop. Looks like Fox News is about to come back, so we'll jump on that as soon as that's back up and running. People want change. Yeah, I agree. I think 12 of the last 16 years were Democrats, so It makes sense that there's a good chance people would want to get switched up. Of course, defend. Of course. Yes, I did. Deaton versus Warren results, 8 p.m. Oh, love that. All right. That's exciting. Most votes expected at 8 p.m. Eastern. Okay. All right. That's what I'm seeing right now. Let's jump back to this quick.
Close. The county will have up to an hour to report early vote results, though the expectation is that most precincts will report by just about an hour from now, 8 p.m. Eastern. We'll be keeping a close eye on this key battleground state that Biden narrowly flipped in 2020 as results start to roll in, Aaron.
That's right.
Yeah, guys, one thing real quick, make sure to smash the like button, retweet. Super helpful. Really appreciate everyone doing that. Should be an exciting night, a lot to track, so we'll keep this running and appreciate you guys all for coming. What I'm going to try to do is, I know a lot of people don't like CNN, but I want to bounce between CNN and Fox because I think it will be a good look at morale. I think it'll be interesting to cover both, and that way you guys don't have to watch commercials, right? I'll just bounce between the two for you. So yeah, that's how we're going to run it.
Already. The polls have not completely closed. They finish in Indiana. I just want to show you. And again, we're looking at the early results just to see if there are any clues, right? We don't want to overplay things. We also don't want to ignore things that we see, right? So you come right up here. You see one dot of blue in the middle of the Indiana map, right? That's Hamilton County. It's just north of Indianapolis. This, if you went back 20, 30 years ago, you'd see a lot of farms in this county. Now it's much more suburban, especially as you get closer to Indianapolis. Why do I...
Wheeling some big screens into the first floor a little while ago. Harris for president would still be Biden for president if he did not decide late summer that he thought it was time for new voices, fresh voices, yes, younger voices, and for that he is going to have a quiet night in this house that she has spent $1 billion to try to move into. Brett?
What a sequence of events this has been, Peter, between that really disastrous debate and then the dropping out in the middle of July for this president. Give me a sense of what the security is like around there.
There are a lot more local police, but it's not like something where they have called in the National Guard. And there is extra fencing up tonight, but there has been for the last couple of weeks. Also worth pointing out, they've been building the inaugural viewing stand right outside. That is why the fencing has been up. And that is something else that during the commercials, President Biden can look out and see for the next president. Back to you.
That is something. Peter Ducey live on the North Lawn. Peter, thanks. You know, Britt, we should just take a moment and think about all that has transpired from that debate, from 2 assassination attempts on one of the candidates, the former president, from a new candidate campaigning in about 100 days, and here we are essentially tied.
And it gives us an idea of the acceleration of the news cycle, that all of that, which was really so very recent and so extraordinary, it sort of passed and disappeared. I mean, Biden seems like Biden's been gone forever. She's been the candidate forever. The assassination attempts, which we thought would leave such a big mark on President Trump's standing, former President Trump's standing, has vanished from sight. It's not even talked about.
But why is that?
Well, I think part of it's, as I say, the acceleration of the news cycle, that we move on very quickly from one thing, no matter how major, to another. And the only things that kind of stay in the news are things like the wars in Ukraine and in the Middle East. But even today, we had a major development in the Middle East with the firing of the Israeli defense minister, and that'll pass without notice tonight, almost completely.
Barely gets
remarkable.
And then also coming up moments ago, of course, one of the biggest...
The assassination attempts off the top of the news list, but...
We are going to speak with our panel because we're getting raw vote total in, right?
We're seconds away from 9 states, including Ohio, Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, plus critical battlegrounds.
We're going to do a great job for North Carolina.
Georgia, this election right here is a fight for the future.
With 97 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come in. The moment is here. America is watching.
Johnny, thank you so much. You're incredible.
And it is 7 o'clock on the East Coast, and polls have just closed in half a dozen states. The Fox News Decision Desk is making its first calls. The most closely watched state at this hour is Georgia, one of 7 battleground states that could decide the presidency. That one obviously is too early to call.
And we'll dig into those numbers soon. It's also too early to call Virginia, though Vice President Harris has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis, waiting for the raw vote total to dump there. Fox News can project that former President Trump will win the state of Indiana.
Trump will also carry nearby Kentucky for a 3rd time, and it is too early to call the state of South Carolina. But former President Trump has the lead there, according to our Fox News voter analysis.
Meanwhile, Vice President Harris will sail to victory in liberal Vermont. And as we look at the race for 270 electoral votes, that's what it takes to win. Throughout the night, we will be adding up as each state is called. Right now, you see 19 electoral votes for the former president, 3 for the vice president. And we are going to be following all of this throughout the night. And also on the bottom of the screen, you can see these races as we get the raw vote total in.
Yeah, and that's going to start happening very soon. But let's turn to the Senate for a moment, because this is another big story. Control of the United States Senate. Democrats have almost no room for error. The Fox News decision desk can project that Indiana Republican Congressman Jim Banks will win his first Senate race.
In Virginia, it is too early to call the race between incumbent Democratic Senator Tim Kaine and his Republican challenger, Hung Cao. We're going to be looking into Virginia.
Longtime independent Senator Bernie Sanders will win a 4th term in the Senate in Vermont, and he caucuses, of course, with the Democrats.
As we look at the balance of power in the U.S. Senate, you can see we'll be ticking up. You need 51 for the majority. The Republicans need to pick up 2 to take the majority, and they're looking at states like West Virginia and Montana, but there could be others on this board. Right now, as you see, 39 Republicans to 29 Democrats.
A lot of toss-ups in that group as well. In the Senate races across the country, let's go to Bill Hemmer and get an update from the board.
Hey, guys, we're just seeing a little of this vote come in from Florida, so why don't we go ahead and start there? And I'm just going to punch around and see a little bit of what we're getting here. We know the turnout was big. We know Republicans, based on some of the early voting and the voting today, was pretty decent here. But 8% of the statewide vote. This is Duval County, Jacksonville. I haven't seen this yet. Just go ahead.
Thank you so much, Julius.
Florida right now. Florida counts fast, by the way. The early votes, they rack it up. And so right here in Duval County, you got Kamala Harris leading by a point. I tell you what we do. Why don't we do this? It's very interesting because for one of the first times in a long time, in anybody's memory, I guess going back to FDR, the late 1800s, we've got a candidate on the ballot where you can compare the number from 4 years ago and compare the number from 8 years ago. So we're going to do this a lot throughout the night. We'll get a measure about how Trump is performing versus Hillary Clinton and versus Joe Biden. So let's go back 8 years now. Just watch his number here with 2/3 of the vote reporting in Florida. This is one county in Jacksonville. So all right, here we go. Trump was just shy of 50 against Hillary Clinton in that county. And then 4 years ago, he was a little less than that, about 2.5 shy of the midway mark in overall Duval. So he's doing right about the same number he did with Joe Biden 4 years ago. So let's look at Volusia County. Okay, you got a little more of the vote in here. Trump easily at nearly 60% of the vote. 77% reporting. Flagler, 86% reporting as well. So we expect him to do quite well in Florida. Let me move away from this because what I wanted to show you in a moment here is we're just getting a flavor right now of perhaps what the suburban vote is doing for Trump versus Harris, and then what the rural vote's doing. And what I did was I want to pick out 2 places here because there's a county just north of Indianapolis. This is Hamilton County. Population about 350, 360,000. About 2/3 of the vote coming in right now. What I want to show you here is Trump's at 48.8 now. There's more vote out there. Indiana counts the mail-in ballots first. So let's do the same exercise, okay? This time, watch the slide come out here. And now it gives us a direct comparison for 8 years ago against Hillary Clinton. This is the weakness in the Trump campaign, right? 8 years ago, he was just shy of 57% in the same county. And then 4 years ago, got slightly weaker, okay? Down about 2 points. And then current day today, okay, so there's more vote out there, so we'll see how it goes. But right now, a little weaker there in that suburb just north of Indianapolis. Conversely, right, Trump's been working the rurals, right? Well, this is Kentucky. You got a lot of the votes still out there, even though we called the race, okay? This is Taylor County. It is rural. It is small. There's about 10 to 12,000 raw votes there. Trump's percentage of the vote is big at 77%. So let's do the same exercise again. Go back to 2016. The percentage of the vote, okay, it was lower. 4 years ago in 2020, same county now, right around 75%. And as of tonight, okay, by the way, raw vote, 93.76. Hold on to that number, okay? It's important because he's doing better on a percentage basis, but the raw vote doesn't help him a ton. That may suggest, as we pop around the map throughout the night, that the turnout for this vote could be lower than 2020. It's a COVID year, a pandemic year, a lot of people voting by mail, et cetera, and we'll see whether or not we're able to top that number from 2020, but it's questionable and debatable at the moment. If I've got time, I'll just show you Florida. Just one more time here, 30% in. Miami is missing. You know, we're waiting for the Hispanic vote down there in Miami, the Cuban vote as well. Broward County, 70% in. Heavily Democratic there, but about 60% of the vote right now going for Kamala Harris. The Trump team is saying that they're getting on the radio right now. They're cautiously optimistic. They're doing radio in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, all the way at the top. That means the former president telling people there's still time and finish strong. That's the message from Mar-a-Lago, right around down here in Palm Beach. Back to you, Brett and Martha.
You have time, Bill. We're going to have a lot of time.
Roger that.
Okay, yeah.
We have a lot of waiting to do
You
still.
know, Georgia is really crucial
Yes.
as we look at this raw vote total. And they're also getting a lot that we expect to come in very fast. Madison Allworth is actually in Norcross, Georgia, with the view from the ground. Hey, Madison.
Hey, Brett. Hey, Martha. So, yeah, polls have closed at a majority. At least one person has tried to come in past 7 p.m. and they are turning them away because this
state in America. It's just much more diverse than in other places, which what makes it more complicated and fascinating. But it has become, you're absolutely right that it has become, especially down here, more Republican. In other states, it was Obama won 2/3 of the Hispanic vote, and now it's become more of a fight in some of the other battlegrounds. But here, this is why one of the reasons Florida has become reliably red is because of the Republican success there. I would also argue it's because of weak Democratic candidates, but we'll have that, save that conversation for another day because this is what we're worried about tonight.
Indeed, indeed. David Chalian has more exit polling from north of Florida in Georgia, the battleground that we're watching right now. David, how is the vote splitting among key groups of Georgia voters?
Yeah, now that the polls have closed, Jake, we can look at some of those key demographics. So let's take a look at the African-American vote in Georgia. It's making up 30% of the electorate, according to these early exit polls. Harris obviously winning it big, 86% to 12%. But I want to note here, that 86% number, 4 years ago, Joe Biden had 88%, a tick higher of support of the African-American vote. And Trump's 12%, he is a tick higher than he was 4 years ago when that was 11%. But it's roughly the same with the black vote, what we saw here. Look at younger voters under the age of 30. Harris is winning them. They make up 18% of the electorate. Harris is winning them 60% to 39%. She is doing better with young voters in Georgia than Joe Biden was doing against Trump 4 years ago. Trump got 43% of the youth vote in Georgia 4 years ago. He's down to 39% now, so that'll be something to watch. And then non-college white voters. This is obviously Trump's base. 32%, roughly a third of the Georgia electorate, are white, non-college educated voters. Trump's winning 81% of them. That is a bit better than he was doing 4 years ago, though 4 years ago, it was 35% of the electorate. So as a share of the overall electorate, it's come down. Harris is winning 18% of them, a tick under where Biden was 4 years ago. This will be the story of these exit polls in Georgia. Independent voters. They make up 31% of the electorate. That is a slightly larger share than what they made up 4 years ago. Trump is winning them by 11 points in these early exit poll results, 54% to 30%. Jake, 4 years ago, Joe Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in terms of the margin, from 9-point advantage 4 years ago with independents for Biden to now an 11-point advantage with independents for Trump in Georgia. Jake.
Wow. David Chalian and Dana, that is really significant. We see some incremental changes here and there when it comes to young voters. She's doing slightly better. Non-college whites, he's doing slightly better. But that independent swing,
Not
behind where Joe Biden.
It's a huge swing, and I just want to underscore what David said. It is a bigger percentage of the vote share. Last time around, it was 28% independents. I made up 28% of the Georgia vote, and now it is 30%. And, I was right, 31%. And it is a total flip. It's a complete flip. Donald Trump is doing.
That's huge. That's one of the things I thought was going to happen, but to see that is huge because independents came out big. This is people going from Elon to Trump. This is from people going crypto to Trump. I want to see CNN melt down on this.
That there would be this dramatic flip of double digits in independents, and I am something you don't often hear in election coverage. It's something of a loss as to how you explain that independents would have gone so much more for Trump this time than they did for Biden last time.
Audie, hang on. We're going to go over to Jake for a projection.
And we can bring you another CNN projection. CNN projects that Indiana will go to Donald Trump. Indiana, with its 11 electoral votes, will go to Donald Trump. Let's look at the electoral map now to see where the candidates stack up. Remember, 270 needed to win. Donald Trump has 19 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 3 electoral votes. They both still have a lot of electoral votes to get up to 270. Let's do a key race alert for you now. In Florida, Donald Trump is in the lead with 51.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47.7% of the vote. Donald Trump has a 138,912 vote lead. I'm sorry, that just went up, a 224,914 vote lead. The votes are coming in as I do this. That's with more than a third, 35% of the estimated vote in from Florida with its big fat packet of 30 electoral votes. The Commonwealth of Virginia, slightly more competitive. Donald Trump in the lead right now with 58.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 40.6% of the vote. That's only with a handful of votes in as of right now, about 1,500 votes. As we stand by for results from the crucial state of Georgia, we are counting down to the end of voting in the battleground state of North Carolina. This historic election night is just getting started. Stay with us.
So that's a really interesting stat on the CNN side to see that big of a loss in independent voters. I mean, that is what I have seen on the ground. I'm sure that's what a lot of people like yourselves have seen, but that would be a huge loss. I want to do another massive shout out to Johnny. Johnny, thank you so much for that donation. Dave Nelson, a member for 6 months. Absolutely incredible. Really appreciate the support there. And Julius, thank you so much. Really, really thank you guys for coming out and supporting me kind of through this entire thing. It's going to be a long night, and really appreciate the support. It really does mean a lot. Going to be really interesting to see what plays out here. It looks like Indiana, Kentucky, Virginia, Florida, Georgia is going to be a big one. Those Georgia independent numbers look big. But see, guys, sometimes CNN can be fun. It's fun when they can watch a little panic in their eyes, wondering how there's such a big flip. Independence for Trump. I ran a poll in here earlier on how people are feeling, and it was actually 93% of people said they voted for Trump. So let's keep going. Virginia is just in the lead. It's not over. I'm going to flip back to Fox for a bit and let you guys watch that, and then we'll jump back into the news when it gets interesting.
Tonight, with about 2/3 of the vote in, he's losing it to Kamala Harris, 50 to 44, or excuse me, 50 to 48. So he's running behind his performance. If that happens in
Indiana,
in Georgia, with these suburban counties like Forsyth and Cherokee, Gwinnett, which was won by Biden, but it has a huge biggest number of Republican voters in the state are in Gwinnett. You remember, Hamilton County, 34% of the Republican primary voters in May voted for Nikki Haley when she had no chance of winning. We're seeing that effect tonight with the county being blue, at least at this point.
Harold, it's just worth pointing out that the Fox News voter analysis is this rolling poll over several days, 120,000 voters asked a series of questions. When we look at that data that Sandra talked about, with the raw vote total coming in, we have a sense of how accurate or not accurate it is. So far, it's lining up. Your thoughts where you are?
So I think Carl's point is right. I think one of the things I would love to see in Georgia is not just racial breakdown, but just breakdown of women versus men. Because if indeed he's underperforming the suburban areas in Indiana, you could extrapolate perhaps that happens in Georgia. But I would agree, if these numbers hold up, if he's polling, he being President Trump, 25% amongst black men, that's a challenge. If you see that in the other big cities in the blue states, Detroit and Philadelphia, that could be an issue as you think about the tightness of this race. But this campaign, the Harris campaign, has always said that it's women. They're going to be the key here. I agree with Robert. I think the North Carolina piece, the Stein-Robinson race, that gubernatorial race, will have an advantage for Harris. But this is early. She's still ahead in Georgia. And I think once we get some more of these numbers in, once you get to 10, 15, 20%, I think we'll have a little bit better sense of whether or not this 25% African-American male thing is as serious as it seems.
And when we have on the screen, you have the numbers, and then you look at the percent of precincts in. Right now, it's at 3%. So as you look at the screen, that's what you'll be seeing throughout the night.
I mean, one of the things that the Harris campaign, which Harold just touched on, Dana, is that they're hoping that they're going to make it up with some moderate GOP voters that will be persuaded over to the Harris camp. What's the feel for that at this stage of the game?
I would be skeptical that there is a lot of that kind of vote out there. So Governor Kemp had some problems with President Trump for a while, but they patched those things up. And I believe that as Youngkin has been very good for President Trump in Virginia, that Kemp has an amazing operation there in Georgia, and he has been tireless out there for him. And I also think that we should thank Georgia for doing what it needed to do in order to help get us these results in as quickly as possible, to have integrity in the vote, for people to have confidence that the system worked for them, that they could get through those lines quickly, and that the rules are the rules. And that, I think, will help people feel confident about the results.
Britt, the economy is the #1 issue in Georgia by far.
It's everywhere.
It's everywhere, but pretty much leads the way. In our Fox News voter analysis, they break Trump's way significantly on the issue of the economy.
Right, that's important. And the other thing we have to keep an eye on throughout the night, it seems to me, are what, to use a piece of newly minted jargon we have, is just the low propensity voters.
You hate that word.
I think it's awful jargon, but can't think of a quickly better way to say it. But
people who don't
Trump
vote very
campaign
often
has really set a great deal of store by the fact that they believe that they have reached these people and will turn them out in significant numbers.
But explain who they are. They're people who didn't vote in 2020, or maybe even didn't vote in 2016
maybe
and 2020.
never voted. And they're the kind of people they think are largely for Trump, if you asked them, right? And that if they can turn them out, they think they could be the decisive factor in this election. We don't know enough now, I don't think, to assess how that's going, but that's something to keep an eye on.
We might have an indication of it if you look at some of these Georgia rural counties. I've been watching Bill work on his wall. And if you take a look at some of these rural counties, small counties, there are 150 or 180, 159 counties in Georgia, you'll see that Trump is getting a bigger number of votes in these smaller counties and a bigger percentage. This is, again, goes back to the episodic or low propensity voter.
All right, we're going to dig into these numbers, and we'll head back to Bill momentarily. Election night just getting.
Guys, real quick, if you're chilling here right now, make sure to smash the like button. If you're over on X, a retweet would go a long way. Would love to get these numbers jacked up, as many people in here as possible. Really appreciate everyone for stopping by. You guys are absolutely incredible, and just do your part to help share the stream. Drop a like, whatever it takes. Super, super helpful in getting more people in here. So, guys, thank you for all you do to help support the stream, and we'll get back to it.
On a special Fox and Friends.
Durham turnout today gave them some optimism and hope as they go into this poll closing deadline in just a couple of minutes. So the campaign has been talking about all these battleground states having a plausible path to victory. They see North Carolina still very much in play, Jake.
All right, Abby, thanks so much. Let's go to Caitlin Collins now in West Palm Beach, Florida, at the Trump headquarters. Caitlin, what is the Trump campaign looking at right now?
Well, Jake, obviously when it comes to North Carolina, something that they're hoping will be a gut check for them tonight. One thing that they're looking at, remember, this is a state that they thought Donald Trump was well on his way to winning when President Biden was still in the race. Of course, once he dropped out, it seemed like it was more in play. One thing that I'm told aides are keeping an eye on tonight is whether or not the governor's race has an effect on what the ultimate numbers there look like in the presidential race. Obviously, the Lieutenant Governor, Mark Robinson, who is the Republican gubernatorial candidate, has faced scandal after CNN reported on his past comments. That is something they will be watching closely tonight, as Josh Stein, the Democrat, is expected to do well. We'll see what the ultimate race looks like there. And Jake, I should note, as they are keeping a close eye on these early gut checks, hopefully they believe in Georgia and North Carolina, Donald Trump is also still making calls to get voters out in Pennsylvania tonight. I was told that he was just on the phone calling into radio stations inside Pennsylvania, urging people to get out and make sure they get to the polls and vote. And Jake.com says some of his top surrogates are also posting online, urging people to get out and vote. Stephen Miller himself urging men to get out and vote, Jake.
All right, Caitlin Collins in West Palm Beach with the Trump headquarters. David Chalian has some exit polls coming in from North Carolina now. David, what issues seem to be driving voters in the Tar Heel state?
Yeah, Jake, let me just explain to you that first we're going to look at how people feel about way things are going in the U.S., in North Carolina, what North Carolina voters are saying. 6% enthusiastic, 21% satisfied. The plurality, 43% of North Carolina voters tell us they are dissatisfied with the way things are going in the U.S., 27% angry. I just want to say those bottom two, 7 in 10 voters that are dissatisfied or angry, obviously, if you're the Trump campaign, you think there's a lot of opportunity there for you. But the Harris campaign sees opportunity there, too. They want to get at least a chunk of those dissatisfied and angry voters who are dissatisfied and angry with Trump's dominance in our politics. So that'll be something to watch later in the evening. We also are looking here at the most important issue. Economy actually ranks top, not like it is nationally, but like we saw in Georgia, though a tick down from that.
These are good stats for Trump.
Say the economy is the most important issue in North Carolina. Democracy is right up there, Jake, at 32%. Well down then is abortion and immigration in the teens. We also asked about hurricane aid here. Is federal hurricane aid getting to the people who need it? You see it's roughly split here, but 49% say yes, federal hurricane aid getting to where it needs to go. 46% say no. And then Joe Biden's approval rating, it's 1 point higher here in North Carolina than it is in Georgia or nationally. 42% approve, 56% disapprove. Again, the Harris campaign would like to make sure they get some of those Biden disapprovers into their fold. But that kind of approval on Biden is what is giving the Trump campaign hope in a place like North Carolina. Jake?
Interesting. All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. And let's talk about this. And Dana, I mean, again, some headwinds for Kamala Harris here in these exit polls. First of all, 70% of North Carolinians, of Tar Heels, are either dissatisfied or angry with the state of things. The economy is the number one issue. That's
Oh, man. All right. Damn. I will fix that right now. I mean, I love watching CNN's perspective on this a bit, because it's starting to make me feel pretty optimistic about what's happening. 70% of people not happy about where the country is. I mean, that seems like a tough place to win from. I don't know. How are people feeling? How are people feeling? Good, bad? Drop how you're feeling in the chat right now. Would love to get people's perspective on this. I don't know. It's nice to see some of these polls coming in. I mean, I think they look good. I think this, if Trump wins, is going to come down to Elon Musk. I mean, Elon Musk has done more here than anyone, and he just seems like he's really carrying the team in what we're seeing right now. I don't think we'd be in this place right now if it wasn't for X, having free speech on X. I don't think we'd be here if it wasn't for him kind of letting people know, like, you're not crazy for thinking some of the ways you're thinking in terms of where you stand on these politics. So huge shout out to Elon Musk. I don't want that to go underappreciated here. I don't think a lot of people had more to lose than Elon Musk. I think he had almost nothing to gain from all this and everything to lose. So it's one of the big reasons why I'm so interested kind of in how Elon Musk has chosen to take this on. Seems like to me he's really gone out of his way to take on a lot of risk, almost no reward, and essentially just take this head on. So really cool to see that. Let me see if I can get the CNN stream back working. Looks like I'm down there. I'll switch back to Fox for now. And also, guys, make sure to smash the like button. Really appreciate everyone doing that. Makes a big difference.
Machines are in place to accommodate Election Day voting in areas where normal voting sites were destroyed or inaccessible. Election officials say the state's voter turnout with already early voting records is on track to meet or exceed the record set in 2020 for total ballots cast. Back to you guys.
All right, Jonathan, thank you.
So let's take it around our panel. We just heard a little bit about the abortion issue, Laura. And it's interesting just looking at our Fox News voter analysis, because we saw in 2022 in the midterms, this was obviously it was more of an impact than people thought it was going to have going in. But in this situation, it appears that only a quarter of the voters who are Democrats say that it is the single most important factor in their decision. So that's going to be a big question tonight. Mm-hmm. Does abortion turn out to be as big an issue as perhaps Democrats would like it to be?
I thought the Fox voter analysis on gas prices and food.
Oh, my God. I need to thank you so much, Chris. That is insane. Thank you so much. Thank you. Absolutely incredible. Let me jump back to it. I don't want to cut it off too much, but thank you.
14, democracy at 35, the economy at 31, immigration down at 11. I'm not sure I buy that, but look, it's a stark choice presented to America tonight. Do you want the status quo, which is pretty much high prices, high cost of living, fairly liberal to open border situation, or do you want a change? We know what that change was like in 2019. I don't think we've had as stark a choice perhaps since 1980 as we do tonight for the country. But they've done a brilliant job of making this not about her old record, not about Biden, who has a 38% approval rating tonight, but about abortion and young women and Donald Trump, fascist, Nazi. That's their close. So if it's abortion, fascism, Hitler, that's your close. I think that's a pretty dark view of the country.
Starts with one, and that's how you build, right? So what do we have so far as we look at the map? Let's come out to the big picture first.
I think I literally prefer CNN's election coverage.
It's early. That's the big headline
just break
here.
it down
Look at a lot of
stats.
that
I
gray as
almost
we go
prefer
from
the
east to
stats
west.
here.
We have a lot to count still tonight. But we have some interesting things happening. Let's start in battleground Georgia, the one battleground state where we do have some results right now, and you have a very narrow lead for Donald Trump. Or that's, I guess, better than that. Lead for Donald Trump, 54,000 votes now. I say narrow and it grows. That's what happens on live television. You see that right there. But this is very, very early in the race. We have 7% estimated reporting. So you're looking at the map. You see the red filling in the small rural counties. That is the bedrock of the Donald Trump movement. He wins big in rural America. The challenge for Harris is to run it up here. We have nothing from Fulton County. You saw Victor Blackwell earlier tonight in Gwinnett County. Very early on. You have a little more than 1,000, 1,100 votes there if you add that up. So we have a long way to go. Just for comparison purposes, Joe Biden gets 58. So can the vice president keep it there at 59 as we move through the night? Again, that's an incredible early rationale there. But that's what you're looking at, right? Are you at least matching the coalition of the last guy to win the state? And that would be Joe Biden 4 years ago. And if you're not, if you're losing in some areas, can you make it up somewhere else? So that's where we look at Georgia right now. All it tells us we have a very competitive race. Virginia used to be a battleground state. It's reliably blue now, but it will give us some pretty important clues tonight. It will. Because if you look through right here, only 2% of the vote in. Again, you see, 45,000 to 43,000. This is a state that's going to be around 4 million votes, maybe even higher than that by the end of the night. So this is very, very early on. It's 2% of the vote. But you look at the map and you say, are there any surprises here? This would be a surprise. Prince William County in the suburbs, you see, D.C. is right here. Very blue suburbs here. Fairfax County, go back 20 years, Republican leaning. Now you come out here to Prince William County. Again, it's only 5% of the vote. Trump up by 6 points there. Just go back and take a peek. This was blue, and it was decidedly blue. So it's very early. That vote total could be one precinct, could be one Republican area. It's just a thing we keep an eye on. You mark it early on. Right now, that's where Biden did very well. At the moment, Trump. If Trump can improve in the suburbs and the exurbs, that's his path back to the White House. It's early on, but that's the thing you look at as this plays in. What else are we looking for here? This is Chesterfield County. Richmond, Virginia is the capital. Suburbs beneath it to the south, suburbs around it to the north. Only 6% of the vote in. Harris getting 51%. Again, your test is match it up to Biden. He had 52. She wants to stay where his number is. You say, oh, it's a point or so. A point or so can matter. Maybe not in Virginia. She may still win the state. But if she's underperforming Biden in the suburbs, that would be a warning sign. This is way too early. Way too early to say that's the case. I pointed out just that these are the markers we're going to go through as we go through the night, as we look it out. When it comes to Virginia, here's my test here. Again, this is 2%. Those numbers, forget about them. We're going to get a long way to go there. Here's the number you want to look at. This was a 10-point race. 10-point race 4 years ago. Right? It was not a 10-point race in 2016. Right? It was still blue in both races. That's Obama. Sorry, I went all the way back to Obama there. Let's come to 2016. Run the clock. There we go. Oh, that's not going to work for me. There we go. It was a 6-point race there. That matters. That matters. Virginia might still stay blue. The question is Donald Trump tighter in the blue states because that means he'll be better in the battleground states. And, Jake, that's what you watch. Counties come in, you take a look, you try to learn some lessons.
All right, and we're coming up on another critical round of poll closings in the Harris-Trump presidency.
It is now 7:30 on the East Coast. Polls have just closed in 3 more states. North Carolina is the next state to watch, just like Georgia. It came down to the wire in the last presidential election. It has 16 electoral college votes, and it will be a decisive one, potentially. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call.
Also too early to call Ohio, but former President Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis. As we mentioned, we're also watching the Senate race there. Bernie Moreno is the GOP candidate running against Sherrod Brown. And we can say that Fox News does project that Trump will win West Virginia. Not a very big surprise there. Obviously, the former governor or the current governor is running for the Senate as well. So
we
we'll
expect that to be a quick call as well. If you look at the race for 270, the Electoral College votes needed to win the presidency now ticking up with that last call, the former president at 23 and Vice President Harris at 3 throughout the night. That will go up as we make calls. The biggest story in West Virginia, as we said, is the Senate race, where longtime Senator Joe Manchin is retiring, Democrat now independent. Fox News can project that Jim Justice will flip this seat to the Republicans. That win puts the GOP 1 seat away from an outright majority in the U.S. Senate, assuming they don't lose any seats along the way that they already hold.
Yes, exactly. So the Fox News decision desk says that it is too early to call another Republican target. Ohio, where the incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, as I mentioned, fighting for his 4th term.
We want Sherrod Brown out. He's super anti-crypto.
Bernie Moreno, and we're watching that one very closely as well. That could potentially be another flip. It's a toss-up race at the moment. The balance of power looks like this in terms of what we have fed in so far into the data at this point. You've got 40 Republicans, 1 seat flipped. That's the West Virginia seat. Jim Justice will be the new senator. He was the former governor from the state of West Virginia, and Democrats have 29 right now. You can see a lot of spaces still to be filled in over on the Senate side.
We are following a number of gubernatorial races around the country. Turning to those races, Fox News can project that North Carolina's Democratic Attorney General Josh Stein will defeat Republican Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. A lot of controversy in that race. It's not close now. We're making that call.
And in West Virginia, Republican Attorney General Patrick Morrisey will succeed Jim Justice as the state's 37th governor. He has wanted that spot for a long time. He's run before, and now Patrick Morrisey will be the governor in West Virginia. Let's go over to Bill Hemmer and get a sense of how all of this stacks up.
That Florida story is really interesting, Bill.
Yeah, it is. Why don't we start there this time? And good evening again, just past 7:30 here on the East Coast. I was looking at Miami right now. Miami-Dade, the last time as a county they had voted for a Republican president was 1988, George Bush, 41. And right now, you got 71% of the statewide voting, but you got 80% of the county voting here. And Trump's got a easy 10-point advantage right now over Kamala Harris. So we'll see how that holds up here. Another thing we're going to look at right now is Georgia. And, Georgia is one of these states that's gone through a bit of a realignment, kind of like North Carolina, kind of like Arizona and some others that we've looked at. And, in the blue wall a little bit right now. Trump did the trick 8 years ago. We'll see whether or not he can do it again this time. But I just want to take a glance at this because you got a lot of vote out there, guys. Now, we expect a lot of batches to come in quickly here in Georgia because they say they're going to count quickly. But right now, 8% of the statewide vote. One thing we're talking about the rurals. This down here is Brantley County. Now, this was Trump's best performing rural county in 2020. And he's doing a number right now again. I'll just go back to 2020, 4 years ago, and watch this. The percentage there was, so he's doing a tick better. Raw vote here, 6,200 4 years ago. Raw vote now in the same county, 4,900. So maybe that comes back to that conversation about, turnout and things like that throughout the rest of the country. But when you look at Georgia, I mean, let's look at the vote difference for Georgia, and we can show you a little of the realignment that we're talking about here. And if you look at this, right, all this over here, this is a dominant state for the Republican Party and had been for a long time. You think about George Bush's second term, right? He won that state by 16.5 points. It wasn't even on the map in terms of consideration, but slowly Georgia changed. and a lot of it changed for the metro area, the 26 counties that make up Atlanta. Here was Trump.
Yo, real quick, shout out to Zach O'Toole in the chat. Good to see you. We also got Mr. Luby. Good to see you as well. Hope you guys are having a good night. Big win for Trump tonight. We are hoping. Guys, we only have 333 likes in the stream. Make sure to go do that. To over 2,000 people watching this thing, drop a like. Hopefully, big win for crypto tonight. Guys, thank you everyone joining. You guys are absolutely incredible, and we'll jump back to it.
Points, and that's going to change throughout the night, but we just want to let you know what's happening there. Let's look at the vote difference for North Carolina. Similar story, maybe less of an advantage for the Republicans, but this is all, this is all red. You look at what Bush and Kerry did in 2004. That was easy. That wasn't a battleground at all. This is where Barack Obama performed so well, took the Tar Heel State just by so much they're okay in North Carolina, but was able to pull it off. Let's come back to 2020 right now, and I can show you what I'm seeing there. Let's go ahead and clear this, all right? Yeah. So as you can see, like these states, they change. And it's a real part of this national conversation about where people move, where people choose to live, where people choose to work, go to school, et cetera. So we'll might tag onto that throughout the night.
North Carolina, you look at the counties you are following, Wake County, Raleigh.
Yes.
There's just such a population shift. More than 1 million people have shifted down there, and it's a different crowd. So that's why maybe you have a different electorate.
Take control of the U.S. Senate. Republicans have their first expected pickup, and it comes from West Virginia. A former two-term governor, Jim Justice, the Republican in this race, is projected to defeat the mayor of Wheeling, West Virginia, Glenn Elliott. Justice, a former Democrat, now expected to take control of the seat held by retiring Democrat-turned-independent Senator Joe Manchin as he now retires. Kind of gives you an idea of where West Virginia is headed politically, so this is no surprise, but it is significant for the math. Justice, a MAGA acolyte known for taking his 4-year-old English bulldog everywhere with him, it appears that Baby Dog and Justice are now headed to the U.S. Senate. So what does this mean for the magic number? Republicans started out the night needing control of 2 Democratic seats to take the upper chamber. Now that number is down to 1, and they are currently leading in one race where Democrats hold a seat. Let's get you some key race alerts now and show you exactly where that is on the map. We start with Ohio, still very early there, but Colombian-born businessman Bernie Moreno is leading Democratic incumbent Senator Sherrod Brown, seeking his 4th term, only by about 16,000 votes. Still very early, though, 3% of the vote in the state of Ohio. If you're a Democrat and you're looking at the map, you're looking for opportunities to pick up a
Sherrod Brown
seat.
going down
One of
is
their best
huge. We need
opportunities
Sherrod Brown
in
to
the
go down.
Sunshine State of Florida. Rick Scott got elected by winning only about a 10,000 vote margin over his previous opponent back in 2018. Right now, he's 715,000 votes ahead of former Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Murkisell-Powell. Still a lot of votes to count, but this is with 60% of the vote in the state of Florida. So stepping back, looking at the raw numbers, what does this mean for the balance of power in the U.S. Senate? Democrats hold 28 seats, Republicans 40, with that one important pickup in West Virginia. 32 seats remain up for grabs, Jake. You need 51 for control of the chamber.
All right, Boris, thanks so much. Let me bring you a CNN key race alert right now. In North Carolina, Kamala Harris is in the lead with 68% of the vote. Donald Trump has 30.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris, as of this hour, has a 41,599 vote lead. That's with only an estimated 2% of the vote in from the big battleground of North Carolina with its 16 electoral votes. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead with 60.6% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 38.9% of the vote. Donald Trump, as of this hour, with a 109,841 vote lead. That's with an estimated 9% of the vote in from that key battleground state of Georgia and its 16 electoral votes. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris has 59.7% of the vote. Donald Trump, 38.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 105,065 vote.
All right, real quick, because those are like pretty rough estimates. I got to give this shout out to John. He said results are in, 99.5 rate Mickle's beer at a 9 out of 5 tonight. That's with 47% of the viewers currently reporting. Thank you so much, man. That's hilarious. And let's do that for Peanut. Let's do it for Peanut. Another great comment. No updates on Deaton yet. I don't see anything. That's what I'm watching on the back end. I will make sure to report on that as soon as I see anything. Got a couple more minutes before the next big drop, so we are watching that. Guys, we got thousands of people in here. Make sure to drop the like. Really appreciate that so much. We're in commercial now on CNN. I'm about to ping back to Fox News. We're in a little bit of a lull right now, so I just wanted to say thank you to all of you. You guys are all incredible. 100K is epic, plus 1 million. Let's see if we got any more comments. I'm accumulating. My buddy Cobb on tonight? I don't know. Okay. All right, we'll jump back to Fox News for a second, but really appreciate you guys all for being here. You guys are absolutely incredible.
Harris was the underdog and that Trump would win, and I didn't shift until maybe with Martha like 2 weeks ago, and the reason was the following. One, on the economy, yes, it's number one, but it went from Trump plus 15 to Trump plus 8. And so that was a big difference.
And some polls had it even tighter.
And some, I think Fox ended up at 6. And then the second thing was the money. Harris campaign raised $1 to $2 billion. All of a sudden, it wasn't just the blue wall. Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina come into play. And Martha and I have spoken about it, not to make this a gender issue, but Arizona and Nevada do have reproductive rights on the line. So that makes a big difference on the gender vote. So listen, I'm not going to say I went from optimistic to nauseously optimistic. I'm going to stay at optimistic, but we're going to have to see what happens in Atlanta and Charlotte and some of the big cities. That
boring. Just so you guys know, Bitcoin is pumping right now. Whatever is going on, Bitcoin loves it. So I think Bitcoin is liking the Trump lead right now. Something to keep your eye on. Something else to keep your eye on is that the 20-point swing in Georgia. I think we already talked about that. Bitcoin is pumping. We're going to keep our eye on the cryptocurrency races. And yeah, it looks like all crypto is performing pretty nicely right now. Looks like there's a lot of hope that Trump's going to come in on top. So pretty nice to see that. XRP 52 cents. It would be nice to see a big pump on the back half of this night. We'll keep moving though. Keep the news on. See if anything else interesting comes up, but I'll report on it.
% of the black male vote. This will be the best Republican performance in that group since at least 1960. And it will be powerful.
Okay, that's one to watch. Thank you, panel. The countdown is on to a slew of poll closings across the country, including the Big Kahuna. Pennsylvania, one of the biggest battleground prizes of the night. Our special coverage continues here on Fox next.
Today, most people don't know where their meat is sourced. For generations, people had access to quality.
We got breaks on CNN and we got breaks on Fox right now. So that means you get to hear me talk. Yeah, it's funny right now. It's kind of interesting. And I want to show you guys this real quick. This will be cool. What we have is a cryptocurrency election tracker.
That makes it cool for not just us, but people who might not even understand.
Whoops. All right. Well, I don't want you guys to listen to ads, so let me just fix that real quick for you. Got to mute CNN. Never a bad thing to mute CNN. Pull this back up. Okay. We got a cryptocurrency election tracker, and we can actually see who's winning in the critical races in each cryptocurrency race. So we'll be able to monitor this as we go and see how many pro-cryptocurrency people actually win. Going to be really interesting to take a look at that. Also, I see a lot of people talking about the market right now. The market's pumping. I would assume this is the market thinking that we're going to get a Trump win. So we take a look at XRP specifically. Yeah, we can see we're up to 52 cents. So we're having a minor pump on XRP. I would expect this to catch back up with the rest of the market. But if we take a look at Bitcoin specifically, yeah, Bitcoin's pumping to an all-time high. So Bitcoin's at 71K. Dewey up 12%. Okay, wow. All right, so a lot of interesting stuff. Oh, I just realized I'm blocking the chart. Sorry about that. Okay, so Bitcoin is up to 71 right now. Very interesting. Looks like the cryptocurrency market is really liking what it's seeing. So just something to take note of here. Let's go back to this.
To count in North Carolina. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris has 58.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has 40.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 121,029 vote lead. It's still very early, only 15% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Virginia. In Florida, Donald Trump in the lead, 54.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 44.7%. Donald Trump with a healthy 822,987 vote lead. That's with an estimated 71% of the estimated vote in from Florida. In Ohio, Donald Trump with 56.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 42.5% of the vote. Donald Trump has a 31,716 vote lead. It's still very early in Ohio, only 4% of the estimated vote in. In New Hampshire, Kamala Harris in the lead, 58.7% of the vote. Donald Trump has 40.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has a 10,020 vote lead. Still very early in New Hampshire, only 7% of the estimated vote in the Granite State. We're only minutes away from the biggest wave of poll closings in this entire presidential race. We are counting down to the top of the hour. That's 8 p.m. Eastern, when a total of 171 electoral votes are on the line. That's a huge chunk of the 270 needed to win. Voting is about to end in Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, the District of Columbia, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts.
Coming in, every race that you may be following on the bottom of your screen and sometimes on the side.
And also it depends on whether they're starting to count with vote that came in early and then what sequence they start to, then it will shift as they start to do the day of vote in these states as well. So you're going to see a lot of very big shifts, no doubt, as we continue through the evening.
Some states do it differently.
Every state has their own unique way of doing it, which makes it really interesting to cover.
And juggle.
So meanwhile, a Democrat-leaning district in deep red Nebraska, around the Omaha area, could hold the key to the presidential race. Garrett Tenney is live in Omaha, Nebraska, with their very unique story. Hi there, Garrett.
Hey, Martha and Brett. Polls close here in just over an hour, and pretty quickly we should get a sense of where things are heading here in the 2nd Congressional District. Remember, Nebraska is not a winner-take-all state, and here in Omaha, it's known as the blue dot in this deep red state because Democrats won this district's single electoral vote in both 2008 and 2020. This time around, they have spent millions of dollars to try and make that happen again, given how close this race is going to be. That single electoral vote could be a difference maker for Kamala Harris's campaign. Here in Douglas County is where to watch. Election officials will release the first results at 8 p.m. These will be early ballots that have already been counted, and election officials say those votes will make up about half of the entire vote here in Douglas County. What Democrats are going to be looking for as these results start coming in is the areas north and south of Omaha where there are a lot of Black and Latino voters who haven't turned out in recent elections. Democrats have spent a lot of time and effort this time around to change that. We'll have to see here in the next hour if it pays off. Brett and Martha.
All right.
Thank you, Garrett.
Throughout the night, Harris Faulkner is getting real-time reaction from real voters as results unfold. With voters' voices, they'll be talking about the issues that drove them to the polls. Harris, great to see you. Good evening.
Great to see you too, Brett. It is so exciting to finally be here this night. Welcome to Voters' Voices. We have a live audience of Americans making their voices heard throughout the night. And I'm your host, Harris Faulkner. We are witnessing a race for the White House like no other. We know that. Former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris put 7 particular states in focus. And in those battleground states, if you live there, you know it has been intense. Voters are telling me all about the tidal wave of campaign ads and polling experts trying to dig in and learn how they voted and why. Well, that's because in recent years, those states have been key in determining the next president. But voters all across America know their power. And with me for the evening, the linchpin of our great republic, the Voters' Voices. You guys, it's good to see you. Welcome.
Boring.
They fall all.
Now, internally, I am told that they have been circulating polls about Puerto Rican voters, even showing them to the former president, who was asked at multiple times, did this hurt my campaign? Is this going to hurt me with Puerto Rican voters?
So he's worried about it.
He was worried about it. He was worried. He was watching the news, as he often does, and seeing the reports that Puerto Ricans were saying that they were offended by it, that they weren't going to vote for him. And of course, this is particularly important in Pennsylvania, given the fact that there are so many Puerto Rican voters. And one thing, Caitlin, it's not just Pennsylvania. Across all of these swing states, there are large swaths of Puerto Rican voters. So whether it's not it's self-preservation because these people want to show that they didn't impact the Puerto Rican vote, or it's because they actually think it could impact him in the long term, they're watching those numbers very carefully.
Yeah, and when the margins matter, something like that certainly can. Kristen Holmes, thank you for that. Jake, obviously something the Trump campaign is watching very closely from down here in South Florida behind the scenes.
All right, Caitlin, thanks so much. Let's go to David Chalian now, who has some new exit polling. David, what are you learning about voters in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania?
In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, democracy is the #1 issue for voters. Take a look. 33% of Pennsylvania voters say democracy is the most important issue. The economy's right up there, Jake, with 30%. Then abortion at 15, immigration at 12. Speaking of abortion, we asked, do you think it should be mostly legal or illegal? 64% of Pennsylvania voters, nearly 2/3, say it should be legal. 30% say illegal. We also asked for a view on fracking in Pennsylvania. You want to understand why Kamala Harris changed her position on this? 55% favor fracking, according to the exit polls in Pennsylvania. 36%.
Oh, no. All right. Sorry.
2016 or 2020. We can all see that Donald Trump is even more unstable and more unhinged, and now he wants unchecked power. And this time, there will be no one there to stop him. Not even the Supreme Court, which months ago told the former president that he is essentially immune no matter what he would do in the White House.
I'm mostly watching the gray line because we've been told so much about independents and how important they are. What did you learn with this?
So you could really see Democrats responded favorably, but independents gave this a D while Republicans gave it an F. And one of the things that we heard from independent voters is that Kamala was supposed to be this joyful candidate. She positioned herself right off the bat as somebody who was going to be different, bring us together. She said we have more in common than divides us. And the more negative she got, the more negative independent voters got towards her. And I think we saw that happen in the polls. She had a surge in the beginning and things sort of flatlined once she sort of turned very negative.
All right, here's one from former President Trump.
She's running on a campaign of demoralization. It's a campaign of hate. Her lies and her slanders are very shameful and really inexcusable. Today we're going to talk about the real character of Kamala, and a person who has no remorse for the anguish she's inflicted upon families all across America. Kamala intends to conflict and keep this misery going, and she's going to keep it going as long as she can, because that's the only way she can get elected.
Now, you can see very different reaction here than we had with the other voters. Democrats, not surprisingly, gave this an F. Independents kind of flatlined it, gave it a C. Republicans gave it an A. I think this kind of rhetoric is priced into Donald Trump. They want to see him be tough. They want to see him be a fighter. And a lot of the things that he talked about were things that people agreed with. So I think people give him more of a pass on the tough rhetoric than they do on Kamala.
All right, let's talk to some voters. I can't wait for this part. Okay, so Steve, you are a Democrat. And I understand you voted for Trump, and you live in the all-important battleground of Pennsylvania. So tell me about your journey and what it's been like and why you made that decision as a Democrat.
Well, Harris, for me, it was very simple. The issues for me are fighting anti-Semitism, being strong on our greatest ally, Israel, economic strength, fighting the border, and peace through strength. And Donald Trump, we have a 4-year history of Donald Trump as president, and he demonstrated all of that. And it was a no-brainer. It was been a very interesting reaction for people to see me demonstrably promote my rapport for Donald Trump, but I also have supported Dave McCormick. So that was sort of a double-edged whammy for me, but it was a no-brainer.
These are mail ballots. This is the long-awaited first batch of mail ballots to be posted, and it represents, I'm told by this source, more than 50% of all mail ballots that they have received. This also, for context, puts Philadelphia well ahead of the pace, their counting pace from 2020, which we've all become so familiar with. But this is a big moment that we're learning first here on CNN. They'll be posting just over 110,000 ballots, and we'll see the results of that when it posts online.
It's so crucial, Kate, as you say, faster than we had seen last time, and the context that Kate just gave around that number, that would be more than 50% of the mail-in ballots from Philadelphia. It's a start, but it's a better start than we've seen before. Pamela Brown is at the voting desk. And Pamela, with the spotlight on Pennsylvania right now, What are you looking for in the context of those numbers that Kate just shared with us?
So you have the early votes that are about to be reported shortly after 8 o'clock, and then you have the overall turnout. And sources I'm speaking with there in Pennsylvania and on the ground in Philly say that turnout in Philadelphia and some other places across the Commonwealth have exceeded expectations. So let's talk about that Democratic stronghold of Philadelphia and what I'm being told there. An official there tells me at Temple University the line was around the block today. I'm told they had to bring in extra machines to tabulate the votes, 6 total compared to the 2 that is typical per this official. The Philly official also tells me while they don't have an exact number for voter turnout today, they just don't have that data right now, that turnout has certainly exceeded expectations. 2 sources at the state and local level in Philly tell me ballots had to be replenished today in several polling places there in this Democratic stronghold. Overall, one state source speaking to election officials in Philly said it seems the turnout there was, quote, quite high and seems through the roof. Let's look at the swing county here of Northampton. The state official also tells me at Lehigh University there lines were up to 4 hours long. I'm told this is not because of any glitches in the system or issues, just that the turnout there was stronger than they had anticipated at this university where there are a lot more younger voters. Now, I'm told right now as it stands across the Commonwealth, there are 600,000 fewer mail-in ballots compared to 2020, but officials aren't done counting the total number. And they tell me it's actually more mail-in ballots than they were expecting. So we're about to get our first big look at those mail-in ballot numbers right there in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania at 8 p.m. A lot coming our way this hour, Aaron.
That's right. Absolutely. As Kate said, more than 100,000 of them, could be more than 50% of the outstanding for Philadelphia. John King, amazing, though, when you hear about 4 hours of lines. And we have heard that from Pennsylvania to Nevada, that young people have turned out.
Hopefully everyone's turning out. I just want to say quickly, seeing Kate Baldwin in that spot in Philadelphia, you want to trigger some Johnny 2020
But to
PTSD.
say that's real PTSD.
Yeah, that is the spot. I remember that spot oh too well from 2020. Let's look through what we have. Blank in Commonwealth, Pennsylvania right now. Again, this is the biggest of the battleground prizes. 19 electoral votes. Whoever wins this state has more options to get to 270 because it's 19. The next biggest one is 16. But so what are we looking for here, right? Kate was just right here in Philadelphia. It's the biggest basket of votes. If you're the Democrat, you need to run it up in Philadelphia. So she just said we'll get about 100,000 votes, right? So let's just go back in 2020 just as a reminder. Joe Biden wins Philadelphia with 81% of the vote and just over 600,000 in the count. So those first 100,000 will give us a clue, but it's a building block. We're going to have to wait to see what keeps coming after that, especially if those are early ballots. And we'll see. Are the early ballots this year as disproportionately Democratic as they were in 2020? That's one of the things we'll see. But this is the building block for any Democratic victory in Pennsylvania. It has to be not only a high percentage, but you want a high turnout. You want to do some raw math there to run up your margin. Then we get into the suburbs around Philadelphia, the collar counties, Bucks and Montgomery and Delaware, and then you start moving out to the excerpt to see how it's going. Pam just noted 2 places that I'll keep an eye on tonight. Again, I said this at the beginning of the program. Maybe you weren't with us. There are 25 counties in America, only 25 counties in America that voted twice for Barack Obama, then for Donald Trump.
Floridians did vote
Biden, right? So those are
percent of registered voters, and we were out there today at one ballot station, and there were people lined up, hundreds of people who stood 2 hours in the rain to cast their ballots. Some people expect counties could go as high as 90% voter turnout. A couple of items could complicate things throughout the night. One is an abortion initiative on the ballot that would extend Florida's strict abortion law. The other would be to legalize recreational marijuana. Both of those items will need 60% to win. Martha, back to you.
All right, Steve Harrigan, thank you very much.
The delay on the TV, they just got it. They just saw it. We're back with our panel, and we add Kellyanne Conway, Jesse Waters, and Jessica Tarloff. Kellyanne, you see some other things that you're watching?
Looking at some suburban bellwethers coming in. Hamilton, Indiana, 70% of the vote is flipped back to President Trump. Loudoun County, Virginia, we know has really been trending toward the left. It's been a swing to the right by 8 points compared to 2020. So you look at something like that, you understand why Karl Rove today said it could be tight in Virginia. Fayette, Georgia, Trump +2. That's a place that I had said early on, Harris will have to do well there to compete in Georgia. Also, as Pennsylvania closes its polls, Brett, I think it's worth noting, Martha, that this is like political malpractice that she didn't pick Josh Shapiro between the fracking, the school choice, Jewish Americans. But yeah. I think that we'll be talking about that tonight.
We will look a lot at Pennsylvania. Election night in America just
Illinois, Tennessee, Florida, plus the critical battleground.
If we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole thing. It's very simple.
Pennsylvania, it all comes down to this.
With 177 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come in. The moment is here. America is watching.
And it is now 8 o'clock in New York. Polls have just closed in over a dozen states. All eyes, of course, are on Pennsylvania, which could be the deciding state in this race. 19 electoral votes at stake. Fox News Decision Desk says that this is obviously too early to call in Pennsylvania, as we will be watching that one really until the bitter end.
So Fox News is projecting that former President Trump will win the state of Florida, putting him 30 electoral votes closer to the White House. Too early to call a winner in New Hampshire, where Vice President Harris has an edge.
In Maine, the Fox News Decision Desk says that it's too early to call the statewide race. Maine gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their congressional districts. Harris will win the 1st district, the rural 2nd district. Too early to call in the state of Maine.
In the Southeast, Fox News can project that Trump will win Tennessee, a longtime Republican stronghold. Not a really surprise there. Further south, the former president will again win Alabama. Big numbers there.
And the former president will win neighboring Mississippi. Trump will cruise to victory in Oklahoma as well, where Democrats haven't won a single county since 2000.
And Missouri will also deliver a win for the former president. Vice President Harris will also take some big victories this hour. The Fox News Decision Desk can project that the vice president will win Illinois, adding 19 electoral votes to her tally.
She will also win New Jersey, another reliably Democratic state. Some people had thought New Jersey might be a little bit tight, but we're already ready to call New Jersey in my home state. Exactly. Voters in Massachusetts will deliver a clear victory to Harris as well, so no mystery in those states.
Staying in the Northeast, Fox News can project that the vice president will win Connecticut. She will also win Maryland, that state worth 10 electoral votes. There's an interesting Senate race there.
Yeah, Harris will also take Rhode Island, another Democratic stronghold, and she has a lead in Delaware, President Biden's home state, of course, but it is too early to call in Delaware at this point.
The vice president will win the District of Columbia, which has never voted for a Republican, and it continues not. If you look at the Electoral College and the race to 270, it obviously changes with all of these numbers. It is in the corner of your screen, 105 to Harris 72, and there you see it full screen. As we start to fill in this map, little by little, we're going to get closer to 270. Remember, there's some big states, including California, all the way out in the west, that'll adjust this number for the vice president. We're back with our panel. Jessica, Jesse, and Kellyanne, we added you. Jesse, thoughts?
Are we sure about New Jersey? Oh, man, I voted next to a guy this morning wearing a garbage bag. So I thought the state was a lock. I guess I was wrong about that. I also just heard from a person who was not going to vote, and then his girlfriend called him and said, if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, we're breaking up. So he just drove 2 hours to the polling station and waited 2 hours in line. So I still don't understand people. And I'm not going to give you the county by county because I don't have that in my wheelhouse. But I will say I was just watching something interesting in Georgia where she's not performing as well with black voters as Joe Biden. And Donald Trump has flipped the script with indies. He's up 11 with independents, whereas Biden had beaten him by 9 with independents. So those are just interesting things to look at. Other than that, if you look at these exit polling or the Fox News voter analysis, you think this would be a runaway Donald Trump victory. I don't understand if only 13% of Americans feel they're getting ahead financially, that Kamala Harris is even competitive. And bravo to the Democrat machine to make this race competitive, because she came out of nowhere. No one knows who she is. She didn't run a very specific campaign, and she is making it. They are making it a very competitive race. I mean, we haven't called anything surprising except for New Jersey.
You were surprised.
I was.
Jesse Tarlow, welcome. Good to see you.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Your thoughts so far on the evening?
Not surprised by New Jersey, and I'm sorry for you. You had been bragging about that one for months to me.
Okay. I was wrong once.
One time. It's been interesting to see, obviously, what's going on in the suburbs. If this is a harbinger of a good night for Kamala Harris, that's where it's going to happen. Obviously, you need the urban turnout to be huge. And I think Philadelphia was a big story this day, already in the first hour of Election Day polling, that they were smashing records. And we'll see where that all turns up. But what I'm really focused on is seeing, once all the exits are out, what ended up being the 1, 2, and 3 most important issues. Because in Ann Selzer's final poll of Iowa, she had preserving democracy as number 1. That also showed up in the Marist polling. Yep. And if it is preserving democracy, then that bodes very well for Kamala Harris's evening. And if it goes preserving democracy, the economy, and then abortion, that's definitely a good night, especially to your point, Brett, from a few minutes ago, where you said that she had closed the gap with Donald Trump in terms of who's best to handle the economy and is leading on protecting the middle class and cares about people like me.
Harold, can we talk a second about
what's so interesting is like, I think Kamala Harris is a bigger threat to democracy than Trump. So I don't know about that poll. I mean, things like free speech and gun rights, I mean, that's critical to democracy. So I don't know. It seems weird, but whatever.
Ron DeSantis changes that and makes a red state. And even in Miami-Dade County, the Republican is taking home a vote, including Latino vote, which could bode something else beyond Florida.
DeSantis will probably be a big part of that story. It's important to note that they also had an abortion initiative on the ballot there in Florida, and it looks like it's going to win the right to an abortion initiative, 57-43, almost like the same numbers that Trump won with, maybe a little bit better. So people split the ticket there, those that were going out, and indeed, perhaps some Republicans voted for that. But you got a strong governor like you have in Florida. You have one in North Carolina. She's going to need that governor, Kamala Harris, to help her get over the hump there. I mean, you got a Democratic governor there and a Democratic that's now been elected. I'm curious about these suburban areas. I listened to Carl and now Jessica, now Kellyanne. It may be that even in Virginia, and you were talking, Britt, you look at the issue around LGBTQ+ and how those issues have played in the Virginia school system there. And that Loudoun County number is an interesting number. Yet you see in some of the other suburban areas in Indiana, he has not performed quite as well. So it's interesting to me to see this. And maybe it's not, these states are a little different now than voters are in suburban areas.
Yeah, Bill, you have Loudoun County out there?
Yeah, that's Fairfax County. That's an ex-urban county.
Yeah.
What was 2020?
Yeah, let's look at 2020 versus now.
Okay, so I want to show you guys the Fox insights that we have, and we can go into this county here. You see this green outline? So we can show you what the vote was at this point 4 years ago, okay? Let's go ahead and click on this and find out together, okay? Loudoun County with 96% of the vote reporting in that county. Trump's got a 3.3 jump higher than he was performing 4 years ago. Now we'll clear this off here. How it computes here on the computer with 4 years ago, that's a slip about 4.5 points for Kamala Harris in that county. And Harold, maybe it is the issues in the schools. Maybe it is
Dual
the
citizen,
transgender
thank
issue
you
that
so much.
The Trump team pushed so much during this campaign, and maybe that's having an impact on that. Let's move away from Virginia. There's a couple of interesting stories I just want to bring our viewers up to date on. Just punching around this map here. You can find a little good news for Kamala Harris. You can find good news for Donald Trump. And I'm going to show you why here. Down in Florida, just looking at Duval County and Jacksonville, okay? This is advantage Trump from where he was 4 years ago in Duval County. You see that? You see that swap? Flipped it by 5 points there. Now I want to go up to Georgia here. And in the rurals, east of Atlanta and to the south, now the Fox Insight here, right? Okay? That's Baldwin County. The county seat in Baldwin County is Milledgeville. It was the Confederate capital of Georgia during the Civil War. Now, our Fox Insights tell us right now, look at this, okay? It has 2 colleges in this county. The African-American population is about 44% countywide. Trump right now, at this moment, with 84% of the vote reported in Baldwin County, he's up 7.5 points from where he was in 2020. You know, the Trump team is going to take that. Likewise, okay, the metro area of Atlanta.
Damn, it looks like Deaton lost, which is, that stinks. That stinks. I mean, it was going to be a tough win regardless, but hats off to Deaton for doing what he did there. I mean, he did his best. Only so much he can do. Damn. Well, that stinks, but we'll keep moving. Guys, make sure to drop a like on the stream. Really appreciate everyone who does that. It really does help a lot. we'll keep it moving. Unfortunate to see Deaton go down there, but it was always a very hopeful win. So hats off to him for everything he tried to do.
I can.
Just before we leave there,
Yes,
the Fox News voter analysis and the network's exit polls, we're being told, show the former president doubling his percentage of black men in Georgia. He was at 11% in 2020 and now at 25%, according to these two surveys today.
So that may sync up with what...
It's starting to match the raw vote.
That may sync up with what we're seeing now in Fulton County. Now, you got almost half the votes still out there, okay?
Yep.
52% is the estimated number of votes that are in at the moment, okay? So roughly 48% out there. This is Fulton County. This is Kamala Harris. She's going to win the county, okay? But look at the raw vote total here. It's impressive, 129,000. But look what Joe Biden did in the same county, okay? 242,000. You'd have to go into the precincts to know where the rest of the remaining vote comes from, and maybe we take a look at that in a moment here. But that would be, you're one of 159 in terms of population. So maybe what you're saying, Brett, about the African-American male vote there is true in places like Fulton County, Georgia. Just want to caution you, there's still a lot of vote out there, but we're going to keep a very close eye on Fulton County starting right now into the night here in Georgia.
And Bill, do you have any indication that turnout is a bit lower than 2020, because that would affect some of what you're doing in these comparisons as well?
I can tell you this, Martha. Before Election Day, Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, set up an awesome website. And I mean, just county by county with the early vote. I was on there every hour of every day just trying to analyze it. One thing that was evident from the early vote, don't know about today just yet, but based on the early vote, the African-American population in Georgia is about 33% statewide. What the political analysts will argue is that you need, in order to win statewide as a Democrat, you need 30% of that vote. And the early vote indicated that Kamala Harris was just a tick above 26%. So that's another indicator, maybe another data point that we need to keep an eye on throughout the night as to what Brett was talking about a moment ago.
Brett, what are you looking at?
Well, I've been keeping an eye on this issue that was raised in our voter analysis. It said that fully half of all voters say the future of democracy is the most important factor in their vote. That's a big number. I mean, that's a lot of people worried about that. Now, Trump gets some of those voters, but 60% of them are more going for Harris. I think that issue, democracy, is about one thing, about Trump and fear of Trump. So it's the same factor we keep coming back to time and again is, the Trump factor in this race is, is he able to overcome the resistance to him, which has been so dominant in three previous cycles? And that's what that vote is about.
Because if you were just running on the issues that include the most important, economy, immigration,
right.
You wouldn't see
that, but you got half of people thinking that's important.
And
that's a Trump. That's a Trump.
Huge issue for 2020, and it also resurfaced a bit with candidate selection in 2022.
It certainly did.
That he got blamed for. So the question is, are we going to see the increase in his approval numbers translate into something positive for him tonight?
And if you work your way back to what that's about January 6th.
Yeah.
Can I clarify
and the price he paid politically for January 6th is still being paid.
And it also was hammered over and over again by current President Biden, the former candidate. The threat to democracy was really on his lips pretty much every minute.
And Vice President Harris didn't take that ball for a lot, but she did come back to it towards the end of the campaign.
The other thing about it I think is striking is it shows you the power of the media, because in many ways it's a BS issue when you think about it. I mean, think about it, go back to January 6th, which was supposed to be the moment when we all thought we should fear this. Our democracy was fragile. It was the premise of the January 6th special committee that we, as the co-chairman of the committee put it, we came critically close to losing our democracy. It's ridiculous. I mean, that our democracy is pretty sturdy. Our checks and balances worked. The thing was over in a matter of hours, and yet...
I'm going to continue to push back on this idea that the only thing in terms of democracy is Trump and Kamala Harris. I mean, to me, it just seems like, I would say democracy is on the election, and I would say I'm more worried about Kamala Harris in terms of democracy. So if you polled me and said, is democracy an issue, I would say yes. And then on the other side of that, if you polled me and you said, I just don't see that being something that makes a lot of sense. So I continue to hear this democracy. Stock market's going up, cryptocurrency market's going up. Sucks that John Deaton lost. That's the biggest loss we've seen so far. But I just don't see this like democracy thing. I don't know about you guys, but I think democracy is on the table. And I'm voting, and I voted for Trump. So I don't know. Don't really understand that argument.
Before they get in here. So that is what's holding up the people.
County, again, slightly bigger. You see, 49,000 votes. That matters. That matters. You're getting a margin like that. That's 30,000 votes out of one county in a state that is very competitive. 73% 2024. Let's just come back and look. 71%. So in that county, Donald Trump's overperforming 2020 Donald Trump, which is good news for the Trump campaign. Now you got to add them all up in the end. And again, the key for the Democrats is here. I just want to check back on Fulton County. Still at 53% there. 71% for the vice president. This one, still no math. Cobb County, if that one stays red, Donald Trump's going to carry the state. But it's still very early in the count there. You come down to Douglas County. A moment ago, I was talking about Rockdale County. This is one of the counties the Harris campaign is tracking and saying, okay, this is good news for us. Why do they say that? She's about 76% of the vote count in. She's at 66% when you round that up. And Joe Biden was at 62% 4 years ago. So again, it's a relatively populous suburban area, southwest, ex-urban area, southwest of Atlanta. And you're looking at the Biden number, and then you look at the Harris number in those counties, and you say we're doing a little better than Joe Biden did 4 years ago. And that's good for the vice president, especially if she's going to lose a little bit in other places. If she's not matching Biden in places, you want to overperform Biden in some others. So, Jake, you look at the map. It's getting interesting, but we still have a long way to go. I just take one quick peek at North Carolina, still at 9%. We'll keep counting.
All right, John, let's go to Boris Sanchez now for new projections in the fight for control of the U.S. Senate. Boris?
Yeah, Jake, a handful of projections to bring you right now. All of them holds for the incumbent party. Let's start with the Sunshine State of Florida. There, incumbent Senator Rick Scott, the Republican, will defeat Democratic former Congresswoman Debbie Merkersell-Powell. Scott winning a second term in the Sunshine State. Meantime, in Tennessee, the first all-female Senate race in the volunteer state's history, incumbent Republican Marsha Blackburn will win her second term, defeating Gloria Johnson, a state lawmaker. Meantime, in Indiana, Congressman Jim Banks, he will defeat Democrat Valerie McCrae, a clinical psychologist. This is for the open seat left by retiring Senator Mike Braun, who's now running for governor. Let's show you some Democratic holds beginning in the Northeast with the state of Massachusetts. There you have incumbent Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren seeking her third term in office. The former presidential candidate is expected to defeat John Deaton, a best-selling author and cryptocurrency advocate. Staying in the Northeast, another projection to bring you for Democrats in the state of Connecticut. There, incumbent Democratic Senator Chris Murphy will win his third full term in office as he defeats Matthew Corey, a bar owner / teamster who's run for statewide office now 5 times. The 5th time, not the charm for him. Murphy wins re-election in Connecticut. Meantime, a projection to bring you from Rhode Island. There, incumbent Democratic Senator Sheldon Whitehouse seeking his 4th term in office. He's projected to defeat Patricia Morgan, a Democratic member, or rather a Republican.
Well, at least John Deaton made the news.
Attorney Lucas Kuhn.
Oh, sorry.
The longest-serving independent in congressional history, Senator Bernie Sanders, an independent who caucuses with Democrats, is expected to win his 4th term as he defeats Gerald Malloy, a business executive. So what do all those projections mean for the magic number, the number that Republicans need to pick up in order to take control of the upper chamber? With the 1 pickup in West Virginia, they started out the night at 2. Now it's at 1, and they are currently leading, still early, but they are currently leading in 0 races where Democrats hold seats. Let's take a look at some key race alerts now and get you live updates, live results as they are coming into CNN, beginning with the state of Texas. This is a welcome sign for Democrats. It is still early, but right now, Democratic Congressman Colin Allred from the Dallas area has about a 31,000 vote lead over Republican incumbent Ted Cruz, who's seeking his 3rd term in office. Of course, Democrats love to see this, but it is still early, and this could present one of the few opportunities for Democrats to pick up a Republican seat. We just got an update now. His lead up to 14,000 votes with 18% of the vote in the Lone Star State. Let's get you an update from Pennsylvania. Here, incumbent Democratic Senator Bob Casey, seeking his 4th term in office. He's currently leading against the CEO of one of the largest hedge funds in the world, former CEO, I should say, Dave McCormick. Casey right now with a 223,000 vote lead. Still very early, though, 6% of the vote in, and it just updated. A 222,000 vote lead now for Casey with 6% of the vote in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. An update for you. One of the closest races we are expecting tonight coming from Michigan. There, Democratic Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin, 60,000 votes ahead of former Republican Congressman Mike Rogers. This is for the open seat left by retiring Democratic Senator Debbie Stabenow, 3% of the vote in the Wolverine state of Michigan. So, looking at the balance of power for the U.S. Senate, these are the raw numbers. Democrats hold 32 seats, Republicans 42 with that one important pickup in West Virginia, but 26 seats remain up for grabs. It's an open contest right now in the U.S. Senate. You need 51 seats to control that chamber, Jake.
All right, Boris, thanks so much. We're awaiting more votes in the crucial presidential battlegrounds of Georgia, North.
Yeah, it was always a tough one for Deaton to win. It was always a tough one to Deaton to win. So that was always going to be something he really had to work for. Was hoping he could pull it out. He didn't. Yeah, Warren beat Deaton, unfortunately. That's the biggest loss so far. I don't think Ted Cruz is going to lose, but it looks like the next polls are 9 p.m., so got some time before those close, but we'll keep our eye on what's happening on the news here. Looks like we're in double commercial break right now, so don't worry, you guys aren't missing anything. I don't know right now. It doesn't seem like we've really had too much unexpected. Deaton wasn't it's unfortunate to lose Deaton on his race, but like, you know, it would have been a really, really, really unexpected win. Really would have been. Guys, make sure to smash the like button. Really appreciate everyone doing that. Deaton gave his best. It's unfortunate. Yeah, Deaton got smoked, honestly. It wasn't even really close. So, unfortunate, but you know, that's just how politics works. Looks like Trump is going to win Florida. I think Fox actually already called that, but swing states look like they're all going for Trump except Michigan. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, Trump's got a big lead in Florida. Still in commercial break now. Unfortunate to see Deaton lose. Let's take a look at some of the crypto races. Let's take a look at some of the crypto races and see what we got there while we're in commercial break. Sherrod Brown looks like he could be going to... Sherrod Brown is a close race, so he's the biggest other person besides Deaton. Deaton lost, and it looks like the rest of these still haven't really come in yet. So, got a couple big cryptocurrency races left. So far, we have 121 pro-crypto people in the House, 50 anti-crypto people in the House, and 5 pro-crypto in the Senate, and 3 anti-crypto people in the Senate. So, more pro-crypto than anti-crypto. Everyone's upset about Deaton, me too, but, you know, let's focus on the good things.
Those that are looking for change, we know this is a big part of the story of this election day. Those that are looking for total upheaval, this is Pennsylvania voters, okay? 28%. And you were to break that down by candidate, which we can now do as we work our way into closing time there in PA, 66% voted for Trump. This is a really interesting story. Those who are looking for substantial change, it is about split with the edge going to Donald Trump by 3 points. Okay, so substantial change. Those are people looking for still big change, and it is about even in PA. We've got a lot more we're going to dig into in Pennsylvania. We'll have that for you in a bit. Brett and Martha.
Sandra,
thanks. Let's bring in our Fox Business panel. Maria Bartiromo, Larry Kudlow, Charles Payne, and Kevin O'Leary. Great to see you all. Maria, you know, it's not just the betting markets on the election, it's the markets that we're betting prior to this election day. Right. What are we to divine from all of that tonight?
Well, I think when you're talking about investors and businesses, Brett, Martha, I think you really have to look at economic policy and tax policy in particular. The one issue that is bothering investors and corporations out there is the plan of Kamala Harris to raise the corporate tax rate to 28%. We haven't seen that in a long time, and the word on that is that that cuts into wages. Something's got to give. When a corporation is looking at a 28% corporate tax rate, it's likely that that means less money for employees. And
real quick, guys, if you're watching, we'd really appreciate everyone dropping a like on the stream. We have almost 2,400 people watching. I appreciate all you guys so much. We're going to be breaking down how this impacts crypto. I don't know if anyone else is really talking about that. Guys, thank you so much for everyone saying they appreciate the stream. Really enjoy just putting this on for you guys, so thank you so much. They're covering the business side of things. We're going to throw that back on in a second. But guys, make sure if you have a second, go on to X and give John Deaton a thank you. Let John Deaton know that you still have his support, man. John Deaton deserves it more than anyone. Tough loss for him, but, you know, that's what happens. Let's get back to it.
And that's what business is worried about. When it comes to
the vote, Kamala Harris with 44.4% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 275,000 plus vote lead. That's with almost half the vote in, 48% of the estimated vote in from Battleground Georgia. In Battleground North Carolina, Kamala Harris in the lead there with 52.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with 46.5% of the vote. Harris has a 36,000 plus vote lead. That's with only 11% of the estimated vote in from North Carolina. It is still very early in North Carolina. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Harris in the lead there, 51% of the vote. Donald Trump has 47.2% of the vote. Harris with a 58,000 vote or so lead. That's with more than a third of the vote in from Commonwealth Virginia, 34% of the estimated vote. John King?
Jake, starting to fill in more on the map. You're starting to figure out where we go. I want to caution everybody, if you look at the map, as we start to fill in more, as we move at least to the Midwest, you have Kansas blue at the moment. Very reliably red state. We'll count the votes, see what happens. Remember, it shocked us after Dobbs with the referendum there. Ohio is still blue. We expect as more votes come in, that will swing back. But again, that's why we count votes. If you look at just big picture at the moment, Donald Trump in an unusual position. We'll see if it holds up. At the moment, he's leading in the popular vote. He, of course, lost the popular vote in both 2016 and by a much larger margin, more than 7 million votes in 2020. At the moment, he's 2.5 million votes ahead in the popular vote. But that's about 17% of the national vote. So we have a lot of counting to do tonight, into tomorrow, and beyond. It will take. So let's wander through some of the battleground states. Let's start in the biggest battleground prize of all, Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes right there. The vice president at the moment with a big healthy lead. Guess what? Pennsylvania is not going to end that way, even if she wins it. It's just too competitive a state. So why is it such a big lead? Because most of the votes are from right down here in Philadelphia and the Democratic suburbs, but can still be instructive. Number one, we're still at the same place, 87%, 17% there at 87%. We haven't moved in Philadelphia. She's ahead of where President Biden was 4 years ago, but that's a tiny percentage of votes, and they're early votes. So let's move up here. This is the most closed. It got to it.
That's so funny. DRM said, put your plate away. The plate is away. The plate is away. We'll go back to Fox. We'll go back to Fox. People don't want to see CNN. We'll go back to Fox.
Every time economic data comes out, it's great, phenomenal. Of course, Friday, we learned that last month, we lost 28,000 private sector jobs. And by the way, you can talk about all the storms you want. All the experts who they put together to come up with these consensus numbers also factor that in. Our jobs numbers have been going down steadily since 2021, and now wages are really beginning to drop big time. Last week we had what they call the employment cost index. Wages are dropping, and that's bad news for everyone, particularly folks who are already having trouble keeping up. The inflation issue. And Trump went out on a dangerous limb when he talked about tariffs, because conservative economists hate it. Obviously, the media is going to hate it. No one will talk about the fact that the tariffs that he put in already have worked tremendously, have really hit China really hard. And by the way, the Biden administration pounced on them. They didn't take them away. They actually added to them. So, but all that negative press to go out there and say, I'm going to do this, when everyone's saying it's going to hurt the economy, a lot of people are listening to that. But still, folks know the bottom line is that the top 20% of Americans are doing 40% of the consumption. They have made all of the money on their Biden-Harris policies, including flooding our country with cash we did not need.
So real quick, take a look at the Polymart map. It looks like the betting is still favoring Pennsylvania and betting big on a Trump win up to 68%. So this is the map according to Polymarket. It looks like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin still open according to this. Georgia leaning red. And this would be good. This is what the betting markets are seeing live. So take a quick look at this screenshot if you want. This is what we're looking at Polymarket. I don't find a lot of this economy talk that interesting because we know who's going to favor the economy. We've heard people talk about this forever. We know what people are seeing on the economy in terms of a favorability towards Trump. But I find this interesting in terms of what we're seeing on the betting side.
winning these voters over tonight?
Well, I was disciplined when I was listening to both parties and disappointed we didn't get into policy enough because it got crazy towards the end last few weeks. Let's go back to taxation. We compete internationally. It's not like this is just isolated to the U.S. A 28% tax rate takes us into the bottom quartile of competition. That means capital goes to other places. That's not a good outcome. So I would have liked to talk more about that. The idea of taxing unrealized capital gains is beyond insane. Nobody ever discussed that in the last 2 weeks. I look at that. I have to invest tomorrow morning no matter what happens. And the idea of price controls, that's a bad idea too. We left those alone, and they are very, very dangerous ideas.
But don't you think, I mean, with all due respect, Trump hammered away on every single thing you just talked about. He completely opposes the corporate tax.
All I remember was Nazi hunters.
All right, guys,
and I remember firing squads.
Well, then you need to read the stories more carefully.
You guys continue the argument. Larry, Maria, Charles, Mr. Wonderful, continue that talk. We're going to make some calls.
That's because the hour is upon us, 8:30 p.m. on the East Coast, and the Fox Decision Desk can now project that former President Trump will win Arkansas. The state hasn't voted for a Democratic presidential candidate since Bill Clinton.
And as you look at the race to 270, as it ticks up, 111 for former President Trump, 72 for Vice President Harris. That'll be on your screen all night in the ticker there on the bottom. And then we'll scroll through the races by state. We'll look at Senate races, some House races, and governor's races as well. We're back with our panel here in studio. I think, Britt, they're still talking about the economy in that other studio. They're pretty much.
I kind of wish we missed it.
We'll just dip in.
Well, they were talking a lot more substance than when we heard on the campaign trail when it came in. They're absolutely right. I mean, we did not have a good debate, for instance, over economic issues, and it clearly is the number one issue on people's minds. Brett?
We didn't really get into policy. I'm keeping an eye here on what are called the non-MAGA Republican voters.
Yes.
And there's been a lot of discussion over the past several years about whether the anti-Trump Republican, the Never Trump movement, would end up mattering. Our voter analysis memos tells us that if she wins, that will be the decisive factor. I'm not quite sure I buy that, but it's interesting that. And I think that what we have here, and the fact that the Trump campaign has made such an effort to turn out these low propensity voters, that is to say, what we might call unlikely voters, that might be how they plan to make up the difference among Republican voters that they might lose.
I think that has been the strategy, right? I mean, Kellyanne?
Sure. Well, we've said all night and all week, well, gee, we don't know anything. Well, here's what we do know, that the two parties had a primary season and only one party participated in it, the Republicans. We had a lot of strong men and I think at least one woman running in the Republican primary. One candidate and a super PAC spent $250 million to get 9 electoral votes. Another woman got 97 electoral votes. They spent over $100 million. I like them all very much. I'm glad they're part of the party. Donald Trump has expanded this party. Good candidates expand their party demographically, geographically. Florida, Iowa, Ohio, these are states President Obama won twice with well over 50% of the vote. We don't even talk about them as swing states anymore. He's going to get 1 million extra votes in Florida potentially tonight. So I have to push back a little bit about, is it this disaffected Republican? Every time there's a Republican of note, of name out there that goes and supports Kamala Harris, Liz Cheney and John Kelly and this, everybody just has to cover, the mainstream media has to cover it. They're missing the big story, which is the millions, maybe tens of millions of would-be, could-be, have-been Democrats voting for Donald Trump. They're rank and file people. They don't have big names. They're not going to go on MSNBC and crow about it and go campaign with Kamala Harris. They're showing up today, and they're showing up early. And the fact that he has converted this into the party of the worker, and he has told Americans not everybody has to be stuffed into a 4-year college degree, that the welders, the steel workers in Pennsylvania, the coal miners, they've got a seat at the table. They can work again. It's a big deal. Yeah. And she's not doing that. She's not winning black men. Folks, Barack Obama did not help her bridge this gap, at least in Georgia so far. We'll see in Michigan,
Jessica, we will see that because that blue wall will really tell us something. But it is changing. The party's changing. There's a lot of Reagan Democrats in this coalition. One of the things to note right now at this hour, we have not called the state of the Commonwealth of Virginia. It is a lot closer than people thought it would be. The Trump campaign did a stop in Virginia. They thought it was closing. We're not calling it yet.
No, not yet. And we'll see when that happens. My expectation is still that Kamala Harris will win it. But I understand that President Trump ran an unorthodox campaign in terms of where he went and certainly the things that he was saying. And that's really what I'm paying attention to and what's gone on in Florida. Now, that's great for him, a feather in his cap. Ron DeSantis has done incredible work to make Florida a place that a lot of my own liberal friends are happy to be living. But that is inefficient vote when you are trying to become president. And Donald Trump went to a lot of places, like having a rally here at Madison Square Garden, going to Coachella to give a rally, spending time in New Mexico, which he lost twice. And I think that if Kamala Harris is victorious tonight, there should be some examination of why those campaign stops happened and if his time would have been better spent parked in North Carolina, in Georgia, in Arizona, and one of the blue wall states that he has to pick up, Pennsylvania, for sure.
We've got to go ahead.
Yeah, we'll see how that inefficient vote is. It's a real issue, and we have to see whether or not it actually pans out. And one of the reasons he went to New York and New Mexico and were these House races. I mean, there are House races in all of those places. So, and she did the same thing in places as well.
Hold on. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to be right back with the panel, and we're going to dig into a lot of these numbers.
It's funny. It's like, I don't know. Some of the stuff Fox puts out there, it's like, who do you really want to win here? I don't know. Maybe no one. They've both been pretty neutral, I have to say. Even the CNN, like CNN typically is like intolerable, but I don't know. I've enjoyed their more granular breakdown where Fox has been a little more just more of like the host's opinions, but I never thought I'd say it. And trust me. This is coming from a CNN hater, so. I want to jump a little more into the races here.
Donald Trump with a 36,000 plus vote lead. That's with an estimated 41% of the estimated vote in from Ohio. And now we can make a projection in a closely watched race for governor. CNN can project that Democrat Josh Stein will be elected governor of North Carolina. Stein is the current attorney general. We are projecting that he will defeat his Republican opponent, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, who had Donald Trump's endorsement. Robinson's history of controversy became a major issue in the race, including recently uncovered, shall we call them, inflammatory posts on a porn website from more than a decade ago. Again, CNN projects the Democrats will hold on to the governor's office in North Carolina, with Attorney General Josh Stein replacing the term-limited Governor Roy Cooper. John?
And Jake, one of the big questions in North Carolina, as you know, is Democrats were somewhat hopeful that maybe the scandal in the governor's race might help them, and the Trump campaign was nervous that with the Republican candidate Robinson in trouble, would Trump be impacted by that? So let's just take a quick look at it. You see North Carolina, this is the presidential race, very close at the moment. We're only at about 15% of the statewide vote counted, so a long way to go in a state we expect to be tight. It is tight from the get-go in the early count. I just want to switch over and look at the governor's race. Excuse me, it's down here. Look at the governor's race. So you have the Democrat here at 49.4, the Democratic candidate for president. If you look at the governor's race, Josh Stein winning 56% of the vote. So you have a lot of ticket splitting happening in North Carolina right now. People who are voting for Donald Trump who simply could not vote for Mark Robinson for governor. And so at least at the moment, not the benefit that the Harris campaign was hoping for, at least no evidence of a giant benefit that the Harris campaign was hoping for in North Carolina from the scandal around the Republican gubernatorial candidate. So what do we have here in the key Sun Belt battleground, North Carolina, Georgia, and then we go west, Arizona and Nevada, 648 votes ahead. That's why we call them battleground states. But we're only at 14% of the count. And so you come out here, let's just go west to east, 73% for the vice president, 26% reporting. You just go back and check. Joe Biden came close here but lost, so she's overperforming him at the moment there. And then you want to come over to the biggest population center is Charlotte in the suburbs. That's Mecklenburg County. The president got 67% when you round up 4 years ago. You come back here, she's getting 70%. So in the early count, it's neck and neck. This is one of the great tug-of-war states in the...
This is kind of interesting, guys. I mean, a lot of you folks live in the Washington, D.C. area. And right now, this is, with 40% of the vote in Virginia, the Commonwealth here, Donald Trump's got an edge here, okay? That's 8,000 raw votes. That's 0.4 percentage points. Here's the catch, however. a lot of this map's starting to fill in. This right here across from Washington, D.C. is Fairfax County, all right? Fairfax County is number 1 out of 133 counties in Virginia based on population. At the moment, you still have at least half of the vote still outstanding. And you see, Kamala Harris was 67%. You would expect that in Fairfax. I'm just making the argument there's a lot of votes still out there, and it may determine whether or not the margin statewide hangs where it is right now or whether or not it changes, okay? So watch that. You mentioned Texas. Let's jump on down there, and I'll tell you what's going on in Texas, all right? Too soon to call. Half of the vote is in. Half of the estimated vote is in at 51%. Trump's got a lead right now. Percentage-wise, 5 points, okay? So that's kind of what a lot of the pollsters had in Texas thus far this year. I'm going to come back to Georgia in a moment. Let me just see what's happening in Pennsylvania because this is critical, too. All right, so there's a ton of vote out there, by the way. I mean, there's no conclusions at the Keystone State. You're at 11%. I would keep an eye, on Pittsburgh. I'd keep an eye on Philadelphia. In fact, if we can, do we have a moment here? Why don't we go ahead and do the vote? Let's go ahead and do that, right? Let's do the vote margin for Pennsylvania, and let's see what's happening here. What we've done for you is we've tried to set up the state in a way where the more prominent counties are more extended than the others. So you see Philadelphia in the east and Pittsburgh and Allegheny County in the west. And the darker the blue, the more Democratic the vote is. The darker the red, the more Republican the vote is. If you see shades of blue, that means the margin in that county is 10% or less. If you see a shade of red, like a rosé, it's happy hour somewhere. If you see a shade of rosé, that's 10% or less, too. So those are counties that we want to watch. Let's look at the vote margin now for Georgia. This is interesting, right? So we just went over there on the board and we showed you the metro counties throughout Atlanta. Let's find out where the outstanding vote for Georgia is at the moment. So what we want to do here, the deeper the purple, the more outstanding votes. So you can go to the more populated counties, perhaps like DeKalb County. You can look at DeKalb on the map, 0% in the upper right-hand corner. Can't know anything from DeKalb. What about Fulton? Fulton. You see Fulton, 70% of that vote is now in. So that's certainly one to watch. What about Gwinnett? All right, still at 16%. Kevin, go ahead and arm up and look at Cobb County, just to the northwest of Atlanta there. This is Newt Gingrich's old district, heavily Republican for decades. And around 2016, it flipped toward the Democrats. And right now, a little more than 50% of the vote in. So, Kevin, come on back down here a moment. One county I haven't checked in on, when you look at the African-American turnout, look at Chatham. Chatham is where Savannah is, down there along the coast. You only have 5% of the vote reporting. Chatham was one of these counties in 2020 that took forever to get the vote in. I don't know if that's going to be the same way again this year, but we're waiting to see about African-American turnout, as we suggested a moment ago, about African-American men supporting Donald Trump. Let's go ahead and look at the vote margin, rather, for Georgia. The vote margin for Georgia right now, let's go statewide. So we move away from Chatham. We go statewide in Georgia. So Chatham's still at 5%. And for statewide, you're at 44%. So a lot of vote out in the Peach State. Go ahead and clear this, and we'll get back to this in a moment in Georgia and elsewhere. So, Brett, Martha,
I think that's really interesting about what's coming in. I think that these states, as these numbers come in, Democrats have high hopes about someplace like Texas, about something like Ohio, where they look at the Ann Seltzer poll from Des Moines and say, is this indicative of the Midwest? But we're not seeing that in our Fox News voter analysis match. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so come on over here. I haven't checked Ohio yet. It's a good state here to examine because Trump won it twice by 8 points. Let's measure his strength right now in 2020, or about halfway in, okay? Kamala Harris doing better on the margins here, okay? About 3.5 points statewide, so some vote out there. But Trump has proven to be pretty strong here in Ohio the last 2 times around. We'll see whether or not he can hold. Big Senate race in Ohio as well. Bernie Moreno against Sherrod Brown. We'll track that throughout the night as well. Basically in Ohio, you've got Cincinnati and Hamilton County. You got Columbus and Franklin County. You got Cleveland and Cuyahoga. Those are your three main population centers. They have been blue for some time. I would not expect them to be even a shade of rosé, okay? But let's go into my hometown. That's Hamilton County. Strong performance here. About 2/3 of the vote going to Kamala Harris. This is one of these places, that's the cities where the progressives and the Democratic movement has gotten to be pretty strong, especially in local government as well in that city. This is Franklin County. You got Ohio State University there, so you got a strong student vote as well. Greater than 2/3 going to Kamala Harris right now. In 2020, the final vote in Franklin County, which is Columbus, you had 65% of the vote for Joe Biden there. So a little bit of the vote still out there, but she is overperforming Biden's number from 4 years ago. And this, I'll just finish up here, guys. Cuyahoga, to check this. Heavily Democratic, 3-1 Democratic votes in Cleveland, Ohio. Cuyahoga, just about 1/3 of the vote right now is in. And Kamala Harris, 71%. And Biden was at 66. So that'd be a good number for Kamala Harris if indeed that holds up. And I think that kind of tells us a little bit about why this number is closer than it's been the last two times around.
You want to talk to your co-anchor, Dana?
Well, one of the things I think is pretty interesting is especially when you're looking at or considering the political realignment that we're living in and also the population changes, right? So post-COVID, people leaving the North and the Midwest and going South. That's one of the things that, as somebody from Colorado will say, all these people moved in from California, and Colorado was reliably red. When I was a kid, it is now reliably blue. And so you get South Park making fun of California all the time and being very frustrated that they moved there. That's not happening in the South. So if people are leaving the Northeast and moving to Florida, they're not all of a sudden bringing a bunch of Democratic politics with them. So there might be a little bit of a change here to watch in the numbers there. The other thing I wanted to say is that one of the things I think we're seeing, especially with some of these lower propensity voters or whatever we're calling them, unlikely voters, is that the policy of the Biden-Harris administration pushed them into politics and into voting because their situation is dire. And they want a better life.
What up, Taylor? Good to see you, brother.
And they went to the podcast and they had fun and they got involved. What will be interesting to see is Kellyanne might be able to correct me, but as I understand it, if you don't vote often or if you're a first-time voter, whichever party you vote for the first time, you're likely to vote for that party the second time, and then you might have that voter for life. So the political realignment that is happening and the coalitions that Harris and Trump are putting together could have longer legs.
Well, it goes to what Kellyanne was saying earlier about the working element of the Republican Party shifting. And I think that when you look at Ohio, you are seeing a concentration likely coming from the suburbs, which is leaning more to Harris.
Yeah, Taylor, a little disappointing to see Warren defeat Deaton, but what are you gonna do? It was always going to be a massive one for Deaton if you could overcome that. But yeah, it's a tough loss, but I don't think anyone is really not expecting that.
That we don't cover enough in all the issues, the themes here are wokeness and weakness. In our Fox News voter analysis, Trump is seen as the strong leader by more than 10 points over Kamala Harris, strength over weakness. But it's also fairness over wokeness. People feel like life is increasingly unfair. They don't want men and women's sports. They don't want to think their kids are stuck in schools based on their zip code. They don't want the pipe fitters and plumbers to pay for student loans of doctors and lawyers. And they don't want 10 million people to come here, including in all these states we're seeing, and get cash and cell phones and clothing and hotel rooms. They just say it's unfair. But wokeness is on the ballot, whether we feel it or not. I'll never understand how Kamala Harris chose someone in Tim Walz who was to the left of her on the woke agenda.
Harold, quickly.
So we talk about early surprises. Jesse and I love sports. So do you, Brett. When you can get a quick touchdown in a game against somebody you're not supposed to beat. If he wins Virginia, this is a big thing. This is one of those early things that could go your way. Similarly, her numbers in Ohio are
Omar, what is it?
I did not think, you talked about the Seltzer poll, and Jessica and I talked about this before we got on. That number suggests, that's what she was suggesting, it could close there. We'll see as the night goes on. But Georgia, North Carolina still the states that she's got to perform well in, maybe win one. And if he can win Virginia, we thought we were going to have a long night. We might have a longer night. As we think about these numbers here over the next few hours.
It might be a shorter night.
Or shorter.
if it's Virginia. So we really have to look at the gender breakdown in these states and where we are at half the vote in some place like Ohio and Texas, where that vote's coming from. We're going to get that.
Yeah.
Coming
in
up.
minutes away, Brett. That is what we're dealing with. We're going to get some major poll closings that are coming up. Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin all about to close. And Sean Hannity will enter our chat as our special coverage continues.
Yeah, so for those of you guys who missed it, John Deaton unfortunately lost. Still, and actually, we actually had someone post about this, Caitlin Long. She said it still put a lot of pressure in exposing Elizabeth Warren and helping push the pro-cryptocurrency voter to come out and support Trump. So it is important to realize that John Deaton still did make a big difference on that front. Massively proud of him. Yeah, we're about to get another big drop 10 minutes away. So I'm going to ping back to CNN just because Trump is in commercial and see if we start to see any panic yet.
His approval rating, the sitting president, Joe Biden, is at 38% in Wisconsin. That is below where he is nationally. 61% of Wisconsin voters in this election disapprove of the job Joe Biden's doing. That's a hurdle that Kamala Harris is going to have to jump here in the Badger State. Jake?
All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. This would have been a very different race if Joe Biden had stayed in it. I mean, if it ends with a Trump victory, and we have no idea how it's going to end, so don't misinterpret what I'm saying. But there's going to be a lot of finger pointing and recriminations and wondering. But these approval ratings for Joe Biden are brutal.
6 in 10 in Wisconsin say that they don't approve of the president. I mean, it is brutal. And there's no other way to look at it. And that is, no question, a big headwind for Kamala Harris. Despite the fact that she has been trying to separate herself, despite the fact that she is saying that she wants to turn the page and that she's a new generation and all the things that we've heard at every one of her stump speeches, that is a number that there is no question the Harris campaign is looking at and saying, we hope that that doesn't bleed into Harris and the actual votes.
Especially since the Trump campaign tried to do an effective job in tying her to that administration, saying not just that she was the vice president, but that, look, you were in the room, you were always there. There were all kinds of decisions you could have made a difference, and you didn't.
Well, and then, of course, there was her gaffe on The View when she was asked, what would you have done differently over the last 4 years? And she said, nothing comes immediately to mind, which was probably not the best answer. Jake, if I can just look back, I think a lot of our viewers may just sort of big picture be looking at this and saying, Trump's got 105 electoral votes,
right?
And Harris has
that
got
CNN
27,
panel does not look optimistic.
Half a country of red and a little corner of blue. And I think the point we need to make is at this moment, and I think of it as a tennis match, there are no surprises. There have been no flips. Nobody has broken the serve, if you will.
Right.
All the states that Trump won that he's won tonight are states that he won in 2020. All the states that Harris won are states that Biden won in 2020. There's been no swing state that has been flipped yet. And there is just the way the states roll out, that the Republicans get a lot of the early calls and a lot of big red states.
Yeah.
But there hasn't been any dramatic change in this vote. They're both on track to 270.
Yeah.
It depends on states that are still not called.
It's a good point. This is pretty much where everybody expected the race to be at this point. We still have not projected New York. We still have not projected California. I mean, there are plenty of places with a lot of delegates that were electoral votes that Democrats are expected to get.
One place that is a little bit of a surprise. It's a surprisingly close race in Virginia, which has gone blue since 2008 and Obama, the last 4 cycles. And if you remember, Trump in late October, had a rally there, and people went, what's he doing in Virginia? That's a blue state. He's running.
That's true, but there's only half of the
I understand,
voting. Yeah.
but it's 49-49 right now.
But John King set the table on that earlier when he said, assuming she wins Virginia, is she going to win it the way Hillary Clinton won it with 5 points in 2016, or is she going to win it the way that Joe Biden won it with 10 points in 2020? And I think that there can be something discerned from her victory and how narrow it is one way or the other.
And just going back to sort of the big picture, which I think is really important, Chris, and now we're looking at Virginia, which we were talking about before, but just earlier we were looking at the returns coming in from the blue wall states, from Michigan and from Pennsylvania, because we're actually finally seeing numbers. It is early, but they are important. Pennsylvania, we cannot stress enough how critical Pennsylvania is that you're looking at right now is to Kamala Harris. Donald Trump, if things go the way that they traditionally go for a Republican, unlike 2020, he could win the White House without Pennsylvania. It is hard to see in most of these paths, Kamala Harris winning the White House without Pennsylvania. And you see there 68%.
Shows how important Pennsylvania
That's what
is.
she has now. It is still extremely early, only 13% in.
Right, and this is the point that Chris is making about the larger electoral map. It also applies to the vote that we see in Virginia and the vote that we see in Pennsylvania. If Kamala Harris wins Pennsylvania, and who knows, she's not going to win it with more than 60% of the vote. That's crazy. No. Like it is anticipated to be razor thin. We're still waiting for all the votes to come in. You know, so brew a pot of coffee, sit back.
Pots.
We got a lot of votes to look at. Let's go back to Aaron Burnett. And Aaron, voting's about to end in 3 of the crucial battleground states that we are watching and that you are in charge of.
Was your vote different this time than it was in 2020? Did you vote for him last time?
I did not vote for him last time.
It sounds like the economy made a huge difference for you. All right. Oh, this is fun. Getting to know all of you as we watch in real time. We've got some races that are coming in too, and we don't want to miss a minute with Brett and Martha. So we will hear more from the voters' voices throughout this evening. So glad to be here with all of you. Brett and Martha, back to you.
Harris, thanks so much.
Harris. So we welcome Sean Hannity to the panel. Sean, you're watching all of this along with us tonight, and you say that you have some significant takeaways already.
I have a lot of takeaways from tonight. Obviously, you guys have gone over the issues and what is important to people and what they've been telling all the pollsters, exit polls, et cetera. I'm looking at this from a little bit different perspective tonight. To me, it's a numbers game. I was on with Dana and Bill Hemmer earlier today, and I made the point going into today that Kamala Harris and her team had a numbers problem. And the numbers problem was they didn't have anywhere near the votes or the percentages of votes that they had in 2020 when it was Biden and Harris.
Let's see, in Detroit.
Guys, I'm seeing some reports right now that this could really be almost over in the next 15 minutes if it goes a certain way for Trump. So keeping our eyes out on that would be crazy. I am seeing that as possible. Dog, good to see you, dog. Guys, everyone, say hi to Thog. Dog is an important member of the stream. I'm seeing reports that if the next 15 minutes gets voted a certain way, we could see a very, very, very decisive victory for Trump in the near future. So I think it's something like 3 minutes away now before that drops. Nothing interesting happening yet. They're more just talking. But if Trump can win Virginia and in Pennsylvania, I mean, this would be very, very hard for her to come back from. She's leading in Pennsylvania right now, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, guys, give Dog. Yeah, cheers to Dog. Yeah, Dog is one of my friends from home. Oh, yeah, chat's going crazy for Dog. Dog 2024. Let's go. Dog 2024. That's what we need. If we had Dog 2024, we would be in a really good place. All right, we'll jump back to the stream.
There are people reporting that it was a massive turnout in Philly today. I just got off the phone with the Trump War Room in Philadelphia, and they said they don't see it. Now, it's either one way or the other. The fact that they don't know the answer to that is a little surprising to me. If those numbers aren't there, that means Pennsylvania is a state that is in the state of play big time tonight. It may not show up early, but it'll show up as the night evolves, just like Wisconsin will.
I would just mention one other thing about the college students is that there's been such a focus on young men. And these podcasts are the podcasts that college boys are watching and listening to. Theo Vaughn, Joe Rogan, Jake Paul, all of these guys. So, just because they're in college doesn't mean this time around that they're necessarily voting the way that you think college students would.
We also welcome Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy. Kayleigh, Interesting thing I mentioned earlier was Florida. You know, we've already called that state for the former president, but inside those numbers, there's a massive Puerto Rican turnout in Osceola County and other places.
Yes.
You know, in other places, the media would tell you that that MSG rally really upset the Puerto Rican vote outpouring, but Trump won that overwhelmingly with a massive Puerto Rican turnout. I'm not sure it affects things one-to-one, but it is interesting to look at.
It is. So Osceola County, as you point out, a big Puerto Rican population. Listen to this. Joe Biden won Osceola County by 14%. With 95% reporting currently, Donald Trump is leading by 1. Now, what other national lessons can we take from Florida? Miami-Dade County, a huge Latino population. No presidential candidate has won that since 1988. Ron DeSantis, of course, won Miami-Dade as a governor. But currently, Donald Trump in Miami-Dade County with 95% reporting is plus 11.
Yeah. Thank you. The electoral vote count about to go up. Stay tuned.
We are seconds away from 15 states, including New York, Colorado, Texas.
Here we go.
Critical battlegrounds.
Here we go. Here we go.
To win the state of Michigan.
Arizona, we need to fight this battle on every front.
With 163 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come in.
Hot dog, Trump in a landslide.
America is watching.
All right, let's go.
It is 9 o'clock in New York. Another 15 states have just finished voting. This is the heat of the matter here. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call Michigan one of the two battlegrounds in the Rust Belt that just finished voting, part of that blue wall that we hear about all the time.
The other is Wisconsin, where Vice President Harris and former President Trump appear to be locked in a very tight race. And again, this is too early, not too close, but too early to call many of these races. Arizona also too early to call as the polls are closing there.
Fox News can project that former President Trump will win Texas. That locks 40 more electoral votes into his column.
Okay.
Former president also has a lead in Iowa. There's no call at the top of the hour here. Remember that Iowa poll had people scrambling there at the Des Moines Register saying it was Harris lead by 3.
Yeah, the same day Emerson had him up by 10, but that got a lot of people's attention because Ann Seltzer is such a well-known and usually correct pollster. So we'll see how Iowa plays out tonight. In Nebraska, the Fox News decision desk can project that Trump will win the statewide vote. Nebraska gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their districts. So Trump will also win Nebraska's 1st and 3rd districts, the more suburban 2nd district, Omaha, which is the blue dot that we have talked so much about. That is too early to call, but Harris has a lead there.
The Fox News decision desk can project that Vice President Harris will win New York, giving the vice president 28 more electoral votes. She also has a lead in Minnesota. Too early to call the state of Minnesota, which closed in recent days, according to the polling.
Obviously, the vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, from Minnesota. And now Fox News can project a Harris victory in Colorado as well. She gets 10 more electoral college votes there. New Mexico, too early to call, but Harris has a lead, according to our Fox News voter analysis in New Mexico.
Former President Trump will win Louisiana, which has voted for a Republican in every election this century. Pretty sure we were going to get that one. Trump also wins Kansas, adding another 6 electoral votes to his tally.
The former president will win North Dakota, a longtime conservative state as well. He will also take South Dakota, which often mirrors the vote of its neighbor to the north.
And Fox News can project that the former president will win Wyoming, with 3 electoral votes. So there you see the tally on your screen, 178 electoral votes to 113. That map of the U.S. is slowly filling in, and we will continue to bring that to you throughout the night as we make more calls.
So moving to the Senate and back to the Rust Belt as well. The Fox News decision desk say it is too early to call this race, which we've been watching between incumbent Democratic Senator Tammy Baldwin, who is in a close race now with Republican banker and entrepreneur Eric Hovde.
Michigan Senate race also too early to call. Former GOP Congressman Mike Rogers competing against current Democratic House Representative Alyssa Slotkin. In Arizona, Democratic House Representative Ruben Gallego has a lead on Republican candidate Carrie Lake, also too early to call out there.
Let's go to Nebraska, and there are 2 Senate races on the ballot today, and the race between incumbent Deb Fischer and independent Dan Osborne is close to call, and too early to call, I should say, according to our decision desk. Fox News can project that Republican Pete Ricketts will continue to serve as a Nebraska senator.
In Texas, 2-term Senator Ted Cruz is locked in a close race against current Democratic Congressman Colin Allred. Too early to call that race, according to the decision desk, but they can project that Minnesota's Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar will sail to a 4th term.
New York Democratic Senator Kristen Gillibrand will win another term in the Empire State, and Democrats will hold their seat in New Mexico, where Senator Martin Heinrich defeats Republican Nella Domenici.
Daughter of the late Senator Domenici. Yes. North Dakota's GOP Senator Kevin Cramer will easily win a 2nd term. And in Wyoming, Senator John Barrasso will also win re-election as he serves as the chair of the Senate Republican Conference.
So let's take a look at how the Senate is stacking up at this hour, 9:04 on the East Coast. And we have 46 Republicans. The one flip, which we have mentioned, is West Virginia, waiting for other states that are on the bubble and close and early at this point in the night. 37 Democrats are hanging on to their seats in the United States Senate.
I think this is like where everything starts to gel.
Exactly.
And we start to get more of the hard numbers. Let's go to Bill at the billboard. Yeah. Harold, I'm sorry, Texas went to the Republicans.
No, I just think the numbers. I'm only looking at some of the popular vote numbers and how the candidates performing with minority voters in urban and suburban areas.
I'm just joking with you. Bill, what do you got?
Go blue.
Okay, so a couple things here. Yeah, go blue.
Yo, that guy was at a meltdown right there. He did not like the slander on Texas.
Okay, just want to show you this. I mean, this is really, it's got to be your target right now. You know, Fulton County, heavily populated, and a ton of votes there, okay? It hasn't really moved, so the estimated number of votes still out is about 30%, and Kamala Harris hanging in there with 700. She's going to win the county, okay? The question is the margin. The question is whether or not, you know, Trump is chewing in this African-American male vote that we were talking about, because I want to come up to North Carolina. I'll show you a county. Okay, this is rural, and it's also African-American. 47% African-American. It's a small county here. It's called Anson, all right? Trump's winning, okay? What's that mean? Okay, this is Biden 4 years ago by 4 points, okay? So Trump right now flipping that county. You know, is there a minority vote out there that is helping to buoy his campaign? It's something we got to consider. Another thing I want to point out, just while I got you here, okay, guys? This is the part of the state that was racked by that hurricane, all right? This is Trump territory, all right? 61%, 68%, 81%. But come in here for a little bit. This is Buncombe, all right? This is Asheville. You expect this to go blue. Indeed, it has right now, about 2/3 of the vote. No, sorry, 60% of the vote in. She's got 2/3 of the vote right now. But these counties here, you just wonder if there's an effect here, all right? Because 53... This is Transylvania. I was checking this out a short time ago. This is Rutherford, 72, but a lot of that vote's still out there. Why am I showing you this? Because your comparison for percentage is that you expect Trump to do well out here. You know, 72, Henderson, 58, Haywood, 62. So we're going to see through the night whether or not that storm damage had an effect on the vote turnout in North Carolina. Just keep that in mind as we move through the night. Also, I was just poking through here in Ohio. We saw this a moment ago based on a percentage spread. It seems like Trump is upping his number. Remember, I made the point that he won the state by 8 points in 2016, 8 points in 2020, and he was trailing there the last time we checked out the Buckeye State. But right now, the number has improved tremendously for Trump. So he's starting to track a little more toward that 8 points. And you were making the observation earlier about the Iowa poll from over the weekend, and do folks in Ohio vote like the folks in Iowa? If Ann Seltzer's poll, the Des Moines Register, had Kamala Harris win in Iowa by 3 points, a lot of people dismissed that.
All right, real quick, take a look at Polymarket. Now has Trump at 72%. 72%. Huge. Huge, huge, huge. 72% on Polymarket, which is great. If then let's take a look at the cryptocurrency vote, because that's really the thing we want to focus on here, right? The cryptocurrency vote is big here. So 139 pro-cryptocurrency people. 139 pro-cryptocurrency people. That's incredible. 6 senators elected, 3 anti-crypto senators. So the cryptocurrency vote, it is so great to see this. And what a great tool by Coinbase as well. What a great tool by Coinbase. It looks like Sherrod Brown is down. If we could get, this is huge. This is huge right here. If we could get rid of Sherrod Brown, this would be massive. Big one right there. Let's see what else we got. Oh, Arizona's cool. We got 2 people pro crypto in Arizona, right? Just looking at the cryptocurrency side of things, interesting to see that. It looks like Arizona will be a crypto win. But another big one for crypto is going to be Montana. Interesting. What else do we have important for crypto? Don't worry, guys. You're not missing anything on the news right now. No stance on crypto. Okay, so in Nevada, we actually have the Democrat is pro crypto there. So interesting to see that. It's nice to see some of these party races, like the party races. I would love to see go whoever's pro crypto, Republican or Democrat. Nevada is pro crypto, which is very cool. Wisconsin's a big one. We have Tammy Baldwin, who's very anti-crypto, and this guy Eric who's pro-crypto. So that's going to be an important one on the crypto side. That is Wisconsin. Let's keep moving down. Colorado, we actually have a Democrat in Colorado who's more pro-crypto. Very interesting to see that. It's nice to see who's more pro-crypto in this. As you can see, it is bipartisan in some of these more down party races. And the nice thing about a Trump win with some of these pro-cryptocurrency people in the Senate and the House is they would actually probably work with the Republicans a lot to get a more pro-crypto in. The last big one here is going to be Oregon. Republicans more pro-crypto. So cool to see that, just to give you guys a good idea of exactly what we're looking at on the cryptocurrency side of things. So we'll keep an eye on that, because a pro-crypto Trump with a good supporting cast of Democrats who are also pro-crypto pushes us towards bipartisan cryptocurrency support, which I think is really important, maybe even more important than just Republican pro-crypto. So I actually don't even mind to see some of those Democrats winning who are pro-crypto. I think that's big. Let's jump back to it.
Off the screen now, 69.2%. So whoever's doing the betting out there and affecting these odds is increasingly of the view that he will win the election.
And how much does it impact it that, it's the first year that you're seeing some of these betting markets in the United States? Because there's a lot of people who are playing them probably in a fundamental way.
These odds, composed by Maxim Lott and John Stossel, are from Betfair, Markets, Predicted, Polymarket, Kalshi, and
The basket.
It's a basket. It's an average.
Dana, what are you looking at?
I am looking at some of just on X, watching some of the Democrats complain about the Electoral College. And, about a week ago, there was some conventional wisdom that she could actually win the Electoral College, but that Trump would win the popular vote. And then there would be no complaints about the Electoral College from them if that were to happen. So obviously it's too soon to call, but I'm certainly watching that to see what they're going to say. Plus, I have been wondering about Kamala Harris and this whole decision of Biden to run again when she knew that he was incapable, but they were still asking their donors, give us all your money. He's okay for 4 more years. And obviously he wasn't. But then that did not leave her enough time. Apparently, that's another complaint that they have, for her to introduce herself, even though they had over $1 billion to do it.
And they had 100 days, Harold, and she passed up a lot of opportunities early on. I think we went for, 40 days or something with no press conference, and it took a really long time for her to finally sit down with Brett and have a substantive interview. I mean, there was time.
Sure. Again, we're acting like this thing is over. I hear you.
No, we're not. I was just playing off of Dana's point.
But I do think after the debate, she performed so well against Trump. She asked for another debate. I thought that the interview that Brett did with her was as substantive an interview as we've seen with her throughout the last several years. You would have thought, because she did well there, that she would want to go and do more of them. But
more interviews.
more interviews to sit down
After
and
the
talk
one with Brett?
After the one with Brett.
She booted the question about when she first knew that he was not himself.
Ingham
County,
This is. I thought she did. She gave in that interview, and I thought if I were her, I'd have gotten out and done more. But she did some, and
She was so cautious.
She gave a pre-debate answer. She said Biden's great. He's fine. I've seen him do all this wonderful
Brett, I would have done it very differently than her. However,
I'm sure you would have.
But the way she did it, she put herself in a position to be 50-50 here this evening. And if we're to believe Trey, this thing could be listening to the two smart guys in the green room. It could be 269. She must have done something right. I still look at Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Since 1980, those three states have not gone all together other than 1988. Dukakis got Wisconsin, and HW won the other two. If the numbers are tracking right and continue along those lines, we could find ourselves in a position where we're having a conversation about a Congress. Then it would be curious, Sean, if the Democrats win the House. How does that play into it? Look, I hope we don't get there because I don't want this fight. The country
But
doesn't
the
need this
House does
division.
the president and the Senate does the vice president. So you could end up with President Trump and Vice President Harris.
But they vote after the election.
They vote after the election, and it's only one vote per delegation. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Get ahead of ourselves here.
is digging into the voter analysis stuff and how it tracks with the raw vote and what we're seeing.
Just trying to keep feeding your conversation there. And Martha, I know you were asking about the suburban vote and what we're seeing with our Fox News voter analysis and some really interesting findings I'll put up here for you. As far as the suburban voters concerned, this is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Okay, suburban voters. Kamala Harris right now has the lead, okay? But this is about a 6-point difference. And if you were to put this in perspective with what we saw in 2020, Biden was leading with this group, suburban voters in Pennsylvania, by 10 percentage points. This is a 6-point margin by which she's leading. So she is not leading with the suburban voter in Pennsylvania by the same margin as Joe Biden in 2020. All right, if I were to break that out by gender, this is also telling another story, okay? Suburban women. Martha, you were asking about this. This is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Obviously, they have been courting those voters on the ground there. This is almost identical, the margin that she's leading by. Joe Biden led by this over Donald Trump in 2020. So not a lot of movement there. We also talked about the story that was developing with the black voters down in Georgia. I can also report to you, Brett and Martha, right now that Donald Trump, is leading by more with the black voter in Pennsylvania than he was in 2020. Back to you guys.
So big numbers.
Yeah.
You got a call to make.
Fox News can now project that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio 54.2% to 45%.
That's big.
So
We like
was
that.
what was anticipated in the early polling.
Oh,
He
yeah.
was ahead by about 8 points. This is a 9-point stretch, so a little bit higher than the most recent polling was showing in the state of Ohio, but a solid win for him in what used to be a swing state, but hasn't been for quite some time.
And obviously, there's 54% of the vote in. But as you look at the Electoral College, 195 to 113. Again, Ohio used to be the swingiest of swing states, no longer, very Republican, much like Florida. And now it ticks on. Obviously, we're looking at these battleground states. One of them, Sean Hannity, it seems, is Virginia. You just got a message from the governor?
I've been communicating with Governor Youngkin, and the last text.
Are we going to get Virginia?
At one point I said, so it's not in reach. He just said, hold on, really tight.
Yeah.
Exact quote from Glenn Youngkin. Here's what's interesting. All night I've been looking for an answer to the question about turnout in Philly and the suburbs of Philly. We talked earlier about the university population. That's one part of the population. But the vote lead was 700,000 below what they were in 2020. So that had a lot of ground to make up. From the Trump campaign, now take it, this is what they're saying. They believe this is going to be a tortoise hare kind of night for them in Pennsylvania, in as much as they don't even think Harris got 200,000 of the 700 that she needs to make up. Those are the numbers that they are saying. Now, if that is true, that would mean African-American turnout did not appear to the number and degree that they wanted. And secondarily, any other vote they thought, the union vote, workers are not going her way either in Pennsylvania. anecdotal, that's their side, but I'm telling you what they're thinking.
That raises obvious questions. You know, if you're Joe Biden at the White House right now, sitting at home, you're thinking, I'm Scranton Joe, and I have this great relationship with the unions all these years. And if she does end up, and we just want to continue to caution that we're waiting for a lot of data to come in here. He's shaking his head and saying, I could have won.
It's just interesting that they're analyzing this data like we all are.
Yes.
And that is their take on it. I'm sure the Harris campaign, for the better part of the night, I was hearing from either reporters or Democrats. Believe it or not, I have a few of those friends. And I was hearing from them, oh, huge turnout in Philly, huge turnout in Philly. And I said, tell me, where was the turnout? Could never get an answer.
Right.
And so finally, now the answer is beginning to come in. And that would be the Trump War Room. That would be the Mar-a-Lago crowd. Their degree of confidence is going up minute by minute. Take that for what it's worth.
Okay, Harold, let me just ask you this. I was in communication with Harris folks, with Democrats. They haven't had anything in a while. I mean, are you hearing anything from?
My communication resembles yours. I'm not have a lot of that either. I think these numbers are concerning. The numbers that Sandra is raising on the other side there, combined with what you just said, Sean, is room for concern in both Virginia and Pennsylvania. So I've not heard anything either.
Okay.
For concern
in battleground Wisconsin.
All right, man.
We're
Maybe
going
for
to
you.
check in there on the ground with senior correspondent Mike Tobin in Milwaukee, learning about some issues with more than a dozen tabulation machines. What's that about, Mike?
More than a dozen tabulation machines and 31,000 ballots. And as a result, the city put out an all call for volunteers. So they've got firefighters, healthcare workers, and IT workers all showing up here to help with the retabulation of those 31,000 ballots. Now, the heart of the problem, I can show you as we zoom in over my shoulder, are these tabulation machines. There are 13 of these tabulation machines here at Central Count.
Bro,
If
someone
you look
let
close to
Elon make
back
the
of
equipment.
machine,
Oh my
there
God.
are stickers on the back of the machine. Those act as the seal. The seals were in place, according to city officials and election commission officials, but there's a locking mechanism there as well. A Republican observer noted that the locking mechanisms had not been engaged. First, we were told on one machine, then some of the machines, then all 13 machines. 31,000 ballots in question. The city says they believe the integrity of those votes was never compromised. Still, out of 107,000 ballots, those now need to be retabulated. Some 43,000 ballots have been counted here as of this point, but they've got these additional volunteers to try to speed up the process. We expected to get final numbers somewhere around 1 or 2 a.m. The city now only says it's going to be later than that. The city wants to pass this off as an abundance of caution or a very cautious move. Republicans are upset about it. The RNC chairs, Michael Whatley and Laura Trump, put out a statement calling this an unacceptable example of incompetence. Wisconsin officials are here to try to get some questions answered. Brett and Martha.
It's a long night in Milwaukee. Thank you, Mike. So the Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win Delaware, the home state of President Biden. And there is the look at the race to 270. That makes it Trump 195, Harris 113 at this hour. And we have another call to make as well.
In a key governor's race, Fox News can now project that Republican Kelly Ayotte will become the next governor of New Hampshire. She defeats Democrat Joyce Gregg. And that was a close race for a while, but Kelly Ayotte will win there. Here are a couple of other results we're getting as our Democracy 24 coverage continues. It'll be on the screen all night long.
Yo, so what is that? They're just leaving the voting machines unlocked? What is that about? Jeez. All right. See, I thank the Lord, like, Trump's team is on it this time. Thank the Lord. That's sus, though. That's sus. We just forgot to lock all the machines, but we put the seal on? This is why conspiracy theories exist. Yeah, the sticker was on the lock. They put the sticker on the lock. They put the sticker on the lock, but oh, we forgot to lock the door. Oh my, I mean, that's just, you don't lock a single one. Like, that's the worst way to cheat. Like, lock a couple. All right.
coming in from the battlegrounds that we have not projected. In battleground Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris in the lead, 57.5% of the vote. Donald Trump, 41.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 258,000 plus vote lead. That's with about a quarter, 23% of the estimated vote in Pennsylvania counted as of now. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris with 53.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with 44.3% of the vote. Harris with a 64,000 plus vote lead. That's with an estimated 12% of the vote counted in Michigan. Still very early in Michigan. In battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump in the lead. 50.7% of the vote. Harris with 48.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 75,000 plus vote lead. That's with more than half, 51% of the estimated vote counted in battleground North Carolina. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump still holding on to his lead, 52.9% of the vote. Harris has 46.4% of the vote. Donald Trump right now with a 249,000 plus vote lead. Now it's a 255,000 vote lead. That's with an estimated 71% of the vote counted in battleground Georgia. In Virginia, Donald Trump in the lead as of now, 49.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48.7% of the vote. Donald Trump is ahead by more than 15,000 votes. That's with more than half, 56% of the estimated vote, but still a lot of vote to come in the Commonwealth of Virginia. In New Hampshire, Harris with 53.4% of the vote. Donald Trump with 45.9% of the vote. Harris with an 18,000 plus vote lead. That's with under a third of the vote counted in New Hampshire. 30% of the estimated vote counted in New Hampshire.
Oh, hold up. We got a special entrance in the chat. Lucian Afrigola. Please say hi to Lucian. He's a good friend of Dog. He's a good friend of Dog. Please say hi to Lucian in the chat.
In the Buckeye state. Now let's go to John King at the Magic Wall. John.
So, Jake, you lay out the results, and there's some surprise.
Sorry, I got to do a shout out. What up, Scotty? Good to see you, brother.
David Chelling was talking about some of the outstanding vote. We know in Virginia is early vote, and that percentage is going to jump, and we know that the vice president is doing quite well in that vote. So I just want to show you what he means by how this can change. Again, Donald Trump's lead has been shrinking. It was 16,000 not that long ago. It's 12,395 now. Look at the Northern Virginia suburbs here. I just want to show you these circles help us understand where are there live outstanding votes, meaning votes that we know are out there that have not been counted yet. Right? You see the big circles, the biggest circles.
Already flipped, majority at 51. We're looking at states like Ohio, the Sherrod Brown race, Montana, the John Tester race as a possible flip in the U.S. Senate. Brooke Taylor is at the Cruz campaign headquarters in Houston. Check in with Brooke. Good evening.
Good evening. I could tell you some behind-the-scenes info right now. We have Fox News playing on both screens right now. The crowd right now going wild because we just threw up the race, and we have Cruz again with that strong lead. So everyone here is very excited, but I could tell you from talking to the Cruz campaign that they have been taking this race extremely seriously. When you think of Texas, you think of this deep red state. A Democrat has not won an election here in 30 years, so since 1994.
County. There's a lot of votes.
Oh, gotta jump up here. Daniel Ranger, good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. I'm sure you're enjoying tonight thus far. Daniel, give us a prediction. Daniel, give us a quick readout. Appreciate you for stopping by, and good to see you. I want a prediction from Mr. Afrigola as well. Mr. Afrigola, please make your prediction down in the chat. We'd love to see what you're thinking.
Okay, Brooke Taylor, thanks so much.
Let's bring in Pete Hegseth, who is at a honky-tonk in Nashville.
Of course he is.
Of course he is. Where else would we find you, Pete?
Stand by a second. Hold on. Once I go like this, we got to wrap real quick.
Hello,
They're coming to us.
You're on.
Should we get Pete a drink?
Just stand by, everybody. We're coordinating with the mothership.
Pete, we are the mothership calling Pete Hegseth at the honky-tonk in Nashville.
Calling.
Can you hear us?
Hey, guys. Yes, I can hear you. I'm sorry, Brett and Martha. We're at Kid Rock's Honky Tonk in Nashville. I can't hear a thing. I can't hear myself think. And the crowd here is psyched because you're now on the TVs here in the bar as well. I'm here with Clay Travis, Morgan Ortegas.
I can't even see. All right, guys, real quick. This is awesome. This is awesome. This is awesome. Take a look at the betting market. Up to 74% Trump on the betting market. So this is live. This is analyzing the data, and this is showing Pennsylvania red, North Carolina, Virginia blue. Virginia blue, so that looks like that flipped. Illinois, Wisconsin leaning red. Okay. That's the betting market there. Let's see what we have. Virginia, is that 95%? Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Wow, Trump's been winning big and betting in Pennsylvania, Virginia. I still have Virginia leading red though. Okay, so interesting. I have Virginia leading red on the actual chart, but then I see, okay, interesting. Pennsylvania is still red. That's on Trump. Okay, so some interesting trends in the betting market. It's going to be interesting to see how the betting market ends up calling this. Don't worry, we're not missing much yet. Bitcoin pumping. You can see Bitcoin behind me. Bitcoin's at 72, so we'll watch that as well.
They start processing at 7 a.m. this morning. All that's mail-in stuff, too. And that's the vote that's put out first. And so I want to do something funky and fancy here, guys, so just bear with me. Because I'm going to try and find Pennsylvania in 2020, okay? This is important. It's important for us to understand. It's important for our analysts to know, understand. It's important for the audience to understand at home. This is 4 years ago in Pennsylvania, okay? This is just a 24-hour span from November 3rd into November 4th, from 8 p.m. to 8 p.m. the following day. And the vote count that came in here, right, it's heavily blue, well over 70%. And then around 11 p.m., you get across to the line. And that's where the Republican vote started coming in for Trump. Then you went well past midnight, and Trump maintained his margin for almost the entire day on Wednesday. And then if you went further off this map, you see where eventually the bars there cross the other way for Joe Biden, okay? So with that in mind, okay, we're going to show you Pennsylvania, and we'll try and digest all this together now. I haven't looked here in some time. You only have a quarter of the vote in now, okay? So at least 75% is still out. And you see a lot of blue in the areas where Kamala Harris needs to do well, namely Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, and namely Philadelphia and what they call the collar counties around Philadelphia. But the argument for this hour is that there's a strong Democratic vote in that batch that's now been counted, okay? There's two counties in Pennsylvania that you watch because they are bellwethers and they are flippers too, okay? One is Erie along the border here with New Jersey. One is Erie up there in Lake Erie. This is Northampton here in the east, okay? Northampton is one of these counties that flipped last time around, all right? Kamala Harris with a lead with 27% of the vote reporting there in Northampton. The other one is Erie that I mentioned a moment ago, okay? This is up on the lakefront here, all right? I don't know why we're getting 0% in because there is some of this vote that may lend itself to some of the confusion with the early vote being tabulated from the mail. I don't know. I can't vouch for that. I'm not sure what's going on there. We're going to watch the less than 0.5%. Yeah, that's right. So it's like 0.5% of the votes now being tabulated. That's why we can't get the 1% there in Erie County. But in all likelihood, you're going to see the T start to form here in Pennsylvania. And the T is going to be all red. Now we're going to see what happens on, both sides of the state, and they're going to be blue. The question is, how blue will they be? So we'll watch that here. You guys didn't mention Virginia. We'll just pop on down here because it seems like there's a pretty good race going on right now, right? Trump has just upped his margin here, all right? So he's got about a 2-point lead statewide. Too soon to call, I should say, with more than half of the vote in. Here is where you need to look, all right? This is Washington, D.C. This is Fairfax County, #1 populated county in all of 133. There's 40% of the vote that has not yet been tabulated into this, okay?
Biden, sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, what's that?
Where was it for Biden? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, I sure will. So a lot of that 40% outstanding is going to go for Harris, but we just don't know how much in the most populated county, okay? So go back 4 years. This is 2020. This is Joe Biden at 70%. Okay, so Kamala Harris, she has time to make up for that, given the fact that that vote is still out. And I would say, just looking at Georgia a moment ago, Fulton County looks to be somewhat similar. And the reason is, I'm going to explain this to you, okay? Fulton County is the most populated county in the state of Georgia. You're getting a lot of Democratic votes from out there, all right? She's up by 46 points, all right? Pretty good margin, 202,000 raw votes, okay? So 4 years ago with Joe Biden, he won the county with 242. His margin on a percentage basis was a bit higher, about 2 points, but 242,000 in a state 4 years ago. Sorry, excuse me. I apologize. Let's go statewide here. In a state that was determined by 11,779. Let me go to my cheat sheet here, guys, all right? I can do something that's a little ugly, but for the sake of the audience at home and for our knowledge too, this was Georgia.
Dude, this guy's a drag. Let's take a look at this. Bitcoin almost at 73,000. We might get a new all-time high on Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is loving something right now. Bitcoin is on a massive pump. Take a look at that.
And then the margins started to close overnight around 3 a.m. The lines moved and they moved and they moved for several days until finally we reached that margin of 12,000 votes separating Biden from Trump in the Peach State. So
one other interesting thing here is the New York Times is giving Trump a 67% chance of winning right now. New York Times, you would think they would probably be anti-Trump. Interesting.
You're right about that in Georgia. I think the important thing to keep in mind is how states report it. Yeah. And Pennsylvania is a really good example here where you're going to get a heavy blue, some would argue mirage in the beginning, and we'll see whether or not that mirage is real throughout the night,
Bill,
and maybe even into tomorrow.
Bill?
Yes.
Broadly speaking, there'll be some exceptions to this. Does it appear to you that she is underperforming Biden nearly everywhere?
It's a great question, Britt. This is just anecdotal. I answered the best way I can. I've been poking around all over this map. I can find some good news for her by a point here, a point there. I can find a lot of good news for him, a point here and a point there. But it seems where the areas where she is gaining the most is where the votes are. And the areas where he's gaining the most is the area that he targeted, and that's the rural area. Whether or not you can extrapolate that over a place like Hall County, 72%, right? Banks County, 89%. Now, the problem for him is that that's 94 out of 159. But I can move along the northern border of Georgia. And, you know, it's just, yeah, it's dominating. Well, 81.
How does it compare to 2020?
I'll show you that next here. Look at that. I mean, that's 86. Now, 2020, in the same counties, I'll go in reverse, all right? 84, still impressive, right? 81.
And what is it now?
82 right now. So this is Fannin County. There's about 14,000 votes in that county alone. 14,000, okay? Now, if you take that and extrapolate over 159 counties, it can certainly add up. So to answer your question, Britt, 4 years ago, Fannin County was 82, and this year he's at 80. Still 25% of the votes still out, so he's got a chance to do a point or two better. But right now, he's not meeting the number that he hit in that rural county 4 years ago.
We're going to make a quick call. We'll come back to the board and the panel. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win the state of New Hampshire. Former President Trump came closer than many expected there, but the vice president did well in cities and suburban areas. There was a time that New Hampshire they thought was closing. Actually, and we saw that Kelly Ayotte wins in the governor's race there, but now we're calling that for Vice President Harris.
She's a former senator for New Hampshire, popular in the state, but not enough to really turn New Hampshire red in this situation. So the Maryland Senate race we have for you next. The Democrat Angela Alsobrooks will defeat former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. He never really was able to move past her. It was obviously a difficult race for the former governor as he tried to become a senator.
So that sticks as far as the U.S. Senate goes. We're still on track. There's a one pickup for Republicans. And again, they're looking to Ohio and West Virginia. Maybe a couple of other races.
Montana.
Still waiting on Michigan and obviously Pennsylvania. About where that goes.
And Montana, which isn't closed yet. Obviously, a very hopeful pickup for Republicans with Tim Sheehy.
Back with the panel. Kaylee, what are you looking at? What are you feeling?
So I'm looking at the suburbs. And, you know, first I would say the map, and again, it's early, but it seems to be breaking more like 2016 than 2020, but we will see. But when you look at the suburbs, the Kamala Harris team was making much of the fact that early on we saw the suburbs of Indianapolis, Donald Trump underperforming. They point to Fayette County in Georgia. But then we get our Fox News voter analysis, and you see in Pennsylvania that Kamala is not hitting the suburban marks that Joe Biden did. You look at Hillsborough County, Florida. That is Tampa. It's almost urban, if you will. And Hillary won by 7. Biden won by 7 at this hour. You have Donald Trump leading by 3 in Hillsborough County. And let me say this. This is, I think, should be discussed, hasn't been discussed, but it might have bigger implications for the Republican Party moving Florida. And that is the fact that the Republican Party has lost every pro-life ballot initiative post-Dobbs until tonight in Florida, when you see Amendment 4 went down. And the difference was you had a leader, you had a governor, Governor DeSantis, who owned the issue, who talked about the issue, who was out on the airwaves on the issue. And I'm told by some sources familiar with these 10 initiatives happening across the country, they're hopeful in Nebraska. Why? You had Pete Ricketts lean into the issue. So that might be a lesson that's instructive moving forward to the party. You've got to speak on this issue because hiding from it thus far has not worked.
Let's just say this, Trey, that both of these candidates at this hour still have a path to 270. It is wide open. There's a number of different ways to go. Who would you rather be right now?
I'd probably rather be him because she is underperforming where Biden was in states that are very close. I'm also watching the Senate because what does it profit a person to win the presidency if you don't have the Senate to get your cabinet? Nebraska is interesting to me. Who is he going to caucus with if the independent wins? I don't think he will, but who will he caucus with? Because if Donald Trump wins the presidency, you got to get around Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins to get your desired cabinet. And if you're Kamala Harris and you win the presidency, you ain't getting your desired cabinet if you have a Republican Senate.
Yep.
I'm going to make a prediction, go out on a little bit of a limb here. I am growing more and more confident as I sit here and listen to everybody, and I am talking to people that know their states as well as anybody. I think the finest numbers people, finest sources. I don't think it will be very long until you call North Carolina for Donald Trump. I think Georgia will immediately follow thereafter. Then we would be at a point. I also believe Arizona is baked in. Immigration was a big issue out there. That now means that would bring us to a point in this race. If I am right, if I'm wrong, everybody call me out. Hannity was wrong. We'll have T-shirts. I'll sell them on DonaldTrump.com. Okay. But if that's true, that means she would have to sweep the blue wall.
Yep.
And based on the information that we have and the early voting success of the Republicans in both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, I don't think she can do it.
Wow.
So with that prediction, we're going to take a quick break. The race to 270 continues. We're about to get our first look.
That was bold. Hannity, I mean, Hannity said what I said. If North Carolina and Virginia could be gone soon. If North Carolina and Virginia go red, I mean, that you're getting very close to it being over. Now, an interesting side development is the Japanese yen is crashing. The Japanese yen is crashing hard right now. Very interesting reaction here. Very interesting reaction to see the Japanese yen crashing while the Bitcoin and crypto market is pumping. Very interesting. Just an interesting side plot to see the Japanese yen moving so heavily on this election right now. We'll keep an eye on that as we keep going, but just an interesting little piece of kind of a subplot here. I'm not sure why that directly is happening or what the result is. If anyone has any thoughts specifically around that, I would love to hear it. So because we are at a break on Fox, we're going to flip over and see what CNN is saying, see if there's any signs of depression kicking in over there. Let's take a look.
Just go back in time knowing we have a long way to go. And Milwaukee sometimes reports late. But if you go back in time, Joe Biden again, 69%, Trump at 29%. So the 69% is what jumps out. Trump is a little above right now. Trump's a little above where he was 4 years ago. She's a little behind where the president was 4 years ago. It's only 25% of the vote. We're not pouring cement on any of this, but that's where you say, oh, we got to keep an eye on that as we go forward. Then you move over here, you go into the WOW counties, Waukesha, the biggest among them. This is a Republican suburb. Long has been a Republican suburb. The challenge for Democrats, I've been saying this about Trump in the battleground states that tend to lead in blue. Where's Trump's number in the suburbs? Can he compete? He's not going to win, but can he compete? That's the challenge for the vice president here. Waukesha County tends to be a Republican suburb. So there she is at 40%, Trump at 59%. Again, you go back in time, 59% to 39% 4 years ago. Welcome to another 20,000 vote race probably in the end in Wisconsin based on that. It's a 66% of the vote in there. It's essentially matching where we were in 2020. And again, just so you remember our history here in the blue wall, Harris is leading right now. We got a lot of vote to count right here, but I'm laughing a little bit just at the 22,000 number because if you look at that right there, Joe Biden won this state in 2020 by 20,000 votes. 4 years before that, when he cracked the blue wall and became president, Donald Trump won Wisconsin by 22,000 votes. Welcome to Wisconsin. It's a state that tends to hang around the margins of 20,000 votes, which is why that is somewhat amusing to me. Earlier, she just put it up to 34,000 to shut me up. And there we go as we go through the count in Wisconsin, very early there. Let's come over to Battleground Michigan. Let me come back for a second. See that? If they stay that way, and it's early. Don't call your bookie. Don't make any bets. Don't pop the champagne. But you see Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, right? Especially if you're looking at a map where North Carolina and Georgia are red at the moment. They're not done either. But if you're a Democrat, you're kind of a little, ooh, should we be nervous about this? Then you should be, wow, should we be optimistic about that? So let's take it away and see what I mean by that. Number one, let's just start to the east and go west. Up to 32% in Pennsylvania.
And what we're hearing is it's not surprising. The order that the vote has been coming in Pennsylvania is not surprising to the red team, at least at this point. There's Wisconsin, 47.9 to 50%, and Wisconsin has 23% of the vote in. Also expected to be a tight race. They have both spent a ton of time there. Here's Michigan, which we haven't really talked too much about yet. We're going to look, we'll get Bill to show us on the board what Michigan looks like. 14%, a lot of votes still to come in Michigan. Obviously, this is too close to call, and that is 45 to 42. Let's go to Grady Trimble, who is just outside Detroit, Michigan, and we'll start to get a feel for what's going on in this part of the blue wall. Hi, Grady.
Hey, Martha. Yeah, so we're expecting an update from Michigan's top elections official very shortly. But what we know from her updates throughout the day so far is that turnout on Election Day has been very strong here in the Wolverine state. And when combined with early voting, it's quite possible that it sets a new record, the previous record set in the last presidential election in 2020. And like most of the battleground states, this is going to be a story of rural turnout versus urban turnout. But there's an interesting storyline playing out in the Detroit suburbs, particularly in the Dearborn area, in the Arab American community. The Trump campaign has really been targeting that community, trying to get them to either vote for former President Trump, but they don't actually need that. In some cases, we've talked to Arab Americans who are casting their ballots for Green Party candidate Jill Stein, somebody you probably haven't heard mentioned much, but who could be a spoiler candidate. We also know that many Arab Americans are going to sit out this election entirely, which could tip the scales in favor of former President Trump. We're also watching the Senate race here. Mike Rogers, the Republican candidate, spoke to the crowd. He says it's going to be a nail-biter and probably a very late night. Brett, Martha, back to you.
Okay, Grady,
thank you very much.
You know, there's some Democrats saying North Carolina is on the edge. I don't think they're fully agreeing with Sean. And they still may make T-shirts. But
well, I'm not only saying North Carolina, I am saying North Carolina and Georgia will go Donald Trump tonight. And I am as confident in that prediction as any I've ever made.
Wow. Okay. Bill Hemmer tracking that. Are we backing that up on the wall?
You know, I tell you what, Sean, if in the end you're right about that here in North Carolina, I showed you this county last hour, right? This is Anson County, up to 47% African-American population. You know, sometimes in these elections where you see an outcome, you're like, that hasn't happened in 100 years. Well, something just happened for the first time since 1876 in North Carolina, and a Republican won this county for the second time since the 1870s. So I just like something to like stick in the back of your head and think about, well, that was a data point along the way. You guys mentioned the blue wall. Let's go ahead. We're moving toward the central time zone. We're talking about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I can show you a lot of stuff right now, okay? But this is anecdotal stuff. It's just the data points that I'm seeing on the map, okay? When you go to Wisconsin, all right, you have to look at Dane County, it's the University of Wisconsin. In the midterms, they had more than 85% voter turnout in one county, okay? You're going to get a ton of Democratic votes out of here, okay? You're just about halfway into it right now, and you see the margins. But I was poking through this and looking at Milwaukee. Now, there's a lot of votes out there, okay? You only got 25% coming in right now. Kamala Harris has almost 66%. So this is where Joe Biden finished. Same county, same city 4 years ago. He was almost at 70%. Right now, she is underperforming in Milwaukee. So you have to ask yourself, you know, that little pattern you saw back there in that rural county in North Carolina, is it repeating itself in some of these bigger cities? You know, is Detroit, you know, right now, Detroit, Wayne County is red. We don't expect it to stay that way, but that's one of the things you look at as well. And this is Washtenaw County. That's Ann Arbor, University of Michigan. You expect to get a good number here. That's another county to watch as well. And then let's flip over here and just complete the blue wall, because this is where we are right now in Pennsylvania. Remember, we showed you how the mail vote, heavily Democratic, is put out first. And we still think we're probably seeing a lot of that right now in this composition. But let's go ahead and look now. Let's look at the vote difference in Pennsylvania. And what we've done here is we've gone back to the year 2000, okay? So you have 6 presidential races to look at. For so long, this was not even a battleground. It was heavily Democratic. When you think about what Barack Obama did in 2008, look at that. I mean, that's 10 points. It's off the map. Romney was able to cut it in half, and so the state came back a little bit toward the Republican Party. It really wasn't until 2016 when Donald Trump won the state by just less than a point. Let's look at the vote difference now for Michigan. Very similar, maybe not as extended, okay? Some would argue more Democratic in Michigan, all right? But that was the difference in 2016 for Trump, 0.2 percentage points, you know? And you see where Obama was. That was not contested. Look at the vote difference now in Wisconsin. Very similar. Blue, but not nearly as extreme. In fact, if you take out the Obama years in 08 and 2012, you find Wisconsin is, I find, guys, this to be the swingiest state you find out there, all right? Back in 2000, when we're looking at Florida, look what happened in Wisconsin. 4 years later, John Kerry, look what happened. You see Donald Trump in 2016, it's just by a nose he was able to win. And then when it went back to Biden in 2020, again, it was super tight, okay? All those races, 4 out of 6 over the past 20 years, have been decided by less than a point. And it might well be the case again tonight in the land of cheeseheads. Let's go ahead and clear this right now, okay?
Bill, can we go to Wisconsin?
Yeah, we sure can.
Because, go ahead.
You want to see how this is shaping up? I mentioned Dane a moment ago, and I also mentioned Milwaukee. Sean Duffy, one of our colleagues, former congressman for the state of Wisconsin, when he ran for Congress, all this area here was blue, okay? And when he went to Washington, it all flipped, it all became red, and it stayed that way. It's been a source of political strength and power for Donald Trump, and we'll see whether or not that remains the case right now. All right, so you know, we're just about the 30% mark in Wisconsin, and Kamala Harris has a slight lead there by about 3 points. This is where it ended, as I showed you out there on the map, right? 20,682 raw votes 4 years ago. So if I were to come to 2024, what am I looking at? I'm looking at Dane.
How about Sauk and Kenosha?
Yeah, Sauk is right here. Sauk is pretty interesting here because, you know, you start to see a little more population growth, and Trump has a lead here. And again, this is Kennedy. He popped up in Michigan. He's going to pop up in Wisconsin all night long. Trump has a lead here. Let's just go ahead and see. You got half of the vote in here in Wisconsin. This is where it finished. I find that interesting.
What about Kenosha?
Let's find Kenosha down.
So remember, this is the swingiest state. I mean, I spent some time there on 2 recall elections with Governor Scott Walker.
I mean, it's extraordinary. And we don't think about it that way. But it's true. Anyway, this is Kenosha, Brett. You asked for it. You got it. You got about half the vote in. Trump's just shy of 58%. Okay. So he's overperforming now in Kenosha as well. I can keep going if you want. So call it out, guys, if you like.
Milwaukee County?
Sorry?
Milwaukee, is that what it's called? Just north of?
Yeah. So the WOW counties here, they have been solid Republican forever, you know, but not during the Trump years. They got softer and softer. And they are, Waukesha here, just west of Milwaukee, is one of them. Sorry, Waukesha, excuse me. And then you get into Washington, And then you get into over in the lake is Ozaki here. So let's see what we're doing right now. Trump at 53.5. All right, comparison point 2020. Okay, so a little bit under right now in that it's suburban county north of Milwaukee. Let's pop on over here to Washington and see what we're doing. 70% is an impressive percentage, all right? From 4 years ago, what'd he do? So a little bit better right there in Washington County. Then we'll move over here. This is the most populated of the three, Waukesha, just west of Milwaukee, just shy of 60% raw votes, shy of 40,000 from 4 years ago. Okay, all right, so he ended up with 55,000 net. So he either has some space to make up or he's not going to get to the number from 4 years ago. So that's something to watch. The wow counties there in Milwaukee. My favorite county in all of Wisconsin, maybe my favorite county in the entire map this year, right here. You know what this is, Brett and Martha?
Door County.
It's Door County, okay? And why do we talk about Door County? First of all, you don't want to be there in the winter, okay? Because it's cold and it's frozen. But in the summertime, it's got to be beautiful. Half the vote in. Trump has an edge here. 4 years ago, you see what happened here. Biden won it, all right? Go back to 2024. Let's go statewide.
Guys, take a look at this real quick. We have Bitcoin breaking out hard. We're looking at almost a $63,000 Bitcoin. We are right around the corner from an all-time high. If Trump wins, I think we're hitting an all-time high in Bitcoin tonight, which would be crazy to see Bitcoin rip, Trump win. Crazy combo. We also see the Japanese yen falling off a cliff. XRP is going up as well. It seems like the entire crypto industry is reacting pretty positively to Trump's lead. We got a 53-cent XRP coming in, and I think that's only upward from here on the entire crypto industry if we continue to see this trend.
Continues to load in. 195 for Trump, 117 for Vice President Harris.
Oh, sorry, and I forgot to say this, guys. Make sure you smash a like on the stream. Haven't said it in a while. Exit out of live chat. Go down, like the stream. It's going to make a huge difference. It's going to get more people in here. If you're over on X, share the stream. Super helpful, too. Guys, thank you to everyone doing that. It helps a lot. We're in a commercial break on Fox right now. We're going to take a quick look at CNN and see if there's any panic in CNN.
In Pennsylvania, 51.4% of the vote. Donald Trump has 47.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 88,000 plus votes of a lead, but it's about 35% of the vote that's been counted in Pennsylvania, about a third. Still a lot of vote to count in Pennsylvania. Michigan, Kamala Harris has 52% of the vote. Donald Trump has 46.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 49,000 plus vote lead. That's with only an estimated 15% of the vote counted in the battleground of Michigan. In Wisconsin, another battleground, Kamala Harris 52.2% of the vote. Donald Trump 46.1% of the vote. Harris with a 52,000 plus vote lead, but only 27% of the vote counted in Wisconsin, still very early in Wisconsin. Battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump still in the lead there with 52.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 46.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 201,000 plus vote lead as of now. That's with 64% of the estimated vote counted in the battleground of North Carolina. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead, 51.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 208,000 plus vote lead. That's with 79% of the estimated vote in Georgia counted. Still a lot of votes to count there, but a lot of votes have already counted. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump has 49.5%
is that
of the
true?
vote. Kamala Harris, 48.6% of the vote.
North Carolina?
That is a 28,000 now vote lead with 63% of the vote counted. I am going to now bring you a projection. And CNN can project Louisiana will go to Donald Trump. Louisiana with its 8 electoral votes as expected to Donald Trump. Let's see what that impact is on the electoral vote count. Donald Trump has 162 votes, electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 81 electoral votes. She has exactly half. 270 votes are needed to win. We're getting deeper into the night and another round of results. We're getting counting down to
back to Fox. I love the no CNN guys. Guys, CNN, if Trump wins, CNN is going to get funny. Trust me.
Election night
When Trump
unfolding
wins,
before
CNN
our
is going to be more
eyes.
fun.
We've got a lot happening as you take a look at the big board on the scorecard. Right now, the electoral vote count stands at former President Trump at 195 to Vice President Harris at 117.
We're still waiting, obviously, for Georgia to fill in and North Carolina to fill in. But there's a lot of discussion about that outstanding vote and whether or not it will meet the level that Vice President Harris would have to meet. And we've been talking about Philadelphia County. She would have to clear 700,000 votes in order to.
In 2020,
Yeah. All right. So let's go to Jeff Paul from the headquarters of Republican Senate candidate Sam Brown. And what's going on there? Hi, Jeff.
We'll be there in a little bit right when it starts, but right now we are outside maybe one of the biggest and most expensive polling centers in the country. This is Allegiant Stadium, home of the Las Vegas Raiders. And one of the things I want to mention to you folks at home is that people are still showing up here to cast their ballot. We are a minute away from polls closing, roughly a minute away from polls closing. And under Nevada law, if you are in line by 7 o'clock, you have the right to vote. And we are hearing about some instances where there are some pretty long lines throughout the state. Also keep in mind that they will not release any results anywhere in the state of Nevada until the last person in the state votes. So we could be looking at a very long night ahead of us here in the state of Nevada. Martha?
All right, Jeff Paul, thank you so much.
Jeff.
We're waiting now for these calls at 10 o'clock, and we're looking at basically a scenario where the Democrats are putting all their hope in the blue wall. The question is, what happens when we make a call in North Carolina and Georgia? If you believe Sean Hannity, it's coming soon. We'll see if it does. It is time to see how many more electoral votes will fall as we get ready for our next calls.
Stay tuned.
We are seconds away from 3 states, including Montana, Utah, plus the critical battleground.
Together we will fight to win Nevada.
Nevada, we fight for the future.
With 16 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come in. The moment is here. America is watching.
Going very quickly, it is now 10 p.m. here in New York. 3 more states in the West have just finished voting. Fox News Decision Desk, too early to call. The state of Nevada, one of the most competitive states in play. Hispanic and working class voters obviously could be key to the victory there. Both of these candidates have spent a lot of time in Nevada.
Fox News can project that former President Trump will win the state of Utah, adding another 6 votes, electoral votes, to his column. He'll also win Montana's presidential election. We're looking closely at that Senate race out there.
Ad lib. Oh.
Yes, you will.
Feel it.
All right, so let's take a look at some of the places that are too early to call, and let's get you an update on the total count. President Trump at 205 right now, 117 for Harris, and waiting on Georgia, waiting on North Carolina, waiting on Pennsylvania, waiting on Michigan. And, just keep in mind that in all these places, there's a lot of city vote, a lot of high population concentrated vote that has not come in yet. The question is whether or not that vote, when it does come in, will be enough to outbalance what we have seen in the early part of this vote here.
Montana, as we mentioned, also home to this pivotal Senate race. Longtime rural Democratic Senator John Tester in the political fight of his life this time. He survived it before, but this time Republican former Navy SEAL Tim Sheehy putting up a real fight and may win. The Fox News Decision Desk says it's too early to call there. Nevada also home, too early to call, to this Senate race between incumbent Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen and Republican Army veteran Sam Brown.
But in Utah, Fox News is projecting the Republican Congressman John Curtis will move to the Senate. He succeeds retiring Senator Mitt Romney of Utah. Let's take a look at the balance of power as we pull up the Senate here and show you where we are at 10:01 in the evening. Republicans now have 48 seats, including the West Virginia seat, which is a flip. Majority obviously would be 51. 38 seats on the Democratic side as we wait for a number of very consequential Senate races to come in here this evening.
Well, welcome to the panel, Laura Ingraham. Sean Hannity is still here. Jesse Waters. Jesse, what are you thinking?
Well, if this was a cannonball contest, Trump would be winning by a lot because of the huge splash in Florida. I mean, he beat Biden by 3, and now he's at almost 14 over Harris. That's a big statement right out of the gate. She has not had a big statement so far tonight. The other big splash, Virginia. Now, we don't know how Virginia is going to shake out, but Biden won Virginia by 10, and now it's tied. Obviously, it's too close to call, but right now she's playing defense. The Trump team is very confident that Georgia and North Carolina are going to go their way, and Harris is going to have to play defense in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. You're hearing Trump doubling his black support in Wisconsin, ahead with young voters in Michigan, and in Pennsylvania winning independents. And they say the math doesn't work in Philadelphia County. So who knows what's going to happen? Still too early to call, but you definitely think the Trump team has momentum here.
Real quick. Bitcoin is 73.2 right now. Crazy. Take a look at this. Sherrod Brown could be out. Sherrod Brown could be getting replaced. That's a massive win for crypto. Come over here. We have another interesting race here where we actually have a Republican winning in Pennsylvania so far. Less votes in there, but that'd be another pro-crypto win. John Deaton also unfortunately lost. We love John. Feel terrible for him, but he did an excellent job. Still made a huge impact in this entire thing. So interesting. Here's an interesting one. Wisconsin, strongly against crypto. Tammy, this other guy somewhat supports it. Would like to see Tammy go down. That one's still close. Angela looks like she's somewhat support crypto, so I don't really care, honestly. Here we have a Democrat winning in Colorado for pro-crypto. So cool to see that. I'll support a Democrat in some niche place in Colorado. Sorry if you live there and you don't like that, but pro-crypto, it's pro-crypto. And I think a Trump presidency with pro-crypto mixed with some pro-crypto people on the lower levels could be very, very good. When I mean lower levels, I just mean in some of the more niche races. Because if you have Democrats kind of siding with Trump on the crypto side of things below him, I mean, that just makes things more bipartisan. So that's good. Nothing else too interesting. Okay, we do have another race in Iowa, a Democrat anti-crypto, Republican pro-crypto. He's losing that one. So that's what's going on in crypto right now. 160 people elected in the House that are pro-crypto, 72 anti-crypto, in the Senate, 10 pro-crypto, 4 anti-crypto. So that's the crypto side of things right now. We'll bring it back here.
Curriculum, some of the trans issues, but also in general, just this idea that the new immigrants coming to this country want to be able to start small businesses and make a decent living. And I think both issues are really hitting hard tonight.
And Loudoun County is the kind of place where you'd think it might be fertile ground for Democrats almost in perpetuity because of where it is. It's in the exurbs of Washington, but it is very close to that huge number of people who work in the Dulles Technology Corridor. And that looks like the kind of place, young, tech-savvy people who would be prone generally to vote Democrat. And the fact that it seems to be going the way it is tonight is I think,
a lot of
quite
credit
telling.
to Glenn Youngkin and obviously Donald Trump for the way that state was handled. They were smart to go there late in the game.
It's interesting to look at Virginia, and sometimes these things.
Yo, take a look at this. Bitcoin 74.1. Sorry. 74.1. You can hear fiat leak popping off in the background. 74.2. Let's go. That's a new all-time high for Bitcoin. Yo, I'm very excited about a Trump win. Let's go. Let's go. All right, now let's keep the momentum, right? Let's not turn this into a red candle. That would be horrific. Let's keep the momentum. Yeah, let's put Chris Larson's. Chris Larson could have just given that 11 million to me. I would have had 11 million more XRP. We would have been looking great. And now we're stuck with this. All right, 74.5 on Bitcoin. All right. I don't even want to tune off of this. Maybe I'll try to make a Bitcoin tracker on screen. It is behind me. Fiat leak is going. Let's go. All right, let's jump back in.
Loudoun County, we mentioned this, right? Now, this is a 16-point advantage for Kamala Harris. You've almost got all the estimated vote in right now, and Trump's doing 3.4 points better now with 98% of the vote reporting than he did in 2020. So that's pretty interesting. The other thing I would point out while I'm here is Fairfax County. All right, so you're almost at 2/3 of the vote in. This is where all the people are, right? You know, number one out of 133. Biden was an easy winner at 70% of the vote. So right now, across from Washington, D.C., she's underperforming in the most populated county in the entire state. Did you have something else there?
Do you have a question?
Gotcha. Okay, Carolina. Go ahead, guys.
So the Virginia, is that the biggest county, the Fairfax County? Is there another big county out? Because the campaigns are saying they've got big.
Yo, Bitcoin 75. Bitcoin $75,000. Just $1,000 like that. Let's go. Let's go, guys. Smash the like button for a new all-time high in Bitcoin. Fiat like ripping in the background. Guys, smash the like button, share it. Let's go. Let's keep the momentum. Let's keep the momentum.
Folks had called Carolina already. We've got about 70% of the vote in, and we've got Trump up,
4 points.
4 points. Yeah, almost 185,000 raw votes. And I don't know what's going on here. Why don't we just poke around some of the bigger counties, okay? This is Wake, this is Raleigh. You got to look there. 3/4 of the vote in. She's got a firm lead down here in Mecklenburg and Charlotte. A firm lead yet again, but there's 80% of the estimated votes still yet to be tallied, so maybe that's the reason why we cannot call it. This is a flipper down here. This is New Hanover. You find Wilmington along the Atlantic shore. You've only got 5% of the vote in down there. This is one of those areas of the country that's turning more blue. You got a lot of transplants from the Northeast moving down into Wilmington. You also got a lot of folks from the Northeast going into places like Brunswick County. Brunswick County is deep in the red. Donald Trump's going to win here tonight by 66% upwards of the vote down there. Got a lot of folks from New Jersey and New York and Pennsylvania. They're moving down to places like Brunswick County because they love the weather, they love the beaches, and it's not as expensive as Florida. And they've seen an awful lot of growth in this part of the state. So here's where we are. Too soon to call, but Donald Trump right now up by almost 5 points in Carolina. Go for it, Martha.
Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, which is tightening up considerably, and in the presidential race and in the Senate race. Show us what's going on there.
You're exactly right about that. Okay, so there's about half of the vote being counted. You remember that chart I showed you a moment ago? The chart I showed you a moment ago? They count the mail-in vote first in Pennsylvania. It tends to be more Democratic. As we saw in 2020, we're seeing that again in 2024. All right, you got about a 1.4 margin there. Raw votes just shy of 50,000. So let's go for a spin, shall we? Philadelphia, let's start there. It is number one. Come on. Let's go here. All right, here we go. This is the kind of margin you expect to get in Philadelphia. You got 8 or 9 out of 10 voters are Democratic, right? So Joe Biden was well over 80%. It's interesting, right? So she's just a tick below that right now. Does Philadelphia vote the way that Milwaukee votes? Right? We saw that difference in Milwaukee a short time ago. Is Philadelphia going to vote differently than Wayne County and Detroit? We're waiting to get that in as well. These are the collar counties. They're heavily blue. I would expect them to change somewhat, but we'll see as we go through the night. Just to check the bellwether here. This is Northampton. That's about as close as you get, guys. Difference of 300 votes.
Guys, take a look at this. Dogecoin is almost at a new all-time high. I had no idea this was happening. I'm a little mad. I was accumulating Dogecoin. I was slowly accumulating some Dogecoin. I mean, Dogecoin close to a new all-time high. Wow, that snuck up out of nowhere. I mean, this was a long time ago. I was kind of buying it. I made some posts on X about it, just comparing the Dogecoin to XRP pressure. I had no idea Dogecoin is making a huge spike up right now. Very interesting to see that. I mean, this could not look better. This could not look better for crypto's response to what's happening right now. Let's take a look at Bitcoin's pulling back a little bit. I know XRP was also making a move. Yeah, XRP to 53 cents. So the crypto market is loving this right now.
In a rural county like Butler 4 years ago, before the assassination attempt, right, this past year, it was almost around the same number, okay, up 36,000 to finish it 4 years ago. Right now, he's up 34,000 in Butler, PA.
Let me bring our prime folks in. Laura, what are you looking at?
Well, I just think it's interesting to look at these states that we kind of had looked past in our analysis. We're always focused on the blue wall states, obviously so important, but signs that Trump might maybe outperforming in ways that we hadn't expected, bubbling up in places like New Mexico, where it's only 23% of the vote in, mind you, tons of votes outstanding. but he looks like he's outperforming there. He's up now 6 points with that small turnout. Again, the New York Times gives him a 79% chance of winning this election at this point, with leaning North Carolina, leaning Republican in Georgia. If those trends continue, it's all those 3 states where it's neck and neck. Right now, it's neck and neck in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So I hope they can model themselves in the future on what Florida has done so brilliantly with Ron DeSantis. 96% of the vote in, and it's handled beautifully with absentee, mail-in vote. I mean, they just seem to do it in Florida. Why can't we do it in these other states?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great
crazy.
question. I mean, most of us grew up with, you voted in the morning.
Same day.
Parents voted in the morning, and then you went home and got the answer that night. We've
All
gone
of
from
us.
96 million voters when Fox News started to 160 probably million tonight, somewhere in that neighborhood.
And by the way, all of them watched Brett's interview with Kamala. I don't think
Absolutely.
nobody missed that.
So what is, how much has voting changed, I guess, is what I'm getting at here, Sean, because we have this enormous early vote of 83 million.
It's so interesting you asked that question because everything's kind of flipped. Republicans went in today with a lead that had never happened before. And it put the Democrats in a position mathematically where they had to accomplish something they'd never accomplished before, and that is to get same-day voters at numbers that they've never gotten before. And this is where we now find it.
I want to see what CNN
This is going to
thinking.
be close. It's going to take some time. There are counties that haven't reported yet that are red, and there are counties that haven't reported yet that are blue. So let's dive a little bit more into the numbers we have. Wake County, this is the most populous county in North Carolina. It's right here. I am told so far more than 510,000 votes have been reported. That's according to the state's dashboard.
Length of the ballot that they were going to, it may take days.
Pages of referendums.
Okay. There were 2 pages in Florida, and they called it within an hour and a half. So was it even an hour and a half?
Yeah, I'm just saying what they said.
So, all right, if we want to play out a few scenarios, if that turns out to be right, or Harold's going to wear a Sean Hannity's wrong T-shirt, if I'm right and North Carolina and Georgia go to Donald Trump, and I am confident based on the information, Dave McCormick's numbers guy just wrote me. Dave McCormick running for Senate in Pennsylvania.
Against Bob Casey, the incumbent.
Against Bob Casey, the incumbent, who's been running ads tying himself to Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, which I think is very telling. He's confident Donald Trump is going to win Pennsylvania tonight. And what the Trump team has been telling me, where they were up by 1.1 million, we went over these numbers earlier. Back 4 years ago, they were only up 400,000 going into today's voting, day of voting. In Wisconsin, you have a similar situation, a 40% difference, a 40% shortfall. So I'm looking at the big board and I'm watching the ever brilliant Bill Hemmer, and they needed numbers in Milwaukee that every source I know in Wisconsin is telling me they did not get today. And we're now at a situation where for Kamala Harris to have any opportunity to win, she's going to have to sweep that blue wall, those blue wall states. I don't see it. Do you see it?
I don't see it either. And if you look at Philadelphia, for instance, everybody was bragging this morning about how well turnout was in Philly. But if you look at Philly, South Philly is Italian. That's Pat's, Geno's. They love Trump down there. Big Eagles territory, big Flyers. And then you go to the Northeast, that's Irish Catholic. Maybe Sean Hannity knows a few people up there. So they came out big for Donald Trump, and that might have been an explanation for those numbers to pop. But if you look at Pennsylvania broadly, they banked so much of the early vote, which they'd never done before. They don't think Kamala has enough right now in Philly and Pittsburgh to just overcome Trump's red county substantive lead.
Let me just put the caveat in there. Britt, we sat on an election desk in 2016. And there was a betting odds that you were quoting that had Hillary Clinton winning 90% chance that she was going to win.
That's where the evening began.
And then it started going down, and we started doing the what-if scenario, and her pathway started to narrow. It is flipped, to Sean's point, that the early vote gave Republicans an early boost, and the question is what the day of vote's going to show.
Well,
is her path narrowing as we get more into the night?
I think she started out with a narrower path. You know, we could figure out more ways that Trump could win. She had a narrower path. And the betting odds, by the way, are now up to 83% for Trump, when it started at 58%, and it's climbed all through the evening to 69.
I think you should have a green eyeshot.
Anyway, and there are other models are now predicting him well in excess
Stock
of
market
70%.
futures are also trading higher as well.
I do think, just to go back to this Milwaukee point that we were talking about during the break, I mean, they are rerunning 30,000 absentee votes in Milwaukee tonight.
Right.
Because they couldn't, there was a problem with the processing. 31,000 absentee ballots after the election observer brought to the officials' attention that doors covering on and off switches on the devices, I guess, some of them weren't tallying and they were worried about it. So just for integrity purposes, they're rerunning all those ballots. So we might not hear the full and final counting from Milwaukee until tomorrow.
AP Vodecast has Trump winning 23% of black men.
That's staggering.
Nationwide. I'm sorry to hear what you said.
Where's that from?
AP Vodecast.
And that has to
That's
be a
consistent with our
complete
stuff.
defeat for the mainstream media, who's just destroyed Donald Trump as a racist for all these years. And if you double the support with black people, and then you go up double digits with your support with Hispanics at the same time, and then run up the numbers with Jewish Americans here in the Northeast, that's a complete rejection of everything that they've been telling us about Donald Trump, and would explain why he's very competitive in the popular
And
vote.
the news cycle for how long went on and on about the Seltzer poll in Iowa. Trump, it looks like he's going to win Iowa by 8 to 10 percentage points. Well, Seltzer. I don't remember what that was called, but it was like he was going to lose Iowa. I mean, it made no sense.
Let's go back to Pennsylvania.
Big number
really
for
quick.
Trump
I know
on
you're in
African
Wisconsin,
Americans.
but can we just go to Pennsylvania?
I sure can.
And this is
I want to come back to this. It's a fascinating story. It's happening in Wisconsin, okay? So go ahead, Brett, with your question in Pennsylvania.
Lackawanna County. This is
Lackawanna County. You got it. Let me come back to current day, right? It's 2024, isn't it, guys?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I do believe, okay? So I'm kidding. So this is Lackawanna. This is Scranton. Okay, so she's got an edge. Go ahead. She's got an edge of 51%.
The 2020 vote for that.
Okay, I'm going to do something here, and you're going to see a slide come out. All right, so you guys got to remember these numbers, all right? Versus 2020, here is Biden's number. So she's about, you do the math, 2.5 points below what Biden did, but she's winning the county too, and that's Scranton. Can I just show you guys something that I think we need to pay attention to? This is Wisconsin. All right, so you got your Fox Insights going here, okay? We talked about Dane, we talked about Milwaukee. What about Green Bay? That's Brown County, all right? Right now, with 46% of the vote reporting, in Brown County, which is Green Bay, Trump's up 3.6 points at this time in the night, okay? Take this off. We'll move down here to Outagamie. All right, he's up 1.8 points higher than he was 4 years ago. Take that off. This is Winnebago, right? Trump is up 1.3 points at this point in the vote, higher than he was 4 years ago. And, you know, when you're analyzing the state going into this election, those are three of the counties you're looking at where he's trying to, like, drive the numbers up. And he's able to do that. And so this is where we sit. You know, half a point. And not for nothing, guys, but sorry. Come on back here. Not for nothing. But Robert Kennedy has racked up 8,000 votes in Wisconsin. And 2020 in Wisconsin, we'll get it here. Yeah, I got you. 20,682. Wow. Maybe it matters, guys, or maybe it doesn't, but it's just something to point out right now. When we come back, I'll take you to Michigan. Some things happening there as well. Fascinating, too. Back on over there.
That's something to keep an eye on.
The 31,000 votes you talked about, Laura, you think they're going to count in the morning, and that's in Milwaukee, right? Which
They're
is
reprocessing them. They've begun to reprocess them, but there's no indication as to when that's going to finish.
Because they had problems with the machine.
There was a problem with this on-off switching device on the machine or something. It's hard to understand what it actually is.
Can I ask you a question? You just gave me the latest numbers. I've been looking at the betting odd numbers that Brett was talking about. They have.
Look at Fox cover. It wasn't a problem with the on and off switch. They didn't lock the door. Lock the door. Look at Fox covering for them. Oh, something wrong with the switch. No, they purposely left the door unlocked. Yeah, all right. There's something wrong with the switch. Thanks for that one, Fox.
He will be elected the 47th president of the United States if these numbers, if these predictions end up being true. I don't want to get over our skis. We want to be careful. We want to be prudent. We're all looking at our sources. I'm listening very closely to everything Harold has to say and what he's offering. But if that is true, after all that they have thrown at this man, after all that they have done to this man, and with all the media that wouldn't even vet her and her radical positions, the only person in the media that challenged her in any reasonably tough way is sitting right here at this table, and that was you, Brett. And to think she never had to answer why she doesn't think we should say radical Islamic terrorism, why she wasn't asked about supporting a bail fund, 574 riots in the summer of 2024, or co-sponsoring the Green New Deal, or saying no private health insurance, Medicare for all, or sex change operations for, illegal immigrants. What will this say, Britt, about legacy media in America? It's dead.
Well, the decline of its influence has been evident for years. This is further proof of it. And in some respects, I think that the behavior of the legacy media backfired against the candidate they were supporting, because it was so over the top. Same with the prosecutions. The same thing happened.
You think it all contributed to?
No, I do.
Yeah, I agree with you.
What do you got, Bill?
Got something?
I just punching up through Iowa. Everybody was talking about the poll, right?
Yeah.
The Morning Register. I mean, another chip, right?
A poll that will not be named. Yes.
Right. That's correct. Until we get a little of the backsheesh, right? 40%, and you got a 7-point lead for Trump. Okay, so. I don't know what they were seeing in the poll. I mean, they're obviously seeing something out there in Iowa, but this is Trump pulling away.
Let me as you bounce around.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
This is Ohio, guys. Okay. 8 points in 2016. 8 points in 2020. 80% of the estimated vote is in. He's up more than 12 points in the Buckeye State.
Dana, even if we don't, we're not there yet. We're not.
Let's go.
We're not calling these states. We're going to wait and see how this raw vote total goes. But you'd rather be him. The path is getting clearer for him right now. To Sean's point, even that he's here at this moment, from January 7th, 2021 until now, is probably the biggest political phoenix from the ashes that we have ever seen in the history of politics.
In the days after January 6th, I remember sitting, I think, with you, Brett, and I said, this guy, Trump, he's radioactive. Republicans have turned against him. They want rid of him. They want him. He's an obstacle. He's a problem. And I thought, no, I didn't think a political comeback by him was possible.
I would say.
And yet here we are. He's the toughest son of a gun I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's
ever.
true, right?
I mean, all he's had thrown at him. I mean, I'd be in an insane asylum.
I think there's an interesting rhetorical trick you can always play with these things. When Sean says, think of all the things that they have done to him. And in spite of that, he puts together this probably the most racially diverse political coalition we've seen in generations. But you could also say it is because of what they did to him. And turn that around. It's not just in spite of it. Like, yes, he's a tough guy and he's
that's a great point.
Energetic, but it could be because of
overdone.
Well, and also,
overkill.
I think we shouldn't underestimate the importance of policy in all of this.
Absolutely.
Like, the Trump agenda in 2019 delivered some of the most stunning economic gains to blue-collar workers, the people that we came from, that we had seen in 25 years or maybe even longer. So from the border to the economy to foreign policy and peace, that resonated with young people, with men, with this new demographic coalition. And I think it's not just the greatest political comeback of all time. If these trends continue, a big if, but if, it will be the greatest comeback, I believe, in history, because this man was counted out and called every name in the book. They want to put him in jail tonight. If they could, they would put him in jail.
Word.
And I hate to get ahead of ourselves, but if he does win and the numbers hold up, and the popular vote is what it is, he would have a mandate. He would have a diverse winning coalition that he would then be able to govern with.
The House, he got both the House and the Senate.
Dude, that's a great, like, imagine if Trump lost. Like, imagine what would happen to Elon and Trump. I mean, it would be insane. Like, imagine risking it all on this election, just throwing it all on this election. Absolutely crazy. I mean, they said he's a tough son of a bee, and it's absolutely true. To just jump in there and throw it all on the line, crazy. Oh, Matt, no problem. Happy to be here with you guys. Guys, make sure If you're enjoying this, if you've been around here this entire time, you make sure to drop a like on the stream. We have 3,700 people watching here with so many different election live streams going on. I'm just happy to watch it here with you guys. Have a great chat going on. Everyone's been super respectful. Just great to have like a space where we can focus on the crypto side of things, but also respectfully share beliefs. So guys, thank you so much for being here. Drop a like in the stream, drop a retweet, and we'll jump back to it.
Election Night on Fox News Channel is brought to you by Simply Safe Home Security. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
If you're losing in one place, the question is, can you make up the math somewhere else? So where is she overperforming at the moment? Kent County. That's Grand Rapids and the suburbs around it 15 years ago. Even in 2016, Donald Trump won this county. 15 years ago, reliably Republican, Western Michigan. You see right now with 27% of the vote in, Trump is at 32%. The vice president at 66. You go back, you see the difference right there. But, the emphasis on the but, we're early in the count. So let's blank this out and come back out. But there are places, again, if you're losing in one key constituency.
Yo, I'm seeing that Trump won Georgia.
Those voters are important. Can you make it up somewhere else?
I think
another
won
place
Georgia.
I would look because of the size of the population. The second largest county in Michigan is
We should
Oakland
get this
County.
in a minute.
These are the Detroit, just north of, here's the Detroit right here. If you follow M&M, think about 8 Mile Road, 12 Mile Road. Here's where we are. You come up into Oakland County. You come up into Macomb County. Oakland
Trump
County,
wins
she's
Georgia.
at 54% with 6 in 10 votes counted, 62%. So you go back in time and you look, 56%. Again, underperforming the President of the United States in a county that is absolutely critical. For 4 years
Trump just
ago,
won Georgia.
Joe Biden at
Confirmed.
56. Right now, she's at 54. I said she had some to lose. When you go county by county by county and she's a little behind, you start to worry about the math.
I want to see CNN
and then you
react
see this,
to this.
though. It's only 12%. If this one stays blue, the vice president's going to win Michigan. This is Macomb County, birthplace of the Reagan Democrat, if you will. It's the auto industry. It's General Dynamics. It's blue-collar people. It's a lot of union workers. The tug-of-war for the union leaders to try to convince their members to vote Democratic instead of voting for Trump, this is Exhibit A of the laboratory of that. Trump tends to get 50%, somewhere in that ballpark, of the union vote. We'll watch how that plays out. At the moment, again, only 12%, but the vice president is ahead at the moment. If you go back to 2020, that's why I point this out. If she's losing a little bit in Washtenaw, losing a little bit in Ingham, be nice to make it up in Macomb. Joe Biden got 45% right there. The challenge for the vice president's campaign would have been happy, I think, with a 45 there, actually, if they're doing everything else somewhere. We'll watch as that one plays out, if she can keep her lead in Macomb County. Again, here's an aberration. Donald Trump is not going to win Wayne County. We only have, 6,000 votes there, a little more than 6,000 votes when you add it up. This is Detroit, but I will say, Hamtramck and Dearborn are here in Wayne County. That's where
I can't believe they're not reporting this
Arab
yet.
Americans voted for Joe Biden.
They don't like it.
He won that vote overwhelmingly, and they are mad at the White House because of Israel and Gaza and Hamas. And so let's see what happens. This is 1% reporting. Wayne County will be blue at the end of the night, but the margin in Wayne County will matter, and will matter huge in deciding who wins the state. Again, the President of the United States, Joe Biden, getting 68%, Donald Trump just 30%. When we come to the end of the night, these numbers are meaningless. When we come to the end of the night, where's Harris and where's Trump? Where's Trump? Is he getting more black voters? Is he getting any of that Arab American vote? But last time I was out there, Trump's prospects weren't great. There are a lot of people saying they might vote for Jill Stein or just skip the presidential line because of their anger at the White House over that. Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, at the moment, shaded red still. Again, we're not done, but for Donald Trump, that would be recreating the 2016 map. He's leading in Wisconsin. He's leading in Pennsylvania. Right now, he's trailing in Michigan, but he's getting close, right? He's getting close. So he's at 51% right now, 106,000 votes ahead in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Only at 56%, though. Only at 56% reporting, so a long way to go. So you're asking what's missing. Again, let's just see what's outstanding. Start there. And you step back and look at that. You see there's still, the small circle means not a lot of people live there. But you see a lot of places where Donald Trump's still going to get votes, and I'll come back to that in a minute. But you see a lot of rural areas where you still have outstanding votes, right? And then at home, your eyes tell you, oh, look, Philly in the suburbs, huge. Lehigh Valley right here, Allentown, Harrisburg over here, right? Pittsburgh over there.
As they're watching data come in, right now, generally, they're feeling happy about long lines at college precincts in North Carolina and Michigan, saying that should be helping them with young voter turnout, guys.
All right,
But Jackie, let me just ask you. I mean, my chain with the Democrats kind of went dark too. When's the last time you got an update?
Thank you so very much.
Well, they're responding to us, but what we ask, the answers we get are like, well, let me check on that. Literally, I asked how many people are in this crowd, what's their connection to the vice president, and that was an hour and a half ago. The person responded, let me check, working on it. I checked back, still working on it. How do you not have that answer? This is the Harris campaign, but they are in Wilmington. So it's just sort of a glaring reminder every once in a while that this apparatus was really thrown together in just over 3 months, guys.
Jackie Heinrich at the Harris campaign headquarters in D.C. Jackie, thanks.
Let's go to Wisconsin and check back in with Mike Tobin because we want to get an update, Mike, on what is going on with these machines. Has the voting stopped as they try to troubleshoot on this equipment, and what does it all mean?
Well, the counting hasn't stopped. What they did is they put out an all call for city employees. So they've got firefighters, they got healthcare workers, IT workers here trying to move this count along. They have to verify all of the metadata, if you will, on the top of the ballots before they can run them through these machines again. Now, here's the problem. We zoom in over my shoulder. I want to show you how these voting tabulators are working, or how the machines themselves ran into a problem. If you look at the back of that machine, there's a red sticker on the back of that machine. That effectively acts as the seal to prove that it hasn't been broken. But there's also a locking mechanism on the back of those machines. Now, those machines operated until the afternoon, and no one noticed that the stickers were in place, but the locking mechanisms hadn't been engaged. A Republican observer noticed that, raised the red flag, brought it with the city officials. The city officials say they believe that the integrity of the vote was never compromised, but out of an abundance of caution, some 31,000 ballots had to go back to the starting point, start all over again. We've got 107,000 ballots out here. At the last report, some 43,000 ballots had been through the process. We expected to get some final numbers from the city of Milwaukee around 1 or 2 a.m. The city can't speculate when we'll get the final numbers now. We just know that it's going to be later. The city is trying to pass this off as an abundance of caution, but you've had some Republican leaders out here, like Senator Ron Johnson, who said that this is simply unacceptable. They had a long time to preserve the integrity of this, to make sure that these machines were locked, a simple step in the process. They're not happy with it. We heard from the RNC chairs, Laura Trump, Michael Whatley, saying this is an unacceptable example of incompetence. So they're trying to get this thing done. They're hoping this doesn't really stretch into tomorrow, but they are anticipating that the vote will now continue into the early mornings, the early hours of Wednesday. Guys, back to you.
Just to be clear, Mike, they're saying that they're going to keep counting. Like Pennsylvania has said, they're going to keep going. They're not going to stop and go home and take a break. And
correct. They intend to keep counting, and you've got 107,000 ballots here, and 31,000 of those are the ones that have to go back through the process. So it's delaying the process. It's not tanking the process. And the city officials, again, want to insist that the integrity of the process was not compromised. They just want to be extra cautious.
Okay, Mike Tobin in Milwaukee. Mike, thanks.
So let's bring our panel back in, and we have some new people joining us at this hour. We're Britt Hume, Dana Perino, and Harold Ford Jr. are all still here. Kellyanne Conway has come back to join us, and Mark Penn and Charlie Hurt. Welcome to Mark and Charlie. Great to have you guys here. Mark, let me start with you. What's your read on this evening? And we're looking at North Carolina and Georgia and Virginia very closely right now.
Well, my read is that this is a real tug-of-war election. And all we're seeing right now is the Trump forces seem to be pulling that rope just a little bit more. What you see is that he's doing a little bit better with minority voters. This suburban wave for Harris did not materialize, and Trump is doing very well in the rural areas. So there's just infinitesimal change. Whoever wins, we're going to have a very divided country. The polls were right. We will be divided between the elites and the working class and what they think the direction of America is. But right now in that tug of war, Trump's forces seem to be pulling a little stronger.
And the elites appear to be on, at least the way it's shaping up tonight, on the blue side, and the working class is on the red side. This is not, this is a development that has happened in the Trump years.
I asked you 3 nights in a row, who do you want to be? Right now at 10:36 p.m., who do you want to be?
Well, right now, I want to be Donald Trump, because these votes are coming in. You take a look at Philadelphia. Philadelphia, he had 12%. Then he had 18%, the same as he had last time. Now he's got 21%. He's got 3 points better than he had last time. That's what he needs to pull Pennsylvania.
Mark, she still has a path, but it relies entirely at this stage, I think, on winning the 3 big blue wall states. What do you think her chances are?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think her chances are diminishing the more this vote is coming in. There's no question that I think this race now is going to be down to those 3 blue wall states. I think he's got, let's call it a 55% chance of winning 1 or more of those states. We've got more information, I think, on Pennsylvania than the others. I think that is, I think, pulling more in his direction the more these votes are being counted.
I just have one more question for you in this round, Mark, and then we'll get to more, I'm sure. You know, you early on questioned the strategy that had led to inflation in the Biden administration. You thought they should have addressed it much sooner. You also questioned whether or not he should be the candidate and whether or not that kind of switch up should have happened sooner. What do you think tonight about those issues?
Look, I think Harris will have run a very credible race. She is getting the Democratic constituency probably doing better than Biden would have done because Biden was really collapsing. She is getting the Democratic constituency. This is awfully close no matter who wins. Whoever is president is going to have to address all of America. But I think she ran a good race, almost an excellent race, but it may just fall in short.
It's a good point because we're comparing Biden to 2020 numbers when he won, but the numbers where he was when she took over were not those numbers.
Disastrous.
Yeah.
We have a call to make. The Fox News decision desk can now project that former President Trump will win the state of Iowa. Trump is performing well in rural areas, which helped deliver victories to former President Trump in 2016 and 2020. This obviously comes in the wake of a lot of focus on a poll that shall not be named.
No, let's do it.
Oh, name it? The Des Moines Register poll. I think we've talked about it 7 times tonight. But anyway, it got a lot of attention. Ridiculous. It was a attention-getting poll, and it was being forecast to be what the Midwest may look like, maybe because of a gender gap or whatever she was seeing in her poll, Ann Seltzer. We are now calling Iowa for the former president.
Yeah, I mean, it was, described as a bit of a jolt when it came across. I think all of us, when we saw that, Ann Seltzer, because she has an excellent reputation. She's called a lot of things well. In fact, she called the Trump lead in 2016 in her polling, and everyone thought she was crazy. She had him like +6 or something like that.
Well, she also had him winning the caucus, and Ted Cruz beat him.
Yes, so she has a good reputation, but this one appears to be a blip on her screen because clearly Iowa is in the Trump column tonight.
Harold, thoughts about what's developing?
So you think about what everyone is saying. This blue wall, there are 44 electoral votes there in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. If she loses Virginia, Nevada is 6. That gives her 50. If she wins Virginia, that gives her 57. She has a very narrow path, as Mark is saying. I think as you look back, and this is a big if here, we talked about it, I think in the last segment, we talked a little bit about the policy here, Laura did. And if she looks back, I think 3 things, and you said one of them, Kellyanne, should you have chosen Shapiro? If where we're going is where we look like we're going to go. Should you have countered on the transgender issue more quickly and more effectively? And then the border and the economy. Should she have distanced herself from Biden? Now, look, we're still a little early in the evening. I agree with Mark. It's still a little pull one way. But if you're sitting there tonight, you want to be on that campaign tonight if you want to win the campaign. So she's got to run the tables here over the next hour or two, over the next day or so, if we're hearing correctly about Wisconsin. But it does not look as promising as it did a few hours ago.
Let's head back to Bill real quick. Bill, can we dip into Virginia, the Commonwealth?
Yeah. Say it again, Brett. Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead. Do what you're going to do. We'll get to Virginia.
Okay, gotcha.
Eventually.
I'll give you a little run up the Atlantic coast here, okay? This is Georgia. Too soon to call. You ask yourself, why can't you call it? There's still some vote out there. And the question is, where is the vote and what's going to come in? Trump's up 3.2 points statewide. So you come in here to the greater Atlanta area, and this is Fulton. Our Fox Insights tell us, okay, this is different. This just changed from a moment ago, all right? At this point in the night, with 82% of the vote reporting, in Fulton County, the largest of 159, Trump's up 0.6 points from where he was 4 years ago. All right, I'll clear that. Let's come back out statewide. This is Cobb County. We talked about that earlier. Okay, at this point in the night, our Fox Insights tell us that Harris is up 1.3 points better and where Biden was at this point from 4 years ago. We'll clear that. We'll also go to Douglas 2 here, okay? At this point, this is all greater Atlanta, a lot of population throughout the area. At this point, 90% reporting here in Douglas County, Harris is doing 2.9 points better than what Biden did 4 years ago. So there's still a vote out there, too. And I mentioned Chatham County about 2 hours ago. That's Savannah. They counted slow 4 years ago. They're counting slow yet again. But you get a lot of Democratic votes out of Chatham down here on the Atlantic coast. A lot of folks live there, too, 5 out of 159. So we'll see how that shakes out. Okay, let's run up the coast here and let you know what we're seeing here in North Carolina. Then I'll hit Virginia. Then I'll hit Pennsylvania. All right. Trump up 2.5 in North Carolina. Why can't we call it? I was looking at Mecklenburg County with Charlotte. Okay, so they've had a lot of votes come in since the last time I checked. There's a lot of outstanding votes. You have to ask yourself, where are the votes, right? If they're in the most populated places, you can't make a call. But now you're getting a lot more from Charlotte.
Yo, really quick, I got an important call here. It looks like Sherrod Brown is out. He was one of the most anti-crypto people in our government. He has been replaced by a pro-cryptocurrency person. This might be one of the biggest wins yet and might be enough to flip the Senate in favor of the Republicans. So absolutely huge to see Sherrod Brown out. One of the most anti-crypto people in government right now was just flipped out. So eyes on that. That's a big win right there that's not going to get reported on now.
Well,
all right, so while you're checking that, Charlie Hurt's from Virginia.
Yeah.
Tight squeeze. So what are you looking at, Charlie?
Tight squeeze, Virginia.
What are you looking at?
So it's kind of interesting, actually, that this is so close, especially if you looked at the early numbers across the state. It was fairly extraordinary with the early vote, both early mail-in vote and then early in-person vote. All of the big D-plus counties in the state were significantly down from 4 years ago, including the big counties like Fairfax, Richmond. And then all of the R-plus counties were significantly higher this time than they were 4 years ago. And so if you had just looked at those early numbers and then look at this, it's actually not that surprising that it's this close, even though Virginia is, for all intents and purposes, a blue state now and has been since George W. Bush, or since Obama anyway. But it is, I think that Governor Youngkin, who said, watch out, it's going to be tight here, is probably looking at those same numbers and realizes that this thing might actually be the surprise of the night.
Yeah, a lot of people drifted to Northern Virginia, suburbanites. There's not a great Trump vote in that near D.C. Counties, Kellyanne, and that's what we're looking at here is where that vote is outstanding and whether it changes the dynamic.
No question. And Glenn Youngkin has been a great partner to Donald Trump this whole time on the campaign trail. He told me personally when I asked him, do you think it's really competitive a couple months ago, he said, I think you're going to force Biden-Harris, now Harris, to spend some time and money there. And that's happened. But it was ground zero for the parents' rights movement, the school stuff in 2021. I wanted to say something. Kamala Harris's team was smart and strategic to go for the 3 states in the blue wall. Since they've gone Democrat from 1992 to 2020, 28 straight years with the exception of 2016, they went for Trump. They've always voted as a bloc, but they also ran out of choices. I would have thought she'd do better in those more racially diverse Sunbelt states like Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and even North Carolina. She's in the very white states trying to become president of the United States. Here's the problem I see for the Harris and the Democrats right now. Demography is not destiny. That's what I think of this electorate. We think we're only going to get women by talking about abortion. We're going to get Hispanics if we talk about immigration. That's how Trump is getting them. We're going to get African Americans if we talk about this. Whose big idea was it to over-prosecute Donald Trump with all these cases? You think a lot of black men in this country didn't stand up and say, I think the system has been against me. I think that's unfair, to say nothing of the fact that they want economic upward mobility like everyone else. They're school choice voters. They think that people coming over the border are taking their jobs. And you got Barack Obama telling them, you're not right. Stop telling us who we are, what we think, how to eat, how to vote. This is the election where people are turning on its head. Last point, young voters. I think Harris is going to underperform Joe Biden nationwide on young voters. There, too. Let's get rid of the old guy and put in the 60-year-old woman and then call Donald Trump old, that's how we'll get young people. It's not how you get young people. You get young people if they think they can afford a house before they're 52 under your policies. You get young people if they think they want to be president of their own small business, not president of this country one day, and they can survive and thrive doing that. So this whole demography thing that we should vote according to our gender, our race, our age, this is the election where I think that hit a wall.
Can I ask a quick question just to Mark and Kelly? If things hold right now where we are, does she only have to win the blue wall just for the sake of the audience to win this? So if everything happens, she wins Arizona, he wins Nevada, he wins Georgia, North Carolina. If she wins Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, does she win?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So the blue wall remains what we have.
She has one big path. Yeah, he's got a few paths, but you got to get one of
Is
those.
that true, Bill?
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Because it gets her to 270 with the 3.
Yeah,
Right.
with the 3 plus Nebraska too. I think it's too early to start filling this thing in here. I want to start it just yet, but I don't know. We're kind of warming up the fryer or whatever you say when you get.
But just show how it happens. Just show the 3.
Yeah, for her it would be Nebraska 2.
No.
Well, we got to go a long way. So just it's going to take me a while to get there. Okay, so she would have to win all the usual states here. It's just too many to fill in, right?
Oh, gotcha.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh my gosh, what am I missing? Holy cow! Okay, Maine,
Nebraska,
Hawaii.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so that's why I didn't want to do it just yet, because we got to go a ways. But maybe like another half hour, an hour or so, we'll fill in a few more. If you got time, I'll take you to Arizona, unless you got something else to do.
Love to go there.
Let me go ahead and reset this because there's some movement here. There's some movement here in the American Southwest. This is Arizona. First time we're looking at it on the night. And Trump has just taken a 1/10 of a point lead. Kamala Harris had the edge here for really the past hour. This is Maricopa. This is Phoenix. This is where you get 60% of the vote statewide is in Maricopa County, all right? She has an edge at 2.2 percentage points. Raw vote 563,000. I'm going to bring out the slide again, okay, and go back to 2020. And this is Joe Biden in Arizona. So she's up about half a point, not quite, all right? But Donald Trump's performing a little better right now at this point, but there's still just about half of the vote out and too soon to call there in Arizona. Let me come back to modern day, 2024, and see if this has changed. It has not. This raw vote's 2,200. So we'll watch that. Just want to take a sneak peek at that. You guys mentioned Iowa, the state that shall not be named, or the poll that shall not be named. This is nuts. 14.5 points.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not even.
Somebody's not having a good night.
Guys, there's a ton of votes still out there, too. This thing could go higher. Anyway, back to you guys.
It's a little outside the margin of error. Okay.
All right, let's go over to Sandra and get a look, because we've been talking about young voters, and you have some new stuff from our Fox News voter analysis,
Sure.
Sandra.
I'll build off of what Kellyanne just said about the Hispanic voters in just a second. I'll dive into age first for you, Martha. And it is pretty incredible, some of the data that we're seeing in our Fox News voter analysis. This age group 65 and over, okay, it is a dead heat. Split the vote there. But just note, Donald Trump led this group by 3 points in 2020. So he is, in fact, slightly underperforming with that group. But here is a huge story that we are seeing develop. Voters under age 30, 52% of the vote going to Harris, 44% to Trump. That's an 8-point margin that she's leading by. Biden led with this group by 25 points. Kellyanne was just talking about this a moment ago. He led by 25 points with this age group back in 2020. She is significantly underperforming with the younger voters right now. Want to jump back in and also talk about the Hispanic vote and what we are seeing there. This also telling a huge story of the night. Kamala Harris getting 56% of the support there. Donald Trump, 40. Okay, so she's leading by 16 points. Biden led with this group by 21. Again, she's underperforming there. I want to break that down by gender when it comes to the Hispanic vote, because this also telling a story. Hispanic women, for example. Okay, Harris is leading by 24 points with this group right now. Biden led with this group by 34 Hispanic women. Underperforming there. Comes with Hispanic men. Look at this story. Harris is up by 6 points with Hispanic men. Biden led with 19 points. So there is really some interesting stories developing with the younger voters and the Hispanic vote out there. Brett and Martha, as you know, we have heard it on the ground. A lot of those American Hispanic voters, they don't like what they're seeing with illegal immigration in this country. They've been speaking about that. We are seeing that show up in our analysis.
Sandra, thank you. Interesting.
Wow, interesting to see young people really supporting Trump a lot more than expected, and Hispanics too. And we've also been hearing the black vote. So kind of funny to see all of the stories being Trump's a racist, and then seeing so many people of these different nationalities actually coming to support him. Also, another funny thing here is obviously the story of Hispanic people actually not liking immigration or illegal immigration. Definitely they like immigration, not illegal immigration, which probably makes sense, right? They feel like probably a lot of them, they had to go through this entire legal process. They had to spend all this money to become immigrants. And then you have people essentially walking over the border and being handed to it. So interesting to see that perspective. Like I said earlier, Sherrod Brown lost against someone who strongly supports crypto. So a huge win right there in Ohio to see Sherrod Brown gone. He was one of the lead architects of Operation Choke Point 2.0. So that's huge to see. We actually have a race in Arizona between two people who are pro-cryptocurrency. So good to see that developing in that way. Obviously, John Deaton lost. We've talked about that. We actually have a race here in Maryland in which it's a somewhat support crypto versus somewhat support crypto. So not a huge loss on the crypto side there. If we come over to Wisconsin, it's actually very close between someone who is strongly against crypto, Tammy Baldwin, who could go down against Eric Avde, I guess. And it looks like that could actually be a win Republican and a win pro-cryptocurrency there. And then we also have another race down here in Iowa in which we have a no stance on crypto guys who are probably anti-crypto against a strongly supports crypto. So we want to see Zach Nunn win in Iowa. What else do we got? We actually have a Democrat winning in Colorado. We've talked about that, who is pro-cryptocurrency over a Republican who is anti-cryptocurrency. We now have over 242 people who are, or we now have over 178 people who are pro-crypto, 81 anti-crypto, 13 pro-crypto people Senate, 5 anti-crypto people in the Senate. So good to see those numbers. I would love to see a chart over time of how these things have developed, but that's how the cryptocurrency landscape is playing out. I would love to take a look at Polymarket. It looks like Polymarket, has it dropped or have I just not updated in a while? 94% Trump. So heavily in Trump's favor right now. I don't know what to make of this, but 5.6% for Kamala Harris. So drastically in Trump's favor on Polymarket. Interesting to see the data between Republicans winning. And then also we can carry that over to what is actually happening on Bitcoin. Bitcoin up to 74.2, reached 75 at one point. So kind of stalling out. If we get more pumps on Bitcoin, I will certainly show you. Kind of stalling out a bit right there. Obviously still did hit that new all-time high over the election. I would imagine a big Bitcoin pump if Trump was able to win.
And said that she could do it. Now, maybe if it turned, she could win 6 of 7, but he said 7 of 7.
He said
the other day.
He did. He said there was a confidence from him that, and Democrats abound, that there was. And
all right,
even up to early this
Well, all the polling said that it could go either way.
We got to hit a break real quick.
We will. A lot of votes to count still, and we are covering all of them for you. Our special coverage continues. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
This map looks a lot more like 2016 than it does like 2020. And you can know at home what happened in those two elections. But we're not done with the count. So let's look in Georgia. Right now, the former president leading in Georgia by 136,000 votes and change at 51% to 48%, 89% in. So when you get this close to the finish line, you're saying, what's left? And is it enough? Is it enough to overcome 136,000 votes? So let's start with that. And let's look at where our live outstanding votes are. The bigger the circle, the more votes still to be counted. The color of the circle, how the votes coming in that area right now. So you do see a lot of big circles in Atlanta and the suburbs, down here in Savannah and the suburban areas around that, Columbus, Georgia down here. You see some pockets of Democratic votes that are still out. They're large pockets. That's a lot of votes. And if they come in big numbers, we'll see how significantly the vice president narrows that gap. You also see a lot of these little blue dots. They're not done in the rural counties in Georgia. And that matters too, because yes, if you get a big basket of votes in Cobb County is at 95% though, so you're not going to get a ton there. Fulton County is at 90%. It's the largest population center, so 10% can be a lot of votes because of the population center. This is the one we're waiting the most on, Gwinnett County, but they're up to 72% now. and then we'll come down here and look at DeKalb County. They're at 89% now. So we have more votes to come from in this circle of Atlanta and the suburbs around it that are blue, but we also have more votes to come from in some of these counties out here. That one's at 94, that one's at 95, that one's at 98, that one's at 92. So you got a lot of the vote in these places. So Donald Trump still has some votes to pick up in the rural areas. The question is, how big are the vice president's advantages in the Democratic areas where votes are still out? When you're down by 136,000 votes, with 89% reporting, when those votes come in, not only in Atlanta suburbs, I just want to check down here in Chatham County, we're only at 36%. So again, if you're
Whoa. What happened? What the heck? Huh. All right, sorry about that. Looks like we just fully crashed on CNN. I'll go back to Fox in a minute. We're on commercial. Oh, thank you, Zed. Thank you. I think this is going to be the longest stream I've ever done. So don't worry, guys. You're not missing anything on Fox News right now. Well, now you are. Now I'm switching over to it.
Can project that in Maine, Vice President Harris will win the statewide vote. Trump will win an electoral vote in the rural 2nd district in the state of Maine.
Fox News can also project that Maine Senator Angus King will win his race. He's an independent who caucuses with the Democrats. So as we look now, the Senate is ticking up. We're going to look at some interesting races in Ohio and Montana coming up.
So let's check in with Aisha Hasni at the Trump campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida, where I would imagine the mood is fairly good.
It is very good, Martha. You know, earlier this evening, a lot of folks were coming up to me and saying they're not sure if they're going to get a decision tonight. They thought it was going to take a few days, and that has completely flipped, and people are expecting there to be an answer tonight and it to be favorable for the former president. I just talked to a campaign official who tells me that over in Mar-a-Lago, where former President Trump is right now, watching the results come in, the mood there is positive. And I'm working to confirm right now if the former president made some remarks to a crowd there and what exactly he said, but everyone there appears to be feeling very, very good. And just found out as well that Speaker Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, who's in Shreveport, Louisiana right now at his district, appears to be making plans to come here to be with former President Trump. Back to you.
Aisha, thank you very much. We'll keep a close eye on Trump headquarters.
I have to show you guys a great picture.
Continue to give you some more updates on what's going on right now. You know, we don't have a call for any new states at this point. We're waiting for Montana, waiting to get a look at the Sheehy race in Montana as well. And we have some new guests who have joined us on the panel that we want to get to. So let's welcome them in.
And as we get ready for the top of the hour, we'll make some new calls at 11
first, and then
o'clock.
we'll get right to you guys. Wow, time is going so fast.
Let's see what we got. Come on, baby. Give me something good.
There we go.
Give me something good.
It is now 11 p.m. in New York, and 4 West Coast states have just finished voting. The Fox News decision desk can project that Vice President Harris will win California, the Golden State, 54 electoral votes, biggest prize, more than any other state in the country.
And Fox News can also project that Harris will win Oregon, adding 8 more votes to her Electoral College vote. Harris will also win Washington, another reliably Democratic northwestern state.
But the former president will win Idaho's 4 electoral votes. So as we see the race to 270, it's now 216 to 193. The race is changing quickly. I am getting some word from the Democrats who have now put out kind of a sense of the race, saying that in Pennsylvania, they say they're overperforming turnout expectations in Philadelphia and the early vote expectations in Bucks County. They go into state by state of where they feel like they are going to see more votes in these states. These are the blue wall states, because that is the path that we're looking at. In Wisconsin, they say, we know there's a significant amount of vote remaining in Dane and Milwaukee counties, and we are seeing signs of strong performance in the WOW counties. We just have partial data. We don't expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. We shall see.
We shall see. California Senate race, as we talked about, can project that the current Democratic Congressman, Adam Schiff, will win his race against former Major League Baseball player Steve Garvey in that Senate race. And Washington's incumbent Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell will win her 5th term. Not big surprises on that front this evening either. So here's the balance of power in the Senate: 49 for Republicans. The majority is 51. They have flipped 1 seat, 42 for the Democrats, as we wait for a number of these big Senate races to be called. Ohio, Montana, Pennsylvania, all will really dictate the future of the Senate.
And Michigan. Let's bring in our panel: Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr. They've been here for a while. Kevin O'Leary, Jessica Tookoff, and Ben Domenech. Jessica, are you surprised?
Surprised is a very generous term for how I'm feeling in this particular moment. It is in Democrats' nature to be anxious, and we are certainly at peak anxiousness. I think the conversation that you were having in the last panel about the Latino vote is really interesting. Some of these numbers are a little bit jaw-dropping, looking at, potentially 45% for Donald Trump in some states. And that is going to cause a real reckoning within the party on how we talk about, message to, and integrate, a huge part of our base typically in all of this. I would say, though, that the campaign and people that I've been speaking to have said nothing has been called. Our paths to 270 have not been blocked off. And as we continue to get more vote in, and I should add to the numbers that they messaged to you, Detroit is coming in. And Detroit had a very good day with in-person voting today. And the suburbs of Atlanta outperforming where Biden was there. One point of concern is that she's not doing as well in the rural areas as Biden did. And that's something that they're paying attention to. But I'm hearing more and more.
Take a look at this picture right here. This is awesome. Dana White, Elon Musk, and Trump. What a heroic picture right here. Man, that is quite the squad. Whoops. Let me zoom in here. That is quite the squad right there. Elon Musk, Dana White, and Trump plotting. This is some level of plotting. That's cool to see. And as you can hear, Fiatling going off in the background. I wonder if we have a new Bitcoin update here. Not sure. I'll have to check on that in a second. Crazy picture though. Cool to see those three plotting.
Donald Trump.
Well, they called it an autopsy at the time, and I think it's turned out to be an autopsy for a party that was dead. And I think that Donald Trump has done something incredible in resurrecting it with a new coalition that, a lot of people never thought Republicans were going to be able to reach, that they weren't going to be able to cut through a lot of these different fundamental problems that people thought were there in order to reach these different sets of the electorate. And look, I think the big question they have to be asking is how much of that is tied to Donald Trump himself and how much of it is something that the Republican Party going forward can build on. Regardless of whatever ends up happening here tonight and tomorrow morning in terms of these blue wall states and the things that we take away from it, certainly we can take away. This is the most incredible political comeback that we've seen since 1968. It's the most incredible remaking of the Republican coalition that we've seen in a way that was really unexpected by all but a handful of people. And how they build on that, how they choose to prioritize policies going forward, could make a big difference in whether they're able to hold on to it in the future or whether it's something that goes away if Donald Trump isn't at the top of the ticket.
Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful. The markets now have it at 92.5% for Donald Trump winning this election to Kamala Harris at 7.0%. You're a market guy. How do you read this?
I'm going to stay on this theme for a moment and call this perhaps the greatest night the Democratic Party can ever have if they lose. And let me explain that. I was very troubled just over 100 days ago when they circumvented the democratic process and anointed somebody. The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl. You arrive at the Super Bowl game, and by any measure, this is the Super Bowl of global politics, the presidential race. Your quarterback, Biden, is injured. He's taken out of the game. You don't bring a quarterback in that's never, ever, ever won any game anywhere. You run a process. And they missed that opportunity. This is a chance for them to, I'm not saying they're going to lose, but I'm going to those percentages and saying they get to reboot. They get to go back to the center. They get to scratch this whole thing. And the influences of a Schumer or a Pelosi or a movie star or an Obama deciding to anoint somebody, those guys are gone in 4 years. They won't have that kind of influence. This could be great for America because I'm an investor. I have to work with who's ever in the White House in January. But I care about policy. And when I hear policies coming out of a party that are so twisted against the American way of life, like basically taxing capital gains that are unrealized, that's not America. Or price controls, that's not America. 28% tax rate takes us to the bottom quartile of competition. That's bad. We can't do that. That would hurt the country. And all I do is work with entrepreneurs that want to build businesses. There's a reason people come here under barbed wire and drown in rivers to get into America. It's the American dream. It's the only thing the president has to do is to maintain it. Those policies are against the American dream. And I have nothing against Harris. I mean, look, she did a masterful job in getting to where she is. It would be good for them to lose tonight. It would reset and reboot and get that party back to the center. It would be good for them. They may not want to hear that.
We don't.
But they may have to. Kevin, you may have to deal with it. You may have to deal with it.
Kevin, I would love to win and do the reboot. We can still do those things. We bring you right into the party to help us do it.
We're going to take a pause right here because we have a big call to make.
Fox News Decision Desk can now project that Republican businessman Bernie Moreno, who started his entrepreneurial career in the car company and buying auto shops in Ohio, has won and unseated incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, who has been an Ohio institution for a lot of years. This is an important flip for Republicans. The party is edging closer to an outright Senate majority tonight, and there are still a couple of places yet to be heard from.
Right. Now, think about this. Now, if the Democrats would somehow hold on to the John Tester seat, that would be a different math. But as you look at the balance of power in the U.S. Senate, is this Moreno speaking right now? Can we go in there?
Let's listen in for a couple minutes here.
There we go.
Look, today starts a new wave. You know, we talked about wanting a red wave. I think what we have tonight is a red, white, and blue wave in this country. Because what we need in the United States of America is leaders in Washington, D.C. that actually...
This is looking solid right now. I want to take a quick look at CNN and see if we have any depression starting to kick in, but we'll see. I want to judge it based off then. I heard Kamala's HQ has gone quiet. So I want to see what CNN is saying now real quick and see if we're starting to sense any panic yet.
It was good. And I asked if it was great, and they said it was good. So we'll see how that plays out. Dane County, 74%. We're at 91%. Again, not to be a broken record, 75%. A percentage point can matter, underperforming by just a little bit. And so she's losing in Wisconsin. Got a ways to go there. She's holding on in Michigan at the moment. We're still only at 32%. So we got a long way to go in battleground Michigan. We'll come back out here. And this one is the biggest. And I'm going to show you why in just a second. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we've been saying it for weeks. 19 electoral votes, the largest of the battleground states out there. 72% in, 178,000 vote lead. That's a healthy lead. Now, again, let's look. There's a lot of votes. This is what happened. Remember 2020. Donald Trump was ahead in Pennsylvania. This was what brought Joe Biden back. They counted the votes, mainly in Philadelphia, but also in the suburbs around it. That was 2020. There were a lot more early mail-in votes then to be counted than there are now, but we shall see as we come out. And Jake, before you jump in, and please ask me anything you want, one little quirky thing. Trump's leading in Northampton. Harris is leading in Erie. Those are the two swing counties that have been. So just watching that. But here's what I want to say right now. I just want to bring this up to show the stakes for the Harris campaign right now as the count in North Carolina gets higher and in Georgia gets higher. The importance if Donald Trump, this is a hypothetical, but if Donald Trump holds these two, and he won that one.
We need to be gone first thing in January.
Bernie Moreno, the winner in the U.S. Senate seat in Ohio. This is a major pickoff for an incumbent senator in Sherrod Brown that ran ads that said he was at least working with former President Trump. He ran heavily on the issue of abortion and thought that they were going to make headway there. There were all kinds of polls, including the one we talked about earlier, that had Democrats fired up about women in the Midwest. Sherrod Brown won in 2006, 2012, and 2018. He was pro-labor. They thought he was safe at the beginning. This race was well run by Bernie Moreno, and this puts them closer to a Senate majority. He said it is a Senate majority. There's still the possibility that John Tester holds on in Montana, although he was behind going in. Deb Fisher in Nebraska was still watching that
Murdoch,
race very
good to see you, brother.
But if they hold all of those, you could have a scenario where you're looking at 52-48, 53-47.
You absolutely could. And it's worth pointing out that these Senate candidates, if he is one of a few, potentially, as Brett just said, they all closed very strong. I mean, these races were not considered competitive. You didn't see them on TV a lot because they weren't really considered to be in the game, but they are closing very strong, and we're going to keep an eye.
5 p.m. That will be tens of thousands.
Colombia. And, he talks about the American dream, about immigrating here, and it raises questions about how immigrants feel about immigration, because he is very much in favor of closing the border.
Yeah, his brother was the ambassador.
There's a lot on that. Garrett Tanning, our reporter in the Midwest, he's done a couple of pieces for us on a couple of small towns, one in Ohio and one in Indiana, that were completely just doubled overnight almost by immigrants. And he talked to families who have kids who are like, they can't even go to school anymore. They dropped out because nobody could be taught anymore. No one can find a place to live. I'll be very interested to see what Sandra Smith pulls out of that state of Ohio. Now, Donald Trump ran very strong in Ohio, and that helped Bernie Moreno as well. It will probably help Deb Fisher. I think it even helped Ted Cruz. Even though I think Ted Cruz was always going to win, it helped him win by a larger margin. Another point is, Sherrod Brown has been there forever. Incumbents usually win. But this past 4 years has seen a remarkable amount of incumbents all around the world, up and down the ticket. You think of what happened to the Conservative Party, the Tory Party in the UK. They lost everything because there was just throw the bums out type election. And Kamala Harris is basically weighed down by the Biden administration, and she still couldn't come up with something that she would change. And I think people are reacting to that.
And once again, you have a state like Ohio where Sherrod Brown was able to hang on, even though it has been basically a red state for quite some time. And sometimes the migration of this kind of party move in a state takes a little while, takes a couple cycles.
Surprised by this one?
That Sherrod Brown, there were a lot of Democrats who thought like you thought at the way you posited the question, that he's held on for a long time, he's running tough races, and that he had appealed to enough Republicans over the many years. But Moreno was a great candidate for them. He hung in there, and what it goes to show also is this issue of energy security. It's going to be interesting to see how this continues to play out in Pennsylvania this evening. Ohio and Pennsylvania both, and even Montana, where energy is a big, big issue.
Look, it wasn't energy. Like, this guy doesn't get it. It was crypto. Sherrod Brown was the most anti-crypto person. Everything was against him for the crypto side. This was a huge win for crypto. I want to say this. I mean, it's a shame that John lost, but this is a huge win. Don't get me wrong. This is a huge win for crypto. This is probably the other most important race we had.
Unfortunate for me, yes. I think you can begin to see that where that crack could come, if not a whole collapse.
Let me make one last point. $161 million spent on the Bernie Moreno race by the Senate Leadership Fund. McConnell's basically the pact to keep the Senate majority, $161 million.
And in part, that's because they understand if we have one more of these things flip, think about what that does to the Supreme Court and the decisions that will be made by some of the justices
and
there.
we're, one seat away from a majority for the Republicans, and Republicans have been counting as if it were a done deal all along on Montana Senate, where there's very little vote in, which I think is the reason it's too early to call. Not too close to call, because at this hour, Bill, according to what you just showed me on that map over there, that wonderful map of yours, John Tester's the Democrat John Tester, Democratic incumbent, is well behind with only 6% in.
Yeah,
but
it seems like
he's down.
Just getting going a little bit there, right?
Yeah, 14 points. But I mean, that's in line with what has been the expectation.
But listen, if you look at Ohio, it's the similar issues to Mike Rogers in Michigan And there's similar issues in Pennsylvania for Dave McCormick. We're going to take a quick break right here. The race to 270 slowly taking shape. 270.
With there, and Buck says so far over 90,000 mail-in ballots are accounted for in the results out of a possible total of 151,000. And I also want to note this, that the state will be required to report the outstanding early votes by midnight. So we should get a clearer picture soon there in this critical battleground Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Back to you.
All right, fascinating. And she was just talking about Bucks County. Walk us through Bucks County. This is where Harris had a couple big events there, including that one with Liz Cheney, really making a play for Republican women, especially in Bucks County.
And for Haley voters. Nikki Haley got 155,000 votes in the Pennsylvania primary long after she was out of the race, so that was one piece of the competition. Two things to say about this. Number one, it's only half the vote. So if you just think we have about 200,000 more votes, right? This is 51%. It's 103 to 102. So you got roughly 200,000 votes still to come in. Bucks County is the most competitive of the caller counties. She's at 50%, the vice president, if you round up. Again, President Biden was at 52 if you round him up. You say that's not a huge difference, but Jake, you know the Commonwealth very well. In the competitive swing counties, a half a point or a point can matter, and right now that number is not good for the vice president.
Indeed. And CNN can bring you a projection now. Folks at home, CNN projects that the state of Oregon will go to Kamala Harris. As expected, Oregon, with its 8 electoral votes, will go to the Democrat Kamala Harris. Let's take a look at the electoral map. Right now, Donald Trump has 211 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 153 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. Let's take a look at the key races now. Arizona, Donald Trump in the lead there, 49.6% of the vote. Kamala Harris right behind him with 49.5% of the vote. Donald Trump with a roughly 3,000 vote lead. That's with 51% of the estimated vote in from the state of Arizona. In battleground Wisconsin, Donald Trump maintaining his lead. 50.4% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 50,000 vote lead right now with 63% of the estimated vote in from the Badger State. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Donald Trump maintaining his lead, 51% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47.9% of the vote. Donald Trump with more than 165,000 more votes than Kamala Harris, with more than 3/4, 76% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead, 50.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48.3% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 131,000 vote lead over Kamala Harris. That's with 90% of the estimated vote in. So they got 10% to go there in Georgia, but Donald Trump in the lead. In North Carolina, another battleground, Donald Trump still in the lead there with 50.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 47.9% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 138,000 vote lead over Kamala Harris with an estimated 87% of the vote in. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris is in the lead.
Guys, real quick, take a look at the crypto side. Sherrod Brown won. See if we have any other interesting races. Kerry Lake is one interesting. It looks like we have made some movement on Dave McCormick. Taking down Bob Casey, so that's a win for crypto there. Sam Brown will be an interesting one. That supports crypto versus supports crypto. So Tammy Baldwin is one we're watching, is now losing. So she's strongly anti-crypto. Now she's losing her race. So that's another potential big crypto win. This Tammy Baldwin girl could potentially go down in her race. Colorado we've talked about, and the rest aren't in, but Tammy is now losing, which is a huge win for pro crypto. Cryptocurrency continues to look good. XRP kind of hanging out in a range. Bitcoin hasn't made a new all-time high. 74.5, getting back close to that $75,000 range. Polymarket is now still in similar favor for Trump. Not much has changed there. Let's jump back to this.
That we've seen, at least so far. We're waiting for a number of these cities, Mike, but give us an update on what's going on with the machines there and what you expect.
Well, we're hearing from more of the Wisconsin election officials, and they still want to push off the idea that this was a legitimate mistake, and they have recounted these 31,000 ballots or retabulated these 31,000 ballots out of an abundance of caution. What you're looking at right now is one of the tabulation machines, and if you look at the back of the tabulation machine, you should be able to see some red stickers. Those red stickers are the seals. The seals were in place on these 13 machines. What was not engaged with the locking mechanisms on the doors there. The machines operated for hours. When the Republican Observer noticed it, flagged it, that particular problem, the city and also the executive director of the Wisconsin Election Commission says that was the 31,000 ballots were run through again, as she put it, so no one could use a procedural misstep to call the legitimate votes into question. That's Megan Wolf, the executive director of the Wisconsin Election Commission. Now, I talked with Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson. He said the whole process is sloppy.
It had been done 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning with Republican observers going, yep, that's locked, that's properly sealed, locked, properly sealed. Why didn't they do that? Again, this has just been sloppy. And as the chairman of our party said, they've got one job to do, and they didn't do it very well.
Now, here at Central Count, there are some 108,325 ballots. These are the mail-in ballots, drop-box ballots, and in-person absentee ballots. Some 80,000 of these ballots have now been counted, but the whole process has been delayed because it's 31,000 had to go through a second time. Guys, back to you.
Mike Tobin, thanks. Just an update from our own Chad Pergram, talking to Democrats and Republicans about the House races as we are looking at the Senate, and they're poised to take control if they hold the rest. The House is looking like it very well could flip to the Democrats. A couple of races, Vindman in Virginia. We're not calling that, but they're looking really good. There's a few races in New York here, the Brandon Williams race to John Mannion. So Dems essentially, we won't know until California, where a number of those seats are up. They're doing what they need to do to hit the marks to flip the House. So that could be a bright spot for Democrats tonight.
So let's go to look at some. We're going to Trace Gallagher and talk to him and his panel out on the West Coast, because we are waiting for a lot of California races, as Brett was just saying. Brett, Trace, tell us a little bit about what you're seeing out there on the West Coast tonight.
And we're going to pick up the last 3 hours of this coverage tonight, Martha, so we're kind of gearing up for that. It's interesting. The big news out here, of course, California, no surprise, went to Kamala Harris. Interesting, though, because Proposition 36, which is the big story here in California, that would revise Proposition 47, which lowered the thresholds of crime. It really allowed crime in California to run rampant. We have our panel here, Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Kayla McGee-White, and Gianno Caldwell. Steve Hilton, to you very quickly. Prop 36 is winning dramatically right now. It's expected to win. It would be a big deal for this state.
It's a massive deal because it shows that people have had enough of this far left attitude on crime. And it's not just that proposition. You see it on some of the other ones, on rent control and raising the minimum wage. It's a really interesting shift. And if I may, Trace, the other big point for us here in California, you look at this change, this massive reconstruction of the Republican Party under Donald Trump's leadership and the Latino vote here in California, the largest group now. And this points to the future of the Republican Party, because actually, if you think about the Latino vote, how long have we been told that the Democrats benefit from the diversity of the nation and the future? Look what's happening. The more diverse America becomes, the better Republicans can do if we keep going with this new Republican Party that Trump has fashioned.
It's a very good point. And, you know, it's interesting, Kayla McGee-White, because we talk about Proposition 36, and Kamala Harris was asked about Prop 36. She would not weigh in on this. She wouldn't say whether she voted for it or against it, and that's significant.
And this was one of many policies where she refused to provide a clear answer on where she stood. And, you know, this strategy of avoidance, which we've seen repeatedly throughout this campaign from her, it was a gamble. She thought that because she was slipping in the campaign at the last minute and because she was running against Trump, that voters wouldn't notice or they wouldn't care, that she was giving them a whole bunch of nothing. But I'll just say, I'm from one of these swing states, from Michigan. And even in the swing states, it matters a lot where Kamala Harris stands on something like Proposition 36. Because if she doesn't want California to take crime seriously, what about the rest of the country?
Yeah, and nobody takes crime more seriously than Gianno Caldwell. You have studied this, Gianno, and this is a big deal going forward for California should this pass.
That's right, and that's why I started the Caldwell Institute for Public Safety. I got to tell you, I'm glad to see that many voters in the state of California have been pushing back against crime. Unfortunately, Gavin Newsom has been very supportive of the initiative of Prop 47. He thinks that there shouldn't be any changes. But this is a major problem, and I think we see this not just with this particular prop, but we've seen it with a lot of progressive prosecutors funded by George Soros, people like George Gascon, who people are fed up with, and that's why Nathan Hochman, who's running for district attorney of Los Angeles County, is predicted to potentially win this one really big. I think the Democrats who've fashioned the idea that if you be soft on crime, then there's going to be criminal justice reform, when in fact there's been nothing but justice for the criminal.
It's going to win. It's probably going to win big, Jody Armour, but the governor of California is against it. He thinks it's just going to raise the number of people going to California prisons.
Yeah, well, the fact that Harris wouldn't answer the question about what she voted on this, a former prosecutor, she said, I'm the top cop. She, you know, her bona fides.
Guys, really quick, that's very interesting to see. It looks like a lot of people are now siding for more anti-crime stuff, which seems logical, but apparently that's where we are in America now. That's a good idea to be anti-crime. Thought it was always a good idea. Guys, make sure if you're watching right now, you exit out of live chat, drop a like on the stream. If you've been here all night, would really appreciate you subscribing. If you're on X, drop a retweet. Maybe you'll get someone else in the stream. Drop a like. Thank you so much for everyone doing that. We'll jump back to it, guys. Really appreciate you guys for being here. I hope everyone's having a good time. You guys are absolutely incredible. Give back if you can. Just drop a like on the stream. It's completely free. It only takes a second. Thank you so much.
Steve, Jody, thank you all. Martha will be here later in the night when everybody gets tired there in New York, and we'll handle it from there. Back to you guys.
Okay, Trace, thank you very much. We're looking into a lot of different numbers that are coming in, and as you know, this is all baking. Bill's at the wall trying to go into different places. Wisconsin's on the board right now.
Yeah.
Bill, what do you got?
Just picked up something from the New York Times. I just want to repeat this. I was trying to locate this on the map, and it's true. Right now, Donald Trump, in the big cities of America, Miami, Chicago, New York, Dallas, and Houston, he is improving on his margins from 2020 by double digits. You think about that, right? Since COVID, you think about immigration. You think about the homeless crisis. You think about how our cities have changed over the past 4 years. Maybe that's having an impact. Now, what I'm looking at here is Wisconsin. I just want to point out two things in Wisconsin, and I want to compare that to what's happening in Pennsylvania, because I think there's a trend that is favorable toward Trump, okay? So here we go, Dane County. I'm going to take you back to 2020. I'll just compare the numbers for Biden and Kamala Harris, okay? So this is Madison, University of Wisconsin, et cetera. Ton of Democratic votes in this county. So she is underperforming Biden's mark by about 1.7 points. And that translates to, it could be tens of thousands of votes. Trump, meanwhile, is up about 1.4 going back to 4 years ago. Let me come up here to La Crosse, all right? You get Democratic votes here in La Crosse, right along the border there with Minnesota. So this is Biden 4 years ago. It's not quite 2.5, but it's close to it, where she's underperforming in a county where she should be doing better. And here you go, Trump doing 2.5 points better in that particular county in Wisconsin. So we'll keep an eye on that. Come out a little broader here. Come back to 2024. Hang on one second, guys. And we'll go into Pennsylvania.
Interesting is I'm not seeing anything from Mark Cuban right now. It looks like Mark Cuban is not enjoying himself. Another interesting thing is it looks like the Kamala Harris campaign has now gone silent. So if I can find the post for that for you guys, I'll share that with you. It's pretty interesting. It looks like Kamala Harris's campaign is now silent. Let's take a listen to this real quick just so you guys can see it.
Here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map.
Sorry, I have a little bit of background sound going on there. Oh, that was just the background sound in the video. Hold on. Yep, here we go.
Let me just give you a gut check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate in Virginia, in Iowa, in other places. I am told told that Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia, that is what the Harris campaign tonight is holding out hope for, more votes to come in. They have always said the blue wall was the most straightforward path. Now it may be the best, not only at all, because Georgia is also something that is developing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I still hear from Harris aides that they feel good about Georgia, but it is very, very close.
Wow. Thank you so much, Mr. Faust. Oh, Nick, thank you so much, man. Thank you. Have time for bed for me or time for bed for you? I'm gonna weather this thing until we have some sort of. I don't want to say that yet. I'm gonna weather this as long as we can. Thank you so much for that donation, man. I really does mean the world. Thank you. I'm gonna throw the stream back on, listen to some things going on, but really appreciate that and love to see someone's first super like. Means a lot.
Well, listen to this. So Jen O'Malley Dillon, I quoted from it earlier, where they're kind of painting the picture of the blue wall and how they're doing great things in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan. But at the end of this email, she says, we'll continue to keep you all updated as we get more information. This is what we have built for. So let's finish up what we have in front of us tonight, get some sleep, and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. So the Biden, I mean the Harris campaign, sorry, it is the Biden folks that run the Harris campaign now, essentially saying, you know what, let's pack up and get some sleep and we'll see you in the morning.
Reminds me of?
It's 4 years ago,
Clinton in
Martha.
2016,
Exactly
because
right.
she said, John Podesta came out and said, well, we're all going to kind of sleep on this and see how all of this works out. And everyone else was saying, we're calling these states. So
we may stay with us. We're watching it all as our special coverage continues, and we could have some big calls coming straight ahead, whether they're up tonight or not.
Oh boy, Kamala, they're trying to dip out of this. Is it looking that bad? Are they trying to say they're out for the tonight? What does that even mean? The campaign's going on. Am I up later? That's pathetic. If I'm up later than Kamala Harris's campaign covering this, and this is supposed to be who's running the country, I mean, put me in charge. I'll at least stay awake for whatever needs to happen. Are we serious or just going to bed? Yeesh. I mean, if they need to, I'll cover. Oh, it looks like.
We will. I think things are going really well, even though we had a little hiccup. But, as we united, all the workers and the parties, I think that it's extremely important that we were in the same page and that we had an agreement and everything is going well.
What did you make of this? I know Ron Johnson came out, a Republican, and was very, upset with all of this and was sort of making hay about it. What were your thoughts on what happened with these machines?
Well, there was a human error in part of it. So when it was caught, we just simply did a rerun on the with the processing and the tabulators, and even probably some of the tabulators should have seen it, but it was caught by one of the observers who brought it to the executive director's attention, and it was acted upon immediately. We took care of it, and yes, we anticipated a much further delay than we are, but I think we're right on schedule where we anticipate to be earlier. And true, if you can see around and look at the poll workers at work, we both have Democrats and Republicans working side by side, and many of them have been doing this for many years, and they've become very efficient about it, and they're with their integrity from each group. So I think we're going to be getting those numbers fairly soon. I don't want to say as early as we would like, but I think it's going to be earlier than what we thought before we had the hiccup, so to speak.
Just to both of you, what do you think of this, the number of voters? Are you seeing the numbers larger than in 2020, and what are you seeing now? I'm not seeing as large as I thought before, but I was doing, most of us were going out to the polls earlier too. The polls were a steady, nice flow. What I did see is a high volume of same-day registrations. That was seen to be a much more increase at all the polling sites, and not just one geographical area, whether it be whatever demographics, but it was all over that was encompassed. And I talked to each chief inspector, and that is the area that I saw a much increase.
Okay, let's bring in our panel. Joining us now, Kayleigh McEnany, Richard Fowler, and Katie Pavlich, and our three steady Eddies over to my right, who we're not letting. We've chained them. They're not going anywhere. They're with us for the
chained,
evening.
actually, to the desk.
Exactly.
Physically chained. We're very sorry. Hopefully it's loose enough for you.
Allowed breaks occasionally. But. So, Richard, welcome. Good to have you here.
Good to be here.
How are you feeling about how things are going? Obviously, we've seen this memo from the campaign that says that they are considering waiting to see how things look tomorrow. Can you answer to that at all?
Look, I think we all knew this was going to be a long election night, right? We knew this was going to take some time to count all these votes. I think what you're seeing from the memo that was released by General Mally Dillon just a couple moments ago sort of speaks to that, and that, you know, we don't have a clear winner in this moment. There's still votes out there being counted. Last time I checked before I came in here, I think 1% of the votes in Wayne County or Detroit was counted. So we have a lot more votes left to be counted in parts of the blue wall. I think for the Harris-Walz campaign, they're saying they're banking on this blue wall to win this campaign. So they're going to wait until those votes are counted. And I think at this point, nobody can spike the football until all the American people have their say.
Yeah, we haven't called any battleground states.
Exactly.
Sean Hannity may have.
Sean is the exception to the rule.
But he wasn't worried about the fact that there weren't actually in yet.
The best is when he said, I'm not going to get over my skis, but I'm going to get over my skis.
But I'm going to make a call. I have a big prediction.
Katie, what do you think?
Just based on looking at the data going into tonight, but also the numbers on Hispanic
Chadwick, I don't
men,
see
for
that
example, and the youth vote, the fact that Donald Trump is running ahead of Kamala Harris, according to a number of exit polls, shows that their messaging to those groups isn't working. And the question is why? Why is it that it didn't appeal, the Kamala Harris campaign message? And I think it's interesting to look at the slow death of identity politics that you're seeing in this election. The Kamala Harris campaign tried to argue that people should vote for her based on identity politics, whereas the Trump campaign, which was accused of being Hitler, fascist, wanting to, you know, implement, get rid of democracy, essentially, is running ahead with those groups, and that's not something that they expected. Those were the key people that they needed to get her over the finish line. Now, the night is not over, but
I don't think they're going to stop,
Democrats are going to have to think about, they're losing their coalition. And how are they going to get it back? You can't just argue that someone in your opponent is a Nazi, essentially. You have to have something to offer. And at this point, they're looking at the numbers and saying, if we're running this far behind in these places that we're looking at the votes, it's going to be a tough climb getting to that 270.
One of the interesting things that strikes me as you say that is that the character issue was dug into so deeply by the Harris campaign and by Democrats at large across the country. And Kayleigh, it looks like not only did the 48% that has been rock solid for Trump throughout the entire course of his run, not only did they not care about that issue, I think, you know, they say, well, we know and we've seen all of this, you know, what we watch is, you know, the policy results, whatever they're saying, but added people on top of that, despite these character issues that were so drilled on by Kamala Harris in this campaign.
I think you make a really important point, and two voters come to mind when you make that analysis. There was a voter in the New York Times. They'd followed this group of undecided voters. This voter said, pre-Kamala Harris, I was 50.01% likely to vote for Trump. He didn't like him personally. He didn't like his affects. He didn't like him. Then Kamala Harris came on the scene, and he wanted to know how she differed from Joe Biden on inflation. He ended up discovering she doesn't. And he went by a 51% margin for Trump. He said, I still don't like the guy, but that tipped me over the edge. Another voter who comes to mind I saw today, he had not voted in an election since Obama. He said, I am a blue-collar worker. I am here voting today because of no tax on overtime. And I think if Donald Trump prevails tonight, we have to look at his working man's agenda. No tax on overtime, limit on interest on credit cards, no tax on tips. This holistic look that perhaps not just realigned the party on blue-collar workers, but demographically as well.
Can I just add to that? You know, for years we've heard from the Biden-Harris administration that Americans are not suffering, that inflation, A, wasn't happening, then it was transitory, then we just had to deal with it even though it wasn't getting better. That has been something the campaign has struggled with. They eventually came around to grocery prices being too high, but their essential argument was Donald Trump is a bad guy, therefore you should vote for us, even though we're not going to detail what our policy plans are. And you're seeing with a number of groups that they're saying, especially on the economy, we actually need some hard economic policy because we are hurting, and they've been told to either deal with it or that it's not happening. And the Harris campaign has not had an answer for those folks outside of what they've tried to
Katie, I think that issue that Donald Trump is a bad guy worked for them in 2020 in particular. I mean, people tell me all the time, no way Joe Biden got 80 million votes. I kind of agree with that. I think Donald Trump got those 80 million votes for Joe Biden. In the passage of time and with the record of the Biden administration, those concerns faded. And while I think a lot of people voted for him, like the voters you described, without much enthusiasm for him, but in definitely thinking it was a better deal back then than they are getting from this administration and have gotten from this administration. And if he wins tonight, it'll be the fact that they look back on his administration more fondly than they ever might have thought they could even 2 years ago.
We've said it before, Dana, about what former President Trump has faced. If you look at what they call lawfare and what he faced in Manhattan, he still faces a sentencing at the end of November. Judge Marchand there. He is still facing other cases. There is an appeal of the Attorney General's case, Letitia James here, that the appeals court looked like it actually was siding with Donald Trump.
Yes.
And they could have a ruling that either strikes it down or reduces it dramatically right after the election, even though Vice President Harris used that in many ads to say that he was, convicted and he also lost this civil case. It's pretty amazing that we are where we are.
It is, and I feel like I wish I were Shannon Bream right now because I don't know all of the legal issues, but I could play.
But you know the sense, 30,000 feet.
Yes, I think, again, it's one of those things that you think of all that he withstood, but it's also this result of these states that are coming in so far. It's because of what they did, right? And he didn't let it bring him down. So he would sit in courtroom all day, and then he would go campaign at night and go do a rally, and he'd be back in court the next day. And if you think even just about the creativity of the campaign, like at McDonald's, et cetera, they were just beating her to the punch every single time.
Yeah,
You're going to make a quick call.
They completely dropped the felon argument. You don't even hear it. You didn't hear it through the course of most of the campaign.
Fox News Decision Desk can now project that former President Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. This has been a contested state. Vice President Harris went there many, many times. Democratic governor in the state of North Carolina. You saw former President Trump go there a number of times, about 4 times in the past 2 weeks to campaign. The campaign always felt that they were in good position in North Carolina. Now we can project that he will win the state of North Carolina and its 16 electoral votes. The Fox News Decision Desk can now also predict that Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. That was a tight race. It had tightened in recent days, but Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. So as we look at the race to 270, the electoral votes needed, it now stands at 232 for former President Trump and 198 for Vice President Harris.
That makes North Carolina the state in the battlegrounds that Trump has won 3 times. It was the only battleground state that he locked down in 2020. So obviously a relief at the Trump campaign that he has kept that one in his column as well tonight as we continue to move on.
Peter Doocy is live at the White House. What he's hearing from the Harris campaign and the Harris path tonight. Peter.
And we'll start with what we're hearing here at the White House, and that is nothing. They told us that President Biden and some longtime advisors were inside watching the results come in on TV, but we have been here outside, and we have been noticing that a lot of lights that were on within the White House, at least from the part that we can see, have been turning off. So it seems like some folks around here may be taking the campaign co-chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon's advice in that memo that they should get some sleep and prepare for some results in the morning. There have been 3 big changes, though, in the way that the Harris team has been presenting their case to us in the last couple hours. As results started coming in, they were telling us where they saw silver lining in all of the battleground states. They were also telling us that they thought they had a plausible case to win in all 7 battleground states, and something over the last 36 hours they've been pushing a lot is that they thought Trump could come out and declare victory early. We're not hearing much of any of that anymore. The memo that the campaign co-chair put out is pretty broad and just something that they've been telling us since the summer when Harris took over, that the blue wall was one of their pathways to victory. That is not new information. That is just what they have got right now. Vice President Harris remains at the Naval Observatory right now. We don't know if she's going to show up at her campaign headquarters, but they took the press pool and they told him just to stand by. And if Joe Biden is giving anybody watching an indication of how he feels about all these races that he has really not been a part of, he's made 6 congratulatory calls. 4 of the 6 are to people who just won in Delaware, where he is heading next.
Peter Ducey, live on the North Lawn. Peter, thank you. Another call to make.
That's right. We can now let you know that the Fox Decision Desk can project that Vice President Harris will indeed win the state of Virginia. This was much closer. It was a state that the Trump team said they felt they might be able to expand the map, but he did better than he did in the prior elections. But this has just been called for Vice President Harris. And President Trump did better with non-married men than he did 4 years ago in Virginia, which seems to be a theme that we're seeing in a lot of these states. That all according to the Fox News voter analysis.
I want to bring back our panel, but I want to read from an email that came from Jackie Heinrich moments ago. I'll just read from it. 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may be too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow and she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. I don't believe it will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me I 100% agree. The path to victory is very difficult. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source saying, close to the campaign, I think we're losing this. I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Vice President Harris may come to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. Harold Ford Jr.
So consistent with those numbers, Brett, the race, that Senate race in Pennsylvania between Bob Casey and David McCormick, it looks like McCormick with 81% of the vote in is leading by a point and a half, and we'll monitor that. I think that race, if McCormick wins that race, I think it's very likely to say that President Trump will win the Commonwealth as well. Building on some of the points, reacting to some of the points from my friends on the other side of the table, you know, my party often says that Donald Trump didn't do enough on the border. He rejected a bill that would have been a compromise, that he didn't lay out specifics. He said no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, that wasn't a full-throated economic plan. And all that may be true, but sometimes politics in life isn't fair. And he's a different kind of candidate. I think if we look back, and this race is not over, we've got three, the blue wall here to hold. But if we look back at this, I think one of the things that this campaign is going to wish that they had done probably more effectively was to just lay out a bit of a plan on the economy and inflation and growth, to lay out a plan to maybe say we should have reinstated or kept in place some of the Trump border executive orders as we look to find ways to do things differently. Because just going back and looking at things just wasn't working with voters, and the polling data showed that. And the fact that we have more wealth today than we did 3 years ago, more innovation, more cures and therapeutics, more oil than we did 3 years ago, and they couldn't figure out how to run on that, couldn't figure out how to capitalize on that. So as we talk about reconstituting our party, that's some of the things we're going to have to do. And if you guys are successful tonight, I hope that President Trump is willing to reach out to us as well and try to figure out ways in which to grow the country for every American.
But don't you think he's done that? I mean, look at the coalition he has built. I think there's been an underestimation of what the definition of protecting democracy is.
Okay,
you have RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, who was in charge of the DNC at a certain point, saying there's all this lawfare. You're suing to keep RFK Jr. off the ballot. Nicole Shanahan, one of his vice presidential candidate at the time, feels the same way. And people look at that and say, he's building a coalition that actually works. The only thing I'm saying is Bret Baier wrote a great piece for FoxNews.com called about unity and about what happens when these races. This is one of the most divisive races in my 54 years of life. My only point is it will be time to whomever wins. And if it's President Trump.
That ends up what it was a narrow edge for Biden is at this point, we have to condition it, a narrow defeat for Harris.
And the thing about North Carolina, and John has been talking about this and will do more at the wall, is
you do have kind of a sense of the country in the state of North Carolina, in that there are growing minority populations, and there is a growing sort of suburban, maybe more moderate population in and around the big cities. And so that is why the Harris campaign thought, with the dynamics of the country right now, that she would have a better shot. But look, the headwinds of the economy, the inflation that people are feeling, the difficulty in their everyday lives.
Yeah, she could not outrun that
couldn't.
Biden economy.
Yeah, and the economy, Chris, she
couldn't win simply on running on a race war. She couldn't win simply by saying, hey, you're this skin color, you should vote for me. People just use logic and they say, my life is bad, I'm not going to vote for someone else. Guys, things are turning out awesome thus far. It seems like everyone's pretty happy with how things are going. Take a second, drop a like on the stream. Really appreciate that. Want to tune into CNN a little bit here to see how they're feeling about things, because it's starting to seem like a lot of people are starting to hand this to Trump. I think we're probably going to get this called tonight. Guys, make sure to smash the like button. Really appreciate everyone doing that. We have close to 4,500 people watching. Thank you so much.
Dissatisfaction with the abortion overturn. But
here we go.
Majority in the Senate. We don't know what's going to happen in the House, if indeed.
Yeah, and we have seen some evidence that Democrats are having some success in the House. The question comes in the West and California. But this is a big deal, Britt Hume, that this is a flip of the Senate majority, and now Chuck Schumer will no longer be the majority leader. This is something that Republicans looked at their map at the beginning and said, this looks good for us. They didn't know how good, and we still don't know how good it's going to be tonight.
Yeah, and it raises the possibility that if Trump wins, he has the Senate, and the question becomes then, can the Republicans maintain control of the House? There's been a lot of confidence in the betting markets that they would throughout this evening, but just to keep you up to date, the margin on the betting odds has shrunk a little bit for their holding on there.
Holding on to all three.
If I could just add, like, for Mitch McConnell, this is what a way to leave, right? With another win. Again, and if President Trump wins the presidency, another way to say, he recruited great candidates this year. Steve Daines, who was a senator from Montana who ran the whole operation. The Senate Leadership Fund spent millions of dollars very strategically, and they had to help with $3 million at the last minute to help the senator of Nebraska get across the finish line. She barely did, but she made it.
This happens amid harsh criticism of McConnell from a not insignificant wing of the Republican Party on the right.
Yep.
Let's also not discount the success of former President Trump in these states, Kayleigh, that definitely in the case of Bernie Moreno, with a 10-point win in Ohio, takes him over the finish line. And we don't know. In Michigan, Mike Rogers. In Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick. And in Montana, Sheehy.
This lead could grow. And there was a long, big conversation, especially when you look back at midterm cycles, about President Trump potentially dragging down tickets and, hurting Senate candidates. And in fact, it seems like Senate candidates are finding coattails with President Trump. Interestingly, when we assess the prospect of keeping the House majority, Steve Scalise said we need at least an 8.
Jake, a major moment for Republicans. They have just flipped. They are expected to flip their second Democratic seat of the night, this one coming in Ohio. There, Republican Bernie Moreno defeating incumbent Democrat Sherrod Brown. Moreno, the owner of some luxury car dealerships who invested early in blockchain technology, fought to attach Brown to the Biden administration more broadly, specifically on issues like immigration. Sherrod Brown, a populist who had survived some difficult tests in his state before, cannot overcome the political headwinds he is facing. Donald Trump has now won Ohio 3 elections in a row, and it's simply too much for the incumbent Democrat to overcome. So we are projecting that Bernie Moreno is your new junior senator from the Buckeye State. Meantime, 4 Democratic holds. The first one, a historic one in New Jersey. There, Congressman Andy Kim is set to become the first Korean Meantime, in Virginia, there, incumbent Democratic Senator Tim Kaine, a former vice presidential candidate, he's projected to defeat Hung Kao, a former Navy captain. Another Democratic hold to tell you about this one, Martin Heinrich, the incumbent senator there seeking his third term. He defeats Nella Dominici, whose father was the last Republican senator elected in New Mexico some 20 years ago. Another Democratic poll to project for you. This one coming in the state of Washington. There, Democratic incumbent Senator Maria Cantwell wins her fifth term as she defeats Raul Garcia, an ER doctor. Now, what does that pickup in Ohio mean for the magic number? We started out the night with Republicans needing to pick up 2 Democratic seats to take control of the
Murdoch wanting me to do the Trump dance is crazy. When Trump wins, we'll do the Trump dance. When Trump wins, we'll do the Trump dance.
4 seats currently held by Democrats. Let's get you an update on where those are right now with some key race alerts. These are live results coming into CNN. We start with the state of Wisconsin. There, the CEO of California-based SunWest Bank, Eric Hovde, is 29,000 votes ahead of Democratic incumbent Senator Tammy Baldwin, who's seeking her 3rd term in office. 70% of the vote in. We just got an update. The lead pretty much the same in Wisconsin for Hovde. In Pennsylvania, this has been going back and forth all night, but right now, the former CEO of one of the largest hedge funds in the world, Dave McCormick, currently leads incumbent Democratic Senator Bob Casey by about 120,000 votes. Still a very close race. This one also a very expensive one. 81% of the vote in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Now, a key race alert from the state of Michigan. This one has been close all night as well. Former Republican Congressman Mike Rogers currently leading current Democratic Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin, 48,000 votes. Rogers ahead of Slotkin, 40% of the vote in the Wolverine state. So let's take a look at the balance of power in the U.S. Senate, the raw numbers. What does this mean? Democrats hold 40 seats. Republicans, with those 2 pickups, hold 49, 11 seats remaining to be determined. Jake, obviously you need 51 for control of the chamber.
All right, Boris, thanks so much. And CNN can make a projection. CNN projects that Washington State, as expected, will go to Kamala Harris. Washington State, with its 12 electoral votes, to the Democrat, Vice President Kamala Harris. Let's look at the electoral map right now. Donald Trump has 227 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 165 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. We are waiting for more votes in the big 3 blue wall battlegrounds of Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin that both campaigns are watching very closely right now. A total of 6 top battlegrounds remain undecided as we get later into this election night. Stay right here for the next big rollout of votes. Right now, we're going to squeeze in a quick break. Stay with us.
Looks like we got ads on both right now.
If you're shopping for a home,
all right,
you could browse hundreds of.
We'll just do this real quick. All right, I'll just do this real quick. How's everyone feeling? Let's see what we got there. Daniel Ranger, good to see you. There's a flood of general neutral liberal tears incoming. Murdoch. Oh, man. Guys, close to 4,500. Make sure to smash a like on the stream. I was expecting Bitcoin to do a bit more here. Bitcoin's kind of stalled out a bit. Nothing overly exciting. Maybe Bitcoin's just waiting for that ultimate win. I mean, it seems to me like the Kamala campaign is kind of copping out on this at this point. Them going to bed early. It seems like a lot of the calls now internally are saying that Trump's going to win. I mean, I don't know, guys. Things are looking pretty good from my standpoint. 97% on Polymarket right now. 97% on Polymarket.
States.
Wisconsin as well. Pennsylvania, a lot of raw vote total coming in. As you take a look at this board, you can also look out in Arizona where it is very tight early. It's about half in. Georgia now seems like it's getting close to being baked here.
Trump's winning the popular vote also right now.
50.8, 83% in Pennsylvania. Bill, you want to chat about Pennsylvania?
Yeah, we can here. What I set up for you, Brett, is what the night's all about, right? How do you get to 270? And if you punch around on the map and just see the margins, I'm just going to do something, okay? I'm not getting ahead of anything here. But I want to tell you, as it stands right now, if you were to call this entire thing, okay, you know, Harris at 216, Trump at 232, and you know, if I know you're going to make a call because it's midnight on the East Coast.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Come back. It is Wednesday in New York. Time flies. Polls just closed in Hawaii. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win the state of Hawaii. The Aloha State has voted for the Democrat in every election since 1984. This was no different.
And the Fox News decision desk believes that Vice President Harris will win Nebraska's 2nd district, the area around Omaha. Not a big surprise there either.
Not, but as you see, the 270, we're at 232 to 216 with these big races still pending. The path is getting narrower for Vice President Harris. Fox News can also project that Hawaii's Democratic Senator Mazie Hirono will win a 3rd term. And the balance of power, as we just said, the U.S. Senate will go to Republican control. So far, 51-43. But again, you see those white blocks there. We could see some more Senate races continue to fall the Republicans' way. Okay. So rudely interrupted, Bill Hemmer by midnight, ticking down. Go ahead.
Okay, that's all good. I just want to show you, based on where we stand right now, if you were to call the game, okay, Trump's at 232. He just widened his lead in Pennsylvania by 4. It's still not enough. In Georgia right now, his lead went from 2.7 to 2.2. We'll check back in a moment and see where that is. If you were to hang on in Georgia, 267, still not enough. I was looking at Michigan a moment ago. He was up almost 5 points in Michigan, okay? If it stays that way, it's his. He's back in the Oval Office. If Wisconsin stays where it is, and I just checked the number, he would run it up to 292. And if Arizona, he was up 0.1 percentage points about 30 minutes ago. He's up 0.4 now, so he's increasing his margin. Almost half of the vote out there. Arizona counts slow. It's okay. We'll take our time on that, all right? It would be 303. So that's where we are, and we can run through all the other states, and I'll show you what I'm seeing there. But Georgia has not yet been called here. But here's the margin, 2.3 now, okay? So it popped up 1/10 of a percentage point. Let's go through them. Pennsylvania, yet again, all right? It was 4. It's now down to 3.7. Watch Philadelphia. There's still some outstanding vote there as well. Let's come over to Michigan. I said it was 5. What is it right now? It is exactly 5.0. And while we have you guys, let's do 2 more. Wisconsin, where does it stand right now? At midnight on the East Coast, 3.9 now in Wisconsin. I see a lot of red on this map, guys, a lot of red. Normally you see a little more trickles of blue there. Now Arizona in the Southwest, as of now, okay, that's where it is, 0.4 percentage points, a Trump lead in Arizona. You got about half the vote in right now, estimated. Too soon to call, so that's where we are. We'll see if we get a call in a moment here on some of the other stuff.
You know, more and more as the night goes on, Sean Hannity and that T-shirt seems a far distant thing. We could be looking at a real tilt here, something that goes a long way. Not only the coattails, we don't know about the House, but the Senate, and we could be looking at something that is historic.
Which means that, right, based on what Bill's describing here, there's a lot better chance that he runs all 3 of those states than there is that Vice President Harris does. Right. Which shows you, just illustrates how long the odds are now for her. I mean, you know, it could happen. She could do it.
It could happen.
Based on our calls.
If it did happen, it would look something like
it's a long shot.
1980. I mean, it would be. Yep. You would be in landslide territory.
No, if it would be.
He ends up taking all.
And of course, that's how the Electoral College was designed, to take small margins and turn them into Electoral College landslides to make the outcome convincing.
But it's an if.
Well, of course,
the blue wall not only has cracks, it has a lot of breakage on the inside, on the side. I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening here. Let's check in with Aisha Hasni at Trump campaign headquarters. That has to be getting kind of fired up.
Yeah, really fired up. Really exciting mood here. A lot of moving parts right now. So behind me, bigger crowd now, and that's because a lot of folks from Mar-a-Lago who were partying over with the former president are now starting to trickle in. We just saw Senator Mark Rubio a few moments ago. I just saw a TikTok video of the former president walking around his celebration party in Mar-a-Lago. I don't know what time that was taken, but he looked to be in a very good mood. I'm told by folks in Mar-a-Lago that the mood is very positive. And I also know now that House Speaker Mike Johnson, who is in Shreveport, Louisiana, at his own party, is now on a plane en route to Mar-a-Lago to come here and celebrate with the former president. So all around, all the signs are indicating that there's going to be a victory celebration here tonight, here shortly. All eyes on Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. That is the only state that anybody here wants to talk about. That's what they're waiting for to be called. And that's when this place is going to get lit, guys. Back to you.
Get lit.
As they say.
Let's go.
I hear they say that.
They do say that.
They do.
The kids say that. All right, let's go to Jackie Heinrich, who is at the Harris campaign headquarters in Washington. And Jackie, we spoke about your reporting just a short time ago of some pretty dour moods of at least 3 people very close to Vice President Harris.
Yes, and there were some more colorful words than that even that I wouldn't ever dare send over email. But overall, the sense that I'm getting from multiple people close to the campaign and close to the vice president is that the vibes are very bad. Those 3 sources believe that her path is narrowing so much that it would be very difficult to overcome. Right now, the campaign, though, is still maintaining that none of her paths to 270 have closed, even when I pushed them on the North Carolina race call and said, you know, can you update that? And they said, just as Jen O'Malley Dillon said, the clearest path is the blue wall. So a lot of sort of distance between the messaging from the campaign and what we are seeing from the inside of the operation, just from sources that we were speaking to. The exit polls that they have been watching, they're saying are accurate, and she would need to outperform, really turn things around, and what's coming in is not showing that that is likely or possible. One of those sources put it the most bluntly, saying, I think that we're losing this. Right now, the crowd is thinning out a little bit, but at the same time, we haven't gotten any updates officially on who to expect here, when to expect them here. There hasn't been any messaging to the people waiting out.
Wow, it sounds good. It sounds good. Let's go, guys. Drop a like on the stream. Things look good, in my opinion. Obviously, it's not over yet, but it looks really, really, really good. Let's hear what they have to say here.
Formulating whatever that's going to be. There's been a lot of messaging from the campaign about how long it'll take some of these outstanding ballots to be counted and maybe give them, everyone waiting, sort of something to hang on to. And they've also, been talking over the last few days about, of course, their process of making sure that the vote is accurate and that any challenges go through the regular, orderly, lawful process. But we will anything official from them. Right now, the official line from the campaign is really not aligned with what we are hearing from sources inside, guys.
Jackie, people aren't leaving, right? I mean, they're still there. We can see them in the pit camera.
You said some of the people had trickled out. Did you say that, Jackie?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if we can pan over. There's probably another crew that would be blocking us, but see, there's this big gap in the grass over there. This was filled with people dancing just a short while ago, and it's kind of empty now.
Oh boy, yeah, we gotta get the woo. I mean, it seems like they're giving up. It seems like they're giving up.
Go and potentially pipe video in if the race was still outstanding, if enough of these states were remaining uncalled and needed to go into another day. But it doesn't sound like that is going to be utilized tonight, because we're hearing word that she could be coming here to say something. But who knows who's going to be around for it? We also don't know who this. Go ahead.
No, we hear a new addition in the background, and there may be a new addition to make here in a call that we're having in a few minutes. I just wanted to try to do that, if I could make that transition.
Really well done.
It didn't really work.
That's funny.
Didn't really work that well. Jackie's too young. Jackie was spellbound by that one. Sorry about that. Let's bring in our panel. Mark Thiessen, Trey Gowdy, Kellyanne Conway join us, and then we have the chain gang over here on the right, chained to the desk, and they haven't left. Okay, Mark, you haven't been on. What's your thoughts?
So when I interviewed Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago,
where's Mark Cuban?
the day
I want to
after
see
the
Mark
second
Cuban right
assassination
now.
attempt, we were talking about the previous
Elon
election,
can
and I
breathe.
pointed out
Absolutely.
that 2020 was decided by a handful of swing voters in a handful of swing states.
states and that this election probably would be as well. And he said to me, maybe or maybe a lot. I have a feeling it might be a lot. Looks like he might have been right. If it turns out the way this seems to be coming, this is the greatest political comeback since 1892 when Grover Cleveland lost the White House and won it back. So what that means is, love him or hate him, Donald Trump isn't just a once-in-a-generation talent, he's a once-in-a-century talent politically. And keep in mind, this is the matchup the Democrats wanted. They thought Trump would be easier to beat. Part of the reason why they launched this campaign of lawfare against him was to rally Republicans around him so that he would be the nominee. And that may have been a grave, grave political miscalculation.
You know, Trey Gowdy, I'm struck by thinking about the strategy on the Trump campaign, right? And that he wanted to do all of these rallies, right? And he dug into that strategy in a big way. Also, he said that immigration, he felt, was a more important topic than the economy, even though the economy kept coming in higher on people's issues lists. And I'm struck, you know, when you look at these cities, Chicago, Miami, all of these places, one of the embedded issues in those cities is the burden that they have had under immigration. So maybe he was right.
No, he was definitely right. I mean, immigration and the border is kind of a microcosm of rule of law. What kind of country we're going to be, whether or not you're going to have to follow the rules. I mean, to take the oath of citizenship, the word law is used 6 times for new citizens. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to break the law and then swear an oath that you're.
Pretty interesting here. It looks like Trump is actually winning the popular vote right now. I don't know if people think it's possible that this sticks, but we have Trump with 230 on the popular vote. And then we have we have Trump with 61 million and Kamala with 54 million. So Trump leading that popular vote by close to 4 million. Just something to note. Interesting there. Can't remember the last time I saw something like that. I don't know if we expect that to change later, but wow. Oh, there we go.
They will not go by senator anymore. So, I mean, Mike Rogers is up. Yeah. Eric Hovde is up. I mean, it could be a 54-55, which means Trump gets his cabinet. I mean, some of the folks we heard for his cabinet could survive in a 51-49 Senate, but they will be confirmed in a 54-46 Senate.
You know, I talked about the House earlier, Kellyanne, and some races that Democrats outperformed out here in the East Coast. But you would think in this environment with these coattails that maybe they end up hanging on if you get out west to the middle of the country and longer. How do you see that?
That's right. Well, even Chairman Richard Hudson, who's been running the National Republican Congressional Committee this cycle, yesterday said we're going to gain, but it won't be double digits. My own firm has seen somewhere between 3 and 8 seats. We've been projecting 297 electoral votes. We've been projecting, and really just a 53-seat Senate. I mean, 55, 56 would be remarkable. And it also just shows it's not just the blue wall cracking for Trump. It's that these workers, these steel workers, these union households, the Jewish Americans around Philadelphia and Detroit and Pittsburgh, they've just had enough. And this is the time where they're breaking ranks. I think that if he can hold on to the House, Brett, then he really insulates himself from any of these impeachment shenanigans and whatnot. And I got to tell you, if this is a decisive victory, and we're not there yet, but if it's a decisive victory, then I think the Democrats have to think thrice about this lawfare strategy that they have put on his shoulders like an anvil. They really thought that would get rid of him. No one's been more insulted, investigated, impeached, indicted, convicted, take his name off the buildings, take him out of his family business, take his name off the ballot. You name it, they tried it. Oh, and the assassin's bullets, of course. You name it, they tried it. I would think thrice if I were them. I wonder this. Is there a Democrat in the Senate or the House that he can rely upon to help get his agenda through? None of them voted for the Tax Cut and Jobs Act the first time. It's benefited all of their districts in some form or fashion. There's no question.
I mean, maybe, you know, the ones that cited him in commercials may all go down tonight.
Some are losing because they're not authentic. People already know Sherrod Brown is voting with Biden and Harris, as is Bob Casey, 95, 96% of the time. He can't just bear hug Donald Trump when it's politically expedient. One thing I want to point out in the data, the Fox News voter analysis has Harris winning college-educated women, I think, by 10 points. The Real Clear Politics average of polls showed that she was going from 9% to 18%, basically doubling Biden's margin. That's just not coming true tonight. And I think that was her best demographic path to make up these other deficits. We're just not seeing it tonight. And I think it's too much abortion, too much wokeness, not enough inflation, immigration.
You know, the other issue that was really so central, Dana, for her is abortion. And I'm watching these referendums, and a few of them have passed. New York has passed, Maryland passed, Florida did not pass. But what we're seeing is that people seem to be separating it from the rest of the picture and voting their will.
Yeah, and I wonder, I mean, Kellyanne might want to jump onto this as well, but when the voters are telling you since May of 2021 that immigration and inflation, economy are their number one issues, and it's been consistent every single month since then maybe you should listen to them. And when you look at, now for some people, abortion, pro-life or pro-choice is the number one issue if you're a single issue voter. But if you looked at all of the polls that said it was down below, it wasn't their top issue. It was always economy, immigration, crime, sometimes democracy, but down below, abortion, foreign policy, et cetera. So I think that some of these state referendums that worked very well for them in 2022 did not do as well for them in a presidential election.
Britt, it's a realignment. This is a realignment of the Republican Party. There is no doubt. We thought it in 2016. It is now fully implemented in the face of what was, to everybody's point, fascism, Hitler, Nazi, Madison Square Garden, a Puerto Rican comedian that they said was going to move the Puerto Rican vote around the country. This is a major realignment where people could look at all that mass media, all the media covering that one way, and say, I don't believe it. I do not believe that.
Well,
and I'm going to vote how I want to vote.
We can go back a number of years into all the false alarms and all the false stories were written about Trump while he was president and date the beginning of this from back in that period in terms of the loss of credibility of mainstream media, loss of credibility for the people who were hurling around terms like Nazi and authoritarian and all the rest of it. The people in the end didn't buy it. I'll also say this. We ought to keep a thought for the Harris people, the Harris campaign people, because they were saddled with the person I think was the weakest presidential candidate I've ever seen. She was absolutely the weakest. And one of the reasons why they didn't do some of the things related to issues that you mentioned, Dana, I think, is that they had a candidate who really couldn't pull it off.
Right.
You know, she didn't have anything to say. Brett, I mean, you had an interview with her, and he came up with one fairly evident question that you asked her that about, you know, when she first figured out that Biden wasn't all there, and she completely booted it. What are you going to do with somebody like that if you're a campaign advisor?
And I wonder
There's a limit to what you can do, don't you think, Martha?
I mean, I wonder what Nancy Pelosi is thinking tonight, and Chuck Schumer, who went over to Biden's residence and said, look, this is over. And Joe Biden is the reason that Kamala Harris is the candidate, because in one posting on social media, he dropped out. In the next one, he said, she's your person. And all talk of a mini primary dissolved right then. Harold, your thoughts on that?
So again, we've not declared any of this, and we want to be careful. It looks as if this is heading in a certain direction. I don't disagree with a lot that has been said. I recall not long after Brett's interview with the Pamela.
Yeah, I've been talking to officials there in Milwaukee County as well as the city. Let's look at Milwaukee County right now. A large portion of the vote that remains is from Milwaukee City itself. This is the largest county.
How you doing? So I want to reach out to Republicans and figure out how if you Roe v. Wade, I want it restored. Something substantive, positive that's consistent with your message or consistent with where the country wants to go. Again, I don't want to write anybody's political obituary here, or presidential race obituary until the race has been declared. But I do hope that if it looks like what's going to happen happens, I do hope everybody can be gracious and magnanimous. There's no doubt this is the greatest political comeback we've seen. I had not heard my friend Mark talk about the 1892 reference. You're likely very right. The political resurrection of my friend Trey Gowdy. I called one of your friends. He said, made me call him Mr. Chairman also this evening. But we have to be gracious in the moment. And I hope, Kelly, and there will be Democrats who will want to reach out to President Trump and reach out to Republicans in the Senate, and we'll see what happens with the House. But again, we haven't declared anything.
No, we haven't. And there is the caveat. But Bill Hemmer, we're waiting on Georgia.
Yep.
right?
Waiting on a lot of things.
And we're waiting on Pennsylvania. We're waiting on.
It seems like Elon Musk has come out and essentially thrown support on the idea that Trump has won. So Elon Musk seems to be tweeting now. He just says it's a great morning, or let me get his exact quote. Something about it's a great morning in America again, or something like that. So very interesting to see that. Paul Grenwell says, I hope the SEC understands what happens tonight. On many issues, the voters said loud and clear they want change, and the crypto policy is unacceptable. Stop suing crypto. Very interesting to see that. So this is very good for the cryptocurrency industry. Not much else other than Trump winning in most of the states.
A moment ago is Wisconsin. If you do the remaining vote, and the reason we put in these different shades of purple is because the deeper the purple, the more outstanding the vote. The lighter the shade or the gray, that means the county is checked in already. So you see down here in Milwaukee, I mean, a little more than half is reporting in Milwaukee. There's some suggestion that in the middle of the night, 3, 4 a.m., that Milwaukee expects to go ahead and give us the remaining vote. This is Michigan right now. This is the remaining vote out that's outstanding. Look, a lot of this is rural in the Upper Peninsula. A lot of this is rural up here, and a lot of the votes outstanding. But this is Wayne County. This is Detroit. All right, this only 23% of the vote has now been reported. So that's 75% outstanding, right? 75 to 77, somewhere in that range. So a lot of votes in Detroit. So whether or not that's something they can overcome on Harris's side, I do not know. Let's pop out to the southwest while I got you guys, and let's go here. Okay. Well, this is a change here. 0.7 now, 13,365 for Trump in Arizona. Let me just see this. Okay, you got some rurals out here. Apache, you get a lot of Republican votes up in here. Sorry, excuse me, Mojave. My bad on that. But Maricopa is the big one. 60% of the vote statewide is here in Maricopa. She has a slim lead here, 2.2. That hasn't really moved. And the folks in Arizona told us before the night began that they were going to, it's going to be a process. It's going to take a while, too. But look, if you ask this question at the decision desk, they may tell you one thing. The only thing that I can tell you is that when I poke around in this map, the main population centers in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Philadelphia as well, state of Pennsylvania, are still outstanding as of now.
Well, a lot more to dig into, a lot more calls to make from the data that's coming in. The biggest prize, obviously, that blue wall. Our coverage continues next.
But that 5,000 votes makes a big difference. It just does, right? So and that's there, right? So then you come out here and you come up. Let's just move on up, right? Carbon County. Look at this. Trump getting 73% of the vote. He's improved. That's one of the places he's overperformed himself. And then you move up here. This is Lackawanna County, Scranton, Pennsylvania, Joe Biden's hometown. It's a tough, competitive blue-collar area, but 51 to 48 now. 54 to 45.
And if that movement of 4%
right,
can be the whole thing.
It's a couple thousand votes here. It's a couple of thousand votes there. I want to show you something
By the way,
else.
can I just point out
Erie has now flipped.
Erie, has always voted with the presidential victor in Pennsylvania and nationally, is now with Trump.
Has flipped, and let's see where the turnout is there. Again, it's one of the 25. They're at 95%. It's very close, but it's always very close. So you see Erie County, very close there, and I just want to come across the state. Northampton County. So you're on the your Buffalo, New York border, and here's New Jersey here. You've got 52 to 47 there. Not done yet, but the two multi-pivot counties, twice for Obama, then for Trump, then for Biden. At the moment, they're going back to Trump. I just want to show one more thing we haven't shown tonight. I just want to bring this up and bring this out. It's not here. It is here. No, it is here. Sorry. I will figure this out eventually. I promise you. I just have too many gizmos. Just want to come in here. Come on. And show you this. So let's go out nationally first. Everyone's been talking all night long about the headwinds. There'll be a lot of questions asked about this after the fact. This is not a good environment for any incumbent. Kamala Harris is the incumbent vice president. What this shows you is not votes. This shows you the darker the county, the more that county has been hit by inflation. Meaning, the darker the county,
this is
more
interesting,
cost
actually.
of living, energy prices, gas prices, housing prices in a lot of places have outpaced wage increases. Right? Try to find me. See the green?
Yeah, what does that mean? That's
the county where your wages have outpaced inflation. You can use a hand. You will fill one hand. In the more than 4,000 counties and townships in the United States, you use one hand to fill out the counties where wages have outpaced inflation.
So can I make two observations?
So I just want to come back into your Commonwealth.
Oh my goodness! Look
I want to come back into your Commonwealth. The darker the county, the more punishing, the more inflation has outpaced your wages, your cost of living. And just look. I mean, the fact that she's doing as well in the suburbs is a testament to the Democratic strength there. But you see in these other places, it's just that was the headwind, and that came up. I can tell you, I was on the road for 15 months, and that came up from the first trip to the last trip. Even for people voting for Harris, even for people gladly and proudly voting for Harris, we're saying it still sucks when I go to the grocery store.
Yeah, and that's also why the right track, wrong track numbers are 75% wrong track, 25, but the election's not 75%, 25, because there are people who think it's wrong track, but they're still going to vote for the Democrat. Yet, this is difficult to fight against if you're in the incumbent.
That's North Carolina. Especially you're trying to win back.
Look at all the dark colors in Arizona and Nevada.
It gets worse as you go west. That's what I was going to say. Then you're in Georgia. Look, this is the Atlanta suburbs, right? If she loses just a little tiny bit, right? And look down here. These are working class people, right? And then you're absolutely right. Then you come out here.
Yeah, that's really bad news. That's really bad news. That's an interesting take, too. That shows how bad it is in some places in terms of inflation, and how that's really hard to overcome. So that's really good news. Good night. Good night. Good night. Bullock, good night. Thank you for coming.
Question from a lot of folks on the ground here, because obviously obviously Fox has not called Georgia as a state, but this crowd, they celebrated at 10:30. That is when GOP chairman of Georgia, McCune, got on the stage. He called it for Trump here in Georgia. Again, obviously Fox News has not called, but at this party, they very much has. So the party happened at 10:30. They've been cheering on as the other states have been called, but they've been waiting to hear why the Fox News decision desk has not made that decision yet. A lot of things that they're looking at that make them excited. There's certain counties like Baldwin, which is an area that has usually votes pretty Democratic. That's an area that actually is now favoring Trump. It's also predominantly black, and it has 2 universities there. So the fact that that area is going for the former president probably says something about the young black vote and the young vote in general. You probably heard some cheering. That's because they have us up on the screen behind, and they heard us on, because the people here, guys, they're waiting for you to make the decision, because like I said, at 10:30, they called it for Trump, but obviously still waiting on Fox News to make that official decision. Brett, Martha?
Yeah, Madison, that area is really come around in recent years, because they thought, the Harris campaign thought that they had a real shot in Georgia. We haven't called it yet. And there's a reason for that. They're just waiting for other vote to come in. But there's an excitement there that they're finally going to get over the top.
Oh, absolutely. There is an excitement here. And we've been talking to folks on the ground. The fact that Georgia will most likely flip for former President Trump again. They've said things like, enjoy this moment. We worked hard for this. Enjoy the fact that we're bringing safety back to America. They're very happy that their candidate is probably going to take home the win here. And, I've been talking to voters on the ground for days now, and I got a lot of people that said they waited and they took time to make their decision, and ultimately it came out to Trump for them. So a very dedicated
Henry
voting
Brown,
base
thank
here.
you so much.
And in this
I
room, we're at
appreciate
the
that.
GOP watch party. Obviously, they're quite excited.
Yeah. All right, Madison, thank you so much. By the way, there hasn't been a lot of count in Georgia in the last 45 minutes or so. So we'll see where that stands.
We'll get a look at that and see where that's going. But what about Tennessee, which we called a really long time ago? I know everyone's wondering what is happening in Tennessee, but Pete Hegseth can answer that question for us because he is in Nashville. Did you hear, Pete, that we called Tennessee?
A while ago.
With 0% of precincts reporting, yes, which I very much appreciate. And so did the crowd here. My kind of state. But I'm telling you, we're having a lot of fun. We're at Kid Rock's in downtown Nashville on Broadway. And behind me, I've got a lot of intelligent, independent women behind me who are really fired up about the outcome tonight. I mean, you guys are like
Slap in the face the Cuban there.
Calling a football game, every call you make, this crowd erupts. And when they erupt, it is based on a call you're making. And it's been fascinating to watch the energy in the room increase as the odds have moved in favor of Trump winning. And we've been talking to voters all night. This is what I love about election night. You guys know this. You've got pundits, you've got polls, and on election night, the people speak. And the people here are watching this may be a bright red state where their vote doesn't necessarily matter in the Electoral College, but they're watching their fellow Americans cast ballots on behalf of a candidate they believe in. So a lot of energy, and I think represents a lot of living rooms where maybe families of 4 or 5 are chanting USA as you guys are bringing in the returns. A lot of hope that the former president will be 47. It's just a matter of when it might be called. So thanks for indulging us here on Fox Nation. We just wrapped our coverage, and you guys are doing a phenomenal job.
Thank you, Pete.
Thank
There's
you.
probably some good music down there, too.
Exactly. Say hi to everybody for us down there.
Maybe not New Edition, but some. Let's bring in our panel. Welcome back, Karl Rove, Jessica Tarloff, and Sandra Smith, and our regulars to the right. Sandra, great.
Thank you so much, Dennis. Really appreciate that.
What are you looking at?
All right, a few things. We haven't really talked about fracking in Pennsylvania as we do wait on results to continue to come in there. Views on fracking. This is obviously key in this state, and we know that Kamala Harris flip-flopped on this issue. And so we're looking at how voters responded to that. 62% of Pennsylvania voters say that they favor expanding fracking in that state. Those voters back Trump by more than 2 to 1. That was important to those voters. We'll see how that turns out. Another big difference, Michigan union voters, that vote is looking about the same with our Fox News voter analysis when we compare it to 2020. What might make the difference for Donald Trump in Michigan, white Catholics. Really interesting. He is at 61% of the vote with white Catholics. Harris is at 37%. Trump won white Catholics by 13 points in 2020. He has run that up to 24-point margin.
Wow.
That's a big difference in Michigan.
Major difference.
That is a big difference.
And you wonder whether she should have gone to that dinner.
To the Al Smith dinner. She may be wondering that tonight. He showed up and gave his speech, and he has had a lot of support, mostly based on the pro-life issue. From
and RFK Jr. was cutting ads for the Catholic vote in particular in battleground states.
As far as
I was just going to say, I think, when you look at the margins, at least at this moment in Wisconsin and Michigan, I think somewhere in Florida, RFK Jr. may be breathing a sigh of relief because he could have been a spoiler in those, but it looks, at least at this point, like the margin is big enough.
I do think we have to bring up the youth vote again. I mean, what a difference we are seeing from 4 years ago. Those voters under the age of 30 going for Harris over Trump by 8 points. 4 years ago, they favored Biden by 25 points. I mean, this is a huge difference. And we dive in at the state level, you are seeing what a difference that makes where he is outperforming what we saw earlier leading into this.
That's incredible.
And how crazy is that the younger candidate, there was a lot of...
Actually going to come here to the convention center. And just to remind everyone at home, there are 2 separate parties happening right now. A watch party here where I am at the convention center in West Palm Beach, Florida. And then Donald Trump is also having an event at his Mar-a-Lago club surrounded by Republican allies, major donors, people like Elon Musk and RFK Jr. But we are now hearing from sources that Donald Trump is making plans to come over here. Obviously, they have to prepare the motorcade for him to get in to take about a 10-minute drive over here where the convention center is. But, Jake, that is a sign of how good the Trump campaign is feeling based on the numbers that John King just read there, that Donald Trump is preparing to come over here. He said earlier he had no speech planned. We'll see what he says when he's here. Kristen Holmes, we've been watching all of this. And obviously the Trump team has been watching the breakdown here of how he's been doing with certain demographics and how he's improving
guys, I think
from
this
where his
is...
standing was
I think we
actually
did it.
in 2020, certainly in 2016.
Yeah, and we were told that was what they were seeing in internal polling. But of course, given what we were seeing and the people we were talking to on the ground, we had to wait and see how it played out. Now, I do want to add to what Donald Trump is doing right now, because we were told that while he was over at Mar-a-Lago, essentially this was a watch party, that was a dinner, they had giant screens. But the plan was always that if Donald Trump was going to come over, they were going to bring those members that were there at Mar-a-Lago over here. And I am told that currently those members are being bussed over here, meaning that Donald Trump's arrival is likely imminent. Now, all of those members
Oh,
are
let's
obviously going to have
go.
to be in place as we
Let's
reported.
go.
It's kind
Trump's
of
gonna
sparse
be
here.
on.
There's not a lot of people. They're expecting over 100 people to be bussed over here. Those people are going to have to be in place before Donald Trump takes the stage, because these are going to be some of his biggest fans. They're going to want to fill the crowd here. But now they're coming over, so that gives you a little bit of a timeline of when we see Donald Trump moving from Mar-a-Lago to here. As we know, this room is about to fill up pretty quickly, probably within the next half hour.
Yeah, and of course,
Guys,
the big
make sure to take a quick second, drop a like on the stream. Looks like Trump's going to go on. You're right, Chadwick. Don't get too excited, but I mean, man, oh man. Man, oh man.
is something that we've been watching closely, as ever since a few hours ago when those Virginia numbers were coming in, that was what first gave that sense of confidence to the Trump campaign. And obviously that has only continued to grow ever since seeing the calls in North Carolina, how well these Republican Senate candidates are doing also, and those numbers there in Pennsylvania, Jake.
All right, Caitlin, thanks so much. As we prepare for what we think is going to happen,
It's
Mr.
funny how
Trump,
depressed they look.
coming out and speaking, it is a good moment for us just to take a measure of where the night is at this moment. We're still, of course, waiting to call several of the battleground states, 6 out of 7 of them. But Chris, right now, I think it's fair to say anybody watching would rather be Donald Trump than Kamala Harris at this moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if he declares victory, he hasn't won the race yet. There is still a potential path to 270 electoral votes. None of the blue wall states have been called. If he says the trends are looking very good tonight, you can't argue with that.
And I'm going to go to Jake for a major projection.
That's right. We have another major projection for you now. And CNN can project that Georgia will go to Donald Trump. Georgia
just
a
called
very
it-
highly contested battleground.
Wait,
of
Georgia just
16
called it
electoral
before Fox.
votes. This is the second of 7 battleground
Georgia
states
just called it
that
before
we have
Fox.
called, and both of them have been for Donald Trump. Let's take a look at what that means for the electoral
my-
math. Donald Trump right now
That's
has
insane.
246 electoral votes. Kamala
Georgia
Harris right now
literally
has
just called that before Fox.
182 electoral votes. There are 270 needed to win. As of right now, CNN is not ready to project who is going to win the presidency. But
how?
I'm sorry for so rudely
What is
interrupting.
Fox doing this?
Donald Trump has now been projected to have won the second of 7 key battleground states, with
That's
5 more
insane.
to go. And obviously, the blue wall
They
states.
still
as we're
haven't
saying,
called it
are
on
crucial.
Fox.
And this is a flip, because in 2020, Joe Biden won. Now, despite the fact that Donald
Thank you
Trump
so much,
tried
Kevin.
really
Really
hard to
appreciate
find
that.
those 11,000
How is Fox
plus
not
votes,
calling
they
this?
weren't there. And this time around, the projection
CNN
that you
just
just
called
made
it.
is that they
No,
are there.
CNN called
plus,
it. Fox
you know,
hasn't.
Who knows however many votes there are.
Fox is saying it's still too early.
This is even more evidence why
CNN
we
called it
heard,
before Fox.
The Harris campaign manager, Jenna Malley-Dillon, say to reporters maybe an hour or two ago,
to the right direction, wrong track. I mean, 2/3 of the American people say the country's going in the wrong direction, and she represents the party in power. To me, it's it's amazing that she's come as close as she has, given
the
that
party, the administration.
yeah, she was the vice president in a very unpopular administration, and yet tonight again, Britt made the point earlier. The Electoral College will serve the purpose of translating a relatively small difference between these two people. Look at Pennsylvania, 50.9 to 48.1. And yet at the end of the day, a series of victories that are 1 and 2 and 3 points are going to generate a commanding number in the Electoral College that will help the new president again, if it all goes like it looks like it's going, to be more effective in office.
Harold Ford, are there going to be Biden people that say he could have been better? Like Biden?
I think it's hard to make that case for some of the reasons, and I think Britta and Carl have made the point. I think 3 things. I listen to Sandra's data. I'm curious, as we get a day or so away from this, as we look at what happened with the performance amongst women for her. Did she win African American women, Hispanic women, white women at a bigger rate? Were there disparities between the two? And then the race thing for me, I'm going to be curious also to get more. We heard that the numbers around Hispanic voters, but even black voters where that might be. And interestingly, Carl, normally you see a race where in the country where the cultural issues impact, as you were talking about, the suburban areas in some places he wasn't performing. And you see in the suburban areas in Pennsylvania and elsewhere where the economic issues, fracking, and the livelihoods of those communities were at stake. Then you have the cultural issues. I think the issue around transgender rights was a bigger issue than Democrats really understand what it meant. I mean, what it meant for girls playing sports. I'm a father of a son and a daughter, what it means if little boys are playing and little girls' sports and going into bathrooms. I don't think they ever we've not gotten our head fully around that issue. So there'll be a lot of reckoning, and to Jessica's point, and I think a lot of reimagining whom we are as a party, which I think will be good for the party if indeed the trend continues where it is this evening.
I'm not going to belabor this point, but for a candidate who Democrats who really were aggressive and a media that echoed that called him racist and a Nazi, and yet today to see the black vote and the Hispanic vote going exponentially more than it did before is really quite something. I mean, it's just startling, Britt.
Well, it's a further sign of the decline of the influence of the mainstream media, which tends to take its cues, to say the very least, from the Democrats, and to repeat with serious faces the charges he made and the sometimes outlandish claims that it has made about Donald Trump.
We could be getting ready for a call here soon. We're going to stay here, and we're going to go to Bill Hemmer because you're looking at Pennsylvania. Bill, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, sorry.
They still haven't called it.
Go ahead. What's
How
that?
come I always talk to you when they're talking to you?
Because there's a lot to be
They
said
literally
over
still
here.
haven't called it
So
on Fox.
Pennsylvania we're still
Why?
looking at, but
Yeah.
we're also
What are they
looking at
doing?
the national popular vote,
Yeah.
which he's currently leading.
Yeah. One thing I was looking at here. Okay, this is Philadelphia. This is 2016. This is Trump's margin in Philadelphia, 15.5. Okay. Then he comes back 4 years later. Philadelphia. That's where I mean, it's a Republican running in a blue part of the state. He's just shy of 18. Okay. So where is he tonight? He's almost at 21. Okay. So hold on that moment here. Okay. There's a reason for this.
Wow, that was a nice move.
Yeah, like that? You caught me off guard. So let's go ahead and look at the vote difference for Pennsylvania. Some things I want to show you right now. You know, we talked about this Democratic march over here, and really, when we talk about the blue wall, here's where we stand right now, okay? Got to reach higher than that. Trump's just shy of 3 percentage points, now ticking down to 2.7. That's a live number that continues to come in. Go ahead and clear this. Kevin, widen out there a minute. Let's look at the vote margin for Pennsylvania. I'm going to show you the blue wall and how, you know, if it's moved every direction for the past 3 decades, is it about to move in the same direction yet again? Right? There's 3 counties here in Philadelphia that really tell a story. These are your flipper counties, all right? Look at Northampton. All right? Northampton is above Philadelphia. Trump's leading in Northampton. That flip for Biden, it's flipped back to Trump by about 5 points. Look at the other end of the state in Erie. Erie is one of these bellwethers as well. Kamala Harris has been leading there most of the night, and just about 30 minutes ago, Erie flipped. In Centre County, right smack dab in the middle of that T that you normally get in Pennsylvania, Centre County has always been the exception. It's been blue. That's where Penn State University is located, et cetera. Right? That is another indication about how well Trump has done in Pennsylvania thus far tonight. There's a real good chance he flips all those and maybe more shortly. So I want to show you that. We'll go ahead and clear it and give it back to you guys, okay?
Well, it's really interesting. We've got some action because we're hearing the former president is going to his party in West Palm, but we're also seeing Cedric Richmond in Harris Walt's campaign co-chair speaking at the Harris Watch party. Let's listen.
Votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken, So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Cedric Richmond, the campaign co-chair, and it's hard to ignore the fact that this is the mirror image of 2016 when John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign chair, came out around the same time of night and said, you know, we're still counting votes and you won't hear from her tonight, you'll hear from her tomorrow.
Which is stunning. Go HU, by the way, is Howard University. That's where the campaign headquarters party is. But the vote is still going. They're not stopping. The counting is still continuing in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in Arizona, in Nevada. So, you know, as you start getting to a decision here, and we could be getting close to a decision, we'll see where we are in Georgia. There have been other calls for Georgia. We are now in Michigan. Bill Hemmer, seeing some
up
movement.
Up over 6 points, 6.3 now. The margin's getting larger for Trump here. Raw vote count is 210,000. So if you start doing some math and you think like what's outstanding in Detroit, Wayne County, which is a lot, it's a sizable amount of votes out there. But whether or not there's enough votes in Wayne, once they announce and release, whether or not it's enough to overcome his lead right now.
What about Kent County? He has closed 3 campaigns in Grand Rapids, and he just closed this one there last night.
Yeah, Kent County has been stubborn for Donald Trump. I think he would probably confess that. This was a flipper from 2020 when Joe Biden took it from the Trump team. Right now in Kent County, she's got a pretty comfortable lead here, about 10 points. It's a remarkable thing when you think about it. You know, the Gerald Ford Museum is there, and we talked about 5 hours ago about the realignment of America in the South, primarily like in North Carolina and Georgia and perhaps parts of Florida. You don't think about a realignment in Michigan necessarily, but this has been an area that Donald Trump wanted to win. There's a reason why he started his tradition in 2016 by concluding his campaign in Kent County, Grand Rapids. He did it again in 2020 in a losing effort. He did it again just this past weekend, Monday night at midnight, right? He rolled into, he rolled into Florida at 5:30 in the morning. That was yesterday morning. No, it wasn't. It was this morning, wasn't it? Right. Because it was Wednesday, right? Okay, you follow me on the calendar? Okay, yeah, okay. But it's been stubborn. It appears that it'll stick that way as well. Kent County and Grand Rapids will stay in the blue column. It's a changing area, you know, this west coast of Michigan. But what I'm seeing right now, even though you'll have just about 60% of the vote in, I'm seeing a lot of red lining up and down Lake Michigan. And for a while, you know, that had changed. It seemed to be shifting a little bit. There's a county right here called Muskegon, beautiful part of the world. And that had seemed to be drifting in the Democratic column as well. But Trump's got a firm grip on it now, 16 points. And I'll just go west of Muskegon, south of Muskegon, west of Grand Rapids is Ottawa County there. Like for years, this was like a Republican bastion. Trump kept it that way in 2020, winning by 21.5 points. In 2016, in Ottawa specifically, you ran away with it at 30 points. And so it will stay that way tonight. And let me just come out to real-time data here and let you know where we are statewide. You've got some vote out there, but you see this margin here yet again. Just as I'm talking here, guys, it's ticking higher. 210,967, 6.3 percentage point lead in Michigan. I'm not going to say it because it's not my job, but it looks like the blue wall could stay intact yet again for another year where it votes in unison with the winning party who takes the White House that year.
Since 1988, that has held.
I think we're getting ready for a call.
I think we are too. Are we?
Fox News can now project that the state of Georgia will go to former President Donald Trump. This was a really hard-fought battle. If you think about Georgia, loses it last time to President Biden by 11,779 votes. For some reason, that number sticks in my mind. And this is a big win. He went there, campaigned there, and so did Vice President Harris numerous times, thinking that Georgia could stay in the Democratic column.
You know, he had a difficult relationship with Governor Brian Kemp. If you remember, 4 years ago, after losing Georgia, they tried to salvage 2 Senate races in Georgia. A month later, special elections. That didn't go well either. So this is a very big win for former President Trump to, you know, have this redemption in Georgia tonight.
So now we are at Electoral College vote, 248 for Trump and 216 for Harris. We have a panel. We're welcoming in Darren Shaw, a member of the Fox News Decision Desk. Welcome in Juan Williams as well, along with Karl Rove. Darren, we got you out here. We were going to say, what happened? Are we calling Georgia? And then you push the button.
Are you here to tell us that we were right when we said you called Georgia?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, I thought you were going to come down here to grill me, and we preempted that.
What else are we going to call?
You guys called Georgia in the nick of time for you, Darren.
That's exactly right.
While we have you, how do you see this night? And was it like you thought going in? And as you look at the blue wall there?
Well, I think 2 things. This is an election that is unprecedented by my standards because the more data I saw, the more possibilities seemed to unfold. There was stuff a couple weeks ago I didn't think could happen. I didn't think Trump could win, let's say, the national vote. I'm not saying he's going to, but that was something that nobody thought could happen. They thought he was capped at 47, 48%. That's a possibility. We had a lot of conversations about whether these swing states were going to move together or whether they were going to sort of crack and each move separately. There's a possibility tonight that, I didn't think this would happen earlier in the afternoon, but that he could sweep all of them. That's not a prediction, but it's something that's within the realm of possibility with the data we've seen.
You're saying blue wall turns into a red wall.
It's possible. And that wasn't something anybody was talking about. People talked about Michigan, in particular, as being the toughest state for Trump to crack. Now, Bill's shown the data recently. We've been looking at it for hours. Michigan's looking very difficult for her right now.
All these toss-up states had been within a point or 2. So is there any way to look at what you see now and say this could be a win in a larger percentage than that? I mean, a lot of these states are still close, but...
Right. What we're looking at right now, we have sort of model data, and we're looking to reach a certain level of statistical significance to make a call. We're also looking at what we call the outstanding vote. And so, for instance, in the case of Georgia, we were modeling about 835,000 outstanding votes. A lion's share of them were coming from suburban Atlanta. She needed to hit about 55, 56%. She was getting about 45%. And at a certain level, that becomes a statistical impossibility. The more data you get, the less room she has to actually grow or do better than she's been performing. And so that sort of triggered the call in Georgia. We're not quite there yet in the other states, but this may not be an election where we need to be here till Thursday or Friday.
Right. And so when they say go home, relax, you're saying maybe not yet.
We'll see if they, continue to count. Arizona and Nevada have been particularly stubborn about that. We understand in Nevada they don't allow any counting until the last vote has been cast, which is, we think, why we're getting basically nothing from Nevada so far. Yeah. But Arizona, it's coming in sort of droves. It's a close race there. Wisconsin and Michigan. Michigan seems to be counting there at like 54, 55%. Wisconsin at 2 a.m. in 2020 had counted 99% of the votes. So we think there's a chance we might have enough data in Wisconsin, maybe Michigan. So we may have some resolution more quickly than we thought.
So in Pennsylvania, Sean talked about this earlier, the early vote and what that looked like and what she would have to do day of in Philadelphia and those counties right around there. Is it possible that that's still out there and it's possible to do?
Well, it seems to be a probability diminishing by the hour. I think this is something from the Georgia data, but we've also seen it in Pennsylvania. Young African-American men did not come home. Part of the African-American vote came home to her, but a lot of it didn't, and there's a gender gap there. And the Georgia, I think, I have to run the numbers, and I'm not going to lay this at the feet of any demographic group in particular, but she really did seem to underachieve amongst African-American males, especially young African-American males.
I mean, it just makes me think about Michelle Obama and Barack Obama, the former president, and the very strong appeals that they made. Michelle Obama said, don't let your husband or boyfriend's rage dictate your vote. President Obama talked about bringing out the brothers and scolding them. that does not seem to have been a strategy that worked.
Darren, did the Fox News voter analysis track with what you saw with raw vote as you went around the states?
Yes. There were a couple. What we're doing early on is we get this early vote from Indiana and Kentucky. It allows us to kind of figure out is the FNVA performing consistent with the data. There were a couple states where Trump overperformed a bit. Florida was one. We were a little concerned that we might be overestimating Trump's performance in rural areas. But the more data we got, the more that didn't seem to be the case. It seemed like he was basically hitting what we thought he would hit.
We've got the brain here. Did anybody else have a question for Darren? Bryn?
I'm curious about immigration and what you've seen in terms of how much that played into the votes in some of these states.
Well, I think the one thing we can say is that it didn't repel people. In particular, there was some talk about the Hispanic vote coming home over the issue of immigration. That did not seem to happen much at all. The FNVA suggested, I think it was 40% was Trump's performance amongst Latinos. That ended up being, I think, within 13 or 14 points of Harris's. I mean, if you showed me data before the election and said, that he's going to get 15% of the African-American vote, 40% of the Hispanic vote, I'd say that's an awfully tough night for a Democrat to win an election in.
There's some reporting that Trump has won Erie County, Pennsylvania. Is that square with anything you understand?
I think it was on sort of a knife's edge. I don't know if Bill's got the latest data, but
It was a moment ago here.
It's part of her hope, right?
Went back to the Trump team, and right now, currently, just to keep you guys up to date, he leads it by a point in 1.4, which is a little less than 2,000 raw votes.
And it's 99%
left out. How much is it's 99% in or 90? What did you say?
90, statewide 90%. Darren, I got a question for you. When you think about the blue wall in the upper Midwest, when we were at the convention in Milwaukee in July, it ended on a Thursday. On a Friday, we had that national computer glitch, and all the airports were shut down. So all the delegates and all the journalists and all the campaign folks were stranded at the airport in Milwaukee. And I was still thinking at the time about, why did I just see Kid Rock? And why did I see Hulk Hogan? And why did I see Dana White? And I went to the campaign, and I said, what's going on there? Because it was men. It was white men. And they said, we notice in the upper Midwest, at the time they were thinking about Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio to a lesser degree, and Pennsylvania. That's what they were thinking about. And they said, we noticed that there was a certain percentage of white men who voted in 2016. They sat out 2020, and we're trying to win them back. Is there evidence that those white males in those upper Midwest states did that tonight?
There was sort of a rule of thumb we were adopting that, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier in conversation with y'all, but that, the gender gap is a double-edged sword. The gender gap can help or hurt depending upon, the absolute level of support. We were looking at 55%. In other words, if Trump was hitting 55% with men, that was a good sign. If Harris was hitting 55% with women, that was a good sign. And in the upper Midwest states, he was getting closer to that sort of magic number than she was. So what they call it the bro strategy or whatever, it seems to have paid some dividends up there. I mean, we're still waiting, but, it's looking pretty good for him.
So we can definitively say that the poll that we don't talk about in Iowa was kind of off. The Des Moines Register poll.
I love Ann Seltzer. She's a giant and a pioneer in our field. I think, what we were looking at, ironically, was not so much the top line in that race, but what Seltzer had said was that senior women were breaking away from Trump over the abortion issue. And I think our friend Sean Trende had a really good observation where he said that may be true, but it may not help Harris because that's something that could occur in Iowa where abortion was a hot issue, but might not occur nationally in other states where abortion wasn't as salient.
We have to let you go, but really quickly, what's happening in Minnesota?
That's what I was going to ask, exact question.
Minnesota, why is that still?
They have done what sometimes they do in states. They've stopped counting votes.
Really?
And we're kind of close to.
After all we've been through with that?
After all we've been through?
We're at a level where we're close to statistical significance, but it's not quite there yet. And there are
Is Tim Walz in charge of that?
Yeah, well,
there you go.
Rumor has it.
We have to let you go because you have some more data crunching to do.
I do.
We appreciate you coming
Thank you,
by.
Darren.
Thanks,
It really
Darren.
does help a lot.
coming by.
Thank you. Very nice to see you guys. Thank you.
Let's check in with Aisha Hosni at the
Let's
Trump
do that.
campaign headquarters. Aisha?
Hey, you guys. Well, all signs here are pointing to perhaps imminent remarks from the former president shortly. The biggest debt giveaway was a short while ago. Somebody went on to the
Minnesota
stage right
stopped
behind
counting?
me and put up the glass for the teleprompter, so perhaps somebody will be speaking to the crowd here shortly, and that might be the former president. We've got eyes outside, our security details outside watching to see if the motorcade arrives from Mar-a-Lago. I did get a video from someone at the Mar-a-Lago party a short while ago, and folks there were jubilant and cheering and clapping. They had Fox News on the screen. They were watching as we were calling states and more races for the former president. The excitement here is climbing every minute, and people here anxiously awaiting to see if the former president shows up here tonight and perhaps gives a victory speech. Back to you.
Well, Aisha, thanks.
Thank you very
Had a
much.
cough drop?
We'll head back there. If the former President Trump is about to take the stand and speak there. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. 1 a.m. in New York. Polls have just closed in Alaska. The Fox News decision desk says it is too early to call. Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis, so we will get you back to Alaska when we have a little more data to report there.
And there you see 248 to 216, the Electoral College map. We are waiting on the blue wall, which could be a red wall. You just heard from Darren Shaw, and I think that data and the way he laid it out there and their decision making really kind of lifts the curtain to how these guys operate based on our Fox News voter analysis, which again was 120,000 voters, that a rolling poll, and then the raw vote total that they came in. Alex Hoff is in Pennsylvania. We'll check in on the ground there. Alexandria.
Yeah.
To report there. And then you see the 248.
Hey, good to be with you. Yeah, the crowd here in Bucks County, they are excited by some trends they are seeing, not necessarily expecting to result tonight. Pennsylvania's results and the count is historically slow. It took 4 days in 2020, but the Commonwealth Secretary does believe that it's going to be faster this time. New technology, more training will come into all this. Now, looking at Philadelphia, both the Trump and the Harris campaigns, they are saying they're outperforming there, but Team Trump feels that this could be good news for them because there are pockets of support inside of South Philadelphia, Northeast Philadelphia, and there is a saying that goes that Republicans can gauge how well they are doing in the state by how much they are losing Philadelphia by. Simply, it cuts into the margins that Democrats need, and here in Bucks County, they're seeing themselves on the screen right now. It means a lot. If he were to win this county, Bucks County, I mean, that would be the first time a Republican presidential candidate has taken this county since 1988, and these suburbs of Philadelphia, this is what pushed Biden over the edge in 2020. Harris needs to do well in these counties if she stands to have a chance of taking this state, guys. Brett, Martha?
Alex,
thanks.
you. So let's go to Bill and see what are you cooking up over there, Bill?
New York Times has Trump 95%
we heard so
chance.
much about MSG and the insult comic about the Puerto Rican joke. And, Trump, New York's his home, right? I mean, now living in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, but just look at this. I'm going to go ahead and use the slide bar and okay, 8 years ago when he's running against Hillary Clinton, this is his margin in New York, all right? 37.5 compared to almost 59 for Hillary Clinton. And then against Joe Biden, it was what? Was it? Oh my gosh. It was 0.3 of a point, all right? And now we come to 2020 and see the numbers on the board here. That's a pretty decent performance. And we're just getting some insight here in the New York City. He did well over 40% of the vote here in New York as well. One thing I was checking out here, guys, this is the number, right? Path to 270. I guess in theory right now, if you were to close out, you're at 248. If you were to close out Pennsylvania, and even though Alaska has ranked choice voting, which could take a while to post a number here, nonetheless, that would put him right at the number at 270. So even around the blue wall, that's possible too. That goes back to the argument that we've been talking about for some time now, that Trump had more paths to the Oval Office than Harris did. Let's go check on Pennsylvania one more time here, and we'll see. Okay, it's holding steady at 3.5. 90% of the estimated vote out there is now reporting here. In Michigan, You know, the blue wall, 6.3, so that number is stuck a little bit here. Estimated somewhat, maybe 40% of the vote still missing there in Michigan and Wisconsin. You know, maybe we get some more numbers in. It got 85% of the vote in here. And, you know, Trump's holding on to this 4.2 advantage in Wisconsin. And Wisconsin, they take a lot of pride in what they do. They want to get the vote out quickly. Maybe Milwaukee notwithstanding, but the rest of the state, you know, that's their idea. So we could get that in maybe a little more as we go into what, the 2 a.m. hour? Are we going to 2 a.m. or 3? What are we doing here? Arizona sticking here at 0.7. What's that?
Just keep going.
Okay, you got it. This is Nevada, so we're starting to get our first numbers in from Nevada. For any of the nerds and geeks out there that have been deep in the weeds about the early voting, you've been watching Nevada. And Nevada's been a pretty good marker there for Republicans. This is a quick count here now. It's saying 75% of the vote is in, and Trump's got a firm lead at 3.4 points, roughly, just a tad under 35,000 votes. Clark County, Las Vegas, 70% of the votes in the Silver State here all come from Nevada. Let's see what's happening right now. Okay, Harris, just a tick over 50.2 with 80%. I want to go comparison's sake, 8 years ago. Why not, right? In Nevada, I don't know what this number is. We'll find out together, okay? So Hillary Clinton did 2 points better than Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden, okay, did even better, 3.5 over what Kamala Harris is putting up right now. So it appears if you're in the Trump camp, that's a pretty good number right now, just shy of 51% in Nevada early on. Here's Carl Rowe's favorite place in the world. This is Washoe County, right, Carl? Right now, a point, it's close, right? 0.2 points. What happened with Biden? Was it close? Yeah, pretty close, but Biden won the county. So in all likelihood, Trump's got a chance to flip this if it holds up right now. Super slim and more vote to come in, but Nevada is looking good too. And now you start to wonder, how high does this number go on the Electoral College?
Yeah, New York Times needle is now at greater than 95% and likely to win the popular vote is what they have. Well, let's check in. Let's go out to Vegas.
Wow.
Jeff Paul is live in Las Vegas.
Trump winning the popular vote is a crazy twist on this. And also, I see him at 247. So if Pennsylvania or Trump could win in the next 20 minutes here.
The Democratic incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen. And just a few moments ago, when Bill was talking about Nevada, you heard a lot of cheers here from the crowd at the Sam Brown watch party, just knowing some of those initial numbers. It took nearly 3 hours to finally get some of those numbers. We're hoping to get another batch in the coming hours. But Nevada has an interesting law where it's, you can vote right up until the 7 o'clock hour. And if you're in line, they'll let you vote. And in order to release those results, they wait until the very last person in line votes. That person, it took 2 hours and 48 minutes, so still a very long night ahead of us. But for the folks here at the Sam Brown Watch Party, a lot of optimism in the air.
All right, Jeff Paul in Las Vegas. Jeff, thanks.
So our panel is still with us. And we have some new folks that are here as well. Kevin McCarthy is joining us. Karl Rove is back. Juan Williams is here. Great to have all of you with us. Kevin McCarthy, let me start with you. Give us an update on what your overall take on the night so far, and then maybe drill down on some of what you're seeing in these House situations as well.
The Senate Republicans did an extraordinary job. They surpassed all expectations. President Trump is on his way. And I think President Trump is going to help the Republicans hold the House, but it's going to be very narrow, maybe even narrower than we have now.
But you think they could do it?
Maybe even narrower than you have now, you said.
Yeah, it may be exactly the same or maybe smaller. Look at the 2 seats I said at the very beginning of the night. Watch Pennsylvania 7 and Pennsylvania 8. I think we're going to pick those both up. You said North Carolina 1. We're probably going to lose that by 1 point. She did an extraordinary job.
Wow.
Then you look at Maine. We're ahead there. But we have some incumbents that have fallen in New York. California's just in now, but don't read those numbers yet because it's just the first part coming in. We're going to have to wait some time to see where we're there. Arizona, we've got a couple incumbents in trouble. Bacon's coming back in Omaha, maybe there. If we hold the House, if this is a trifecta, the credit goes to President Trump. But it also fundamentally means something different. You can do reconciliation when it comes to tax reform. So you don't need 60 votes in the Senate. Having the Senate as large as he is, he's going to get the cabinet that he wants. The other thing that's going to happen is you're not going to have a Hakeem Jeffries that's going to try to impeach him every single week. So America is going to see ability to govern. And if Republicans take this moment in time to not play games and focus on the issues, they can grow it the next time. Otherwise, it's going to be very competitive in 2 years.
But Juan Williams, if it's as big as we think it could be, we obviously haven't made these calls yet, but it's trending that way, and the pathway for her to win is getting narrower and narrower. Isn't it not a mandate? And Hakeem Jeffries and the thought of impeaching with what we're seeing tonight seems like wouldn't be the right move.
Well, I think the Democrats are, well, dispirited at this moment, and I think that the likelihood, as we've pointed out, is that Trump will be the president. And I think that, for me, talking to people like Darren and political professionals around, no one anticipated the size of this mandate, as you call it. I think that there's even recriminations now among Democrats as to Biden and whether Biden should have dropped out earlier or Biden should have stayed. Would a white male have done better? Obviously, Trump has defeated 2 women and now a black woman. So there's all of these questions. But to my mind, it seems to me incredible that a guy who led a insurrection against the United States government is potentially now, you know, like a phoenix going back into the Oval Office. It's unbelievable.
Well, you have to consider the fact, Juan, that a lot of people didn't think that was an insurrection. They thought it was a riot, but not an insurrection. And had they thought it was really an insurrection, I don't think he could have won.
Well,
I don't know.
The
exaggerations about that day.
Well, I'm not exaggerating.
About the alleged threat to democracy is a piece of what happened tonight.
Well, I don't think so. I think, again, I'm giving you my perspective.
Yeah. And I'm giving you mine.
Right. So I listened to you as my friend. But I'm going to tell you what I saw was not only a riot in terms of the violence, but a direct action intended to stop certification of a presidential election.
Understood. And we've talked a lot about it.
That's why I said that.
And we've talked a lot about it. And the
campaign, clearly. I'm not trying to hype anything.
The campaign ran a lot of ads about it, talked a lot about it, and more, you know, half the country now, Juan, is going to say, that is not what I care about. I care about my economy. I care about immigration.
No, see, that's where we differ. I'm not sold on this idea that, oh, it was the cost of eggs. I worry that it was, well, I'm not voting for this woman, or I'm not voting for this black woman.
I don't know. That's not what we see in our data.
Well, here's the thing. Where do you see that? Because a moment ago, Darren was out
God,
here
comes the race
in fact,
card.
Not only did the bro strategy work, and the bro strategy largely worked along the lines of white men, but that the bro strategy also had some impact in terms of Latino and black men who came along and gave higher percentages.
All right, Carl, weigh in.
I just want to make one more point with Juan. I spoke to Jack Brewer this week, and here's what he said: if Trump wins, he said he won because black men felt that Democrats and elites put immigrants before us. Mm-hmm. Your thoughts on that?
I just think that that's possible. I don't know that for a fact. I think there are tensions between racial groups, and people might feel that. Obviously, you can exploit those tensions, and you can exacerbate them to the point where you can politically benefit from it. Do I think that's the reason he won? No. I think the reason he won is you look at that bro strategy and the white male turnout and white grievance politics that he has used to great success in this country.
I think he's trailing his prior 2020 numbers with whites.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know what? I think that the
Hispanics and black males.
Yeah.
It's not sufficient to make up. It's not sufficient to have this kind of night.
Look, I just think it is extremely odd to suggest that black men are somehow prejudiced because they vote for a white candidate who says, I want to make certain that everybody has an opportunity to succeed in our great economy. I want you to be more prosperous, and I will do things that will make it possible for you to make a better life. That is an appeal to their best instincts. He did not go out and say, vote for me because I'm not a woman. Don't go vote for me because I'm a white man. That would not have attracted those votes. They got attracted to him because they thought he was a strong effective leader, and they thought he would do something about the issues they cared the most about, which is an economy in which they think they get the short stick, inflation, which has decimated their purchasing power, and illegal immigration, which has affected their communities deeply. And to suggest that somehow black men are racist because they supported a white man is just too far, Juan.
You're distorting my comments. But let me just say to you,
I followed your comment to its logical conclusion.
Carl, hold on. We're not saying most black men did not vote for Donald Trump. So I never said anything like that. That's just not true.
Oh, you suggested it's only
I'm
a
saying
quarter
to you,
of black
no,
men.
I'm saying to you that in terms of this bro strategy for white males, the whole notion of I'm bad, I talk about women in the most disparaging way. There's some men who just said, you know what, I get into, I want to be in on that. I want to be a badass guy. And I think they like Trump's image and the caricature
I think they supported him in spite of that, not because of it.
Harold Ford Jr.
Because we offered to make their life better.
Harold Ford Jr.
Look, I tend to agree with Juan about January 6th. I'm surprised by the fact that the country got over that as quickly as we seemingly did, which speaks to the political comeback. I've said here earlier, I think that the fact that some of these issues around the economy
Zay,
and
thank
the
you
border
so
were not
much. Really
addressed
appreciate
more
that.
forthrightly, I think had an impact. That being said, we're going to have some analysis around this and around whether or not the driving up support amongst men, what was behind that, how did it work, did the gender gap with women, did black women, white women, Hispanic women, we still don't know those numbers. We'll have an opportunity to dig into some of those things, but I don't interpret what Juan is saying any more than that.
All right. More to talk about here.
There's a lot more coming up as election night moves on at 1:15 on the East Coast. We continue to get more vote in. We will be able to make some calls when that vote is in full. Our coverage continues next. Stay with us.
If he is president, that some big pieces of legislation could be stopped in the United States Senate because legislation at this point still needs 60 votes. But it is the cabinet who he's going to have in his not just in and around his administration, but again, the bench, that is all.
Thank you
regular
so
majority.
much.
Yeah,
really,
it's
really
interesting when you
appreciate
think
that.
about it
Thank you,
because,
thank you.
That the
Trying to get your
Supreme
name right now.
Court
I
passed,
see the
passed.
stickers
They
blocking it. I
ruled
saved
on the
a
Chevron
C.
deference
We're just going to go
and
with the
basically
C for
said
now because I
agencies,
can't see the
executive
entire thing.
agencies
Thank you
can't
so
have
much.
the untrammeled authority
Really,
to do
really
what they
appreciate
want.
that. You're
it has to
incredible.
be passed by Congress, and you could end up with the Democratic minority. I mean, again, all of this is somewhat speculative. Democratic minority in the Senate being able to block legislation, and the Trump agencies not able to enact it on their own.
Yep. Just one of many things that we would be talking about if Donald Trump does, in fact, win. We're not there yet. Jake, over to you.
Elon Musk just tweeted,
Thanks, Dana.
"You are now the media."
Let's bring you back to the key race alert and where we stand with the battleground states that we have not called yet. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump in the lead, 51.1%. Kamala Harris is 47.8%. Donald Trump has an almost 220,000 vote lead. That's with 93% of the estimated vote in from the great Keystone State. Michigan, Donald Trump up 52.4% to Harris's 45.8%. Donald Trump with a more than 244,000 vote lead in Michigan with 66% of the estimated vote in. In Wisconsin, Donald Trump 51.2%, Harris 47.1%. Donald Trump with a more than 120,000 vote lead with an estimated 89% of the vote in from the Badger State of Wisconsin. Arizona, Donald Trump in the lead 50% to Harris's 49.1%. Donald Trump has a 16,000 plus vote lead with an estimated 53% of the vote in from Arizona. In Nevada, Donald Trump in the lead there, 51% to Kamala Harris's 47.4%.
I love how depressed they look.
Donald Trump with a
So
more than
great.
37,000
So great how
vote lead
depressed they look.
with 70% of the estimated vote in from Nevada. John King.
We're looking at the map and we're watching and we're just trying to see. The only question really now is, well, the first question is, can the vice president win Pennsylvania? If she does not, Donald Trump is the next president of the United States. And then from there, if she wins Pennsylvania, Donald Trump still
Russ,
has other
thank
paths
you so
to
much.
270.
Thank you,
So
thank
for the
you,
vice
thank you,
president,
brother.
your priority
Appreciate that.
is here.
Guys, we are getting, you can tell CNN is getting worried. I think we're going to have this called within the hour. Thank you for everyone donating. You guys are incredible. It's been a fantastic night, and just pleasure to share it with you guys.
Look at the size of Donald Trump's lead as we go through them. Right, Joe Biden wins this by 80,000 and change. 4 years ago, Donald Trump is ahead with 93% of the vote in by 219,000 votes plus. So that's hard to overcome when you're at 93%. And statewide so far, you're getting 48% if you round that up. Do the math at home. She has to get well in excess of that, hugely in excess of that when you're at 93% to have a chance to catch up. Hugely, way overperform where she has been throughout the night. Miracles happen. So you look here at Philadelphia, you kind of come here. This gets pretty stunning when you go through it county by county. We're not at the final results. Maybe the end will look a little better than this. Maybe the vice president can come back. But again, you look at here, Donald Trump getting 21% in Philadelphia, the vice president getting 78%. You go back when Joe Biden won the state, Donald Trump was at 18, the president was at 81. And you're seeing this over and over again. You go out to Bucks County here, Joe Biden at 52%. If you round that up, Trump at 47. 4 years ago, you come back here. I said early in the night, if this stays red, Donald Trump will win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It's still red. Not done, but it's still red. This is the blue-collar suburban area. Your cops, your firefighters move out of the city to get a little house with a patch of grass. It gets a little bit bigger out here when you move out, but look at this. It's just, she's at 48%, 49% if you round that up. The President of the United States was at 52. Again, it's a very competitive battleground county, but to win Pennsylvania, you want to be on the top end in Bucks County, and at the moment, the vice president is on the losing end. Then you move over here to Lehigh County. This was the big conversation, right? Both candidates there in the final days because of the Madison Square Garden event, the debate about is the Trump going to lose the Puerto Rican votes, another Latino votes because of this. Well, at the moment, Harris, 95%, so not
a to becoming the 47th president of the United States in what is going to be the biggest political phoenix from the ashes story that we have ever seen, ever. I mean, I'm going to say it's more than Grover Cleveland in
1892.
Yeah, I don't think that Grover Cleveland was not the subject of a Russia investigation, 2 impeachments, 2 assassination attempts.
Indictments.
They have indictments, 91 indictments, convictions, and there is almost nothing that hasn't been thrown at this former president, and his tenacity in wanting to go back and run again, which he announced immediately after he lost in 2020. This is a huge historic moment in the United States of America as the former President Trump is closing in with just a few electoral votes away now from clinching 270 as Pennsylvania is called for Donald Trump.
We're looking live, 1:21 a.m. in the morning at Trump headquarters. The cheers coming up. We're told the former president is there, as well as J.D. Vance, Senator J.D. Vance. They are getting ready to hear from former President Donald Trump. Again, at 267, not there yet, but looking at where that vote is in Wisconsin, where the vote is in Michigan, where the vote is in Nevada and in Arizona. There is no path, Brit Hume, for Vice President Harris, and just 30,000 feet. What this means.
Well, I'm old enough to remember when Richard Nixon was declared dead in 1962. Remember the famous speech he said, "You don't have Nixon to kick around anymore." No one could imagine after that failed race for governor that he could have come back in 1968 and been elected president. That was a hell of a comeback. This, to my eye, was a man who was faced with many more slings and arrows than Nixon had been at that time, hated though he was by the Democrats. This surmounts that. This is an extraordinary comeback.
Dana.
He campaigned so energetically, ruthlessly, fiercely, and with more joy than Kamala Harris. And it was so clear that Joe Biden was not going to be able to go the distance. If Joe Biden were still on the ticket tonight, who knows what tonight might have even looked like. That he has been able to accomplish this, it is nothing short of astonishing and amazing. And also I think about Susie Wiles, who's his campaign manager, very quiet, does not like the limelight. Chris LaCivita, who works on it. All of those people who worked so hard and stuck by Trump, no matter what was said about him, they were called every name in the book, including Hitler and Nazis, and they came through. The other thing that's on my mind is, last night at her closing rally, Oprah Winfrey said that if Donald Trump is elected again, basically you can just write America off. Like, America's just going to fall apart. That's obviously not true, although I'll be surprised tomorrow if there's a big line at JFK of Hollywood celebrities leaving the country, as I said they were going to. This is the greatest country, and there will be so many opportunities for lots of deal making. I think President Trump will be in the mood, but he also has a huge to-do list. Biden and Harris have left a mess. His closing argument was, she broke it, I will fix it. And she talked about having a to-do list. He's got a big to-do list, but he thrives on it. And you saw that through the whole campaign.
He is, I think, enthusiastic about doing the job of being President Harold. And it is just an absolutely remarkable. I think if you wrote this as a movie script, people would say, this could never happen in the United States of America.
He's a single, I've said this before, he's a single greatest political athlete I've ever seen. And tonight he proved why. There were moments in the campaign where I thought he said some.
Take a look at this real quick. This is pretty exciting. We got Bitcoin breaking out to 75.3 on Bitcoin. Guys, the Bitcoin markets, the crypto markets, the stock markets are loving what we're seeing on Bitcoin right now. 75.25. I think this is going to rally right into the night if we do get that Trump win. Crypto won. Crypto absolutely won. Huge win for crypto. Unfortunate for John Deaton. Would have loved to see John Deaton win. But guys, everything else is an indication of a massive win for crypto tonight. And one of the bigger things too, let me just say real quick, is the fact that we are getting a massive win in crypto on the Democrat side as well. A lot of pro-crypto Democrats have beat anti-crypto Republicans, which is even better. Because now when Trump comes in and he's pro-crypto, he can actually rally bipartisan support, and that's going to make it so we can push bills actually through that are going to be pro-crypto. We are going to have votes and an initiative to actually get cryptocurrency legislation. This is absolutely huge. This is going to be Trump putting people who are pro-crypto at the SEC, pushing that through the appropriate people in our government to actually make this thing happen. And we're going to have bipartisan support from the Democrats. And there's going to be a lot of Democrats pro-cryptocurrency supporting this. This could not look better for crypto. Huge win. That's why Bitcoin's rallying. 75.4, I'm seeing 75.3. We're going to keep it updated. I'm going to go back to the election for now. But guys, I cannot tell you how big this is for crypto. This is literally the best thing that could have possibly happened.
Doesn't stand for a lot of the things that it stood for before. He has made it a far more middle class, working class, a far more practical party, I think probably a far more durable party. And he's figured out how to win with that. And you can't help but think that with this victory, in 4 years from now, he's going to have the mantle that he can hand to the next Republican. So I don't know how Republicans ever go back to the old party that they were. But it is truly extraordinary, and it is all by the force of one guy, one man who had the fortitude, the strength, the vision, the refusal to accept anything, all of the experts counting him out, and he just kept on fighting.
Charlie, it would have been one thing for him to come back from a single defeat to be elected again. But when you think about it, he came back from a series of them. I mean, his party lost in the midterm when in his term.
2018.
They lost in 2018. They lost the presidential election in 2020, and they had a major disappointment in 2022. Which one might have thought after all that the party wouldn't turn to him again, and yet in the face of that, plus all the things that Martha enumerated, the indictments, all the other troubles that he had, for him to come back from that is really quite striking.
And think about how toxic he was after, say, January 6th.
Yeah.
And then you're looking at races now in states where Donald Trump very well may drag Republicans, and he's overperforming in a lot of places fellow Republicans.
It really does. I think there are parallels to 1980, Mark Penn. When you look at Jimmy Carter, we had hostages in Iran. We have hostages in Gaza right now. Very high inflation and a malaise in many ways in the country that I think these people who have been called a lot of names have had enough of. what is your impression of what this means tonight?
Well, I think this means a lot to a lot of people. I think the working class are looking for a renewal of American jobs. I think people are looking for a board.
I was just muted. I am so sorry. Apologize. Okay, Mark Cuban has thrown in the towel. He said, congrats to Donald Trump. You won fair and square. Congrats, Elon Musk, as well. It looks like Mark Cuban is throwing in the towel on this entire thing. Huge sign that essentially Democrats are giving up on this, and they are not going to like this at all. Mark Cuban is essentially admitting defeat. Here. Yep, guys, sorry about the sound. So, huge win. Mark Cuban wrapping it up. We got Kevin O'Leary on TV right now. We'll throw him over, but Mark Cuban is, look, at least he's not being a sore loser. He's coming out beforehand. He's saying we lost. So, it's good to see that.
20% higher was a really bad idea, and it self-corrected. Capital, and this is why I'm getting on a plane tomorrow. I intentionally didn't leave till tomorrow night so I could go to Geneva, go to Abu Dhabi, go to Riyadh, and say it's 21% corporate taxes, 100% not going to change. That is very important for people like me that bring capital back to this country. It fixed itself. And I think that's why America works. It has worked for 200 years. When it gets too crazy, it fixes itself. And whether you love Trump or you hate him, every Democrat owes him a thank you very much, Mr. President.
By the way, as the markets, the poly market and all these election markets were moving, Bitcoin went up exponentially.
Yes, I'm long Bitcoin.
Are you? So you're buying later.
Speaking of Bitcoin, I'm also struck by just calling Pennsylvania here, Dana. Trump embraced Elon Musk in an enormous way. A lot of stories were written that said that he was going to blow it in Pennsylvania, that the people who were working on his outreach teams didn't know what they were doing. He's going to
And he got a lot of criticism. Remember the $1 million giveaway for registered voters? But
court for that.
Selena Zito, who's somebody that we follow and we've had on the show many times, and she knows that area very well. She said the people of that region love somebody who is a big thinker, who wants to create jobs, who is like looking into the future, and they can get behind that. And they love somebody who can really lead. And leadership takes courage. And you have to be willing to make decisions where you are going to be criticized. I think this is one of the problems that Kamala Harris has always had. She doesn't want to take a position on anything. We haven't even talked about how in California, the law to basically make shoplifting illegal again passed overwhelmingly. And Gascon, our friend down, the DA in Los Angeles, lost by 22 votes. I mean, this is in California, so it was everywhere.
22 points.
And 2 days before, 22 points, thank you. She wouldn't even take a position on that. 75% of the people in California wanted it gone, and you can't take a position to be with them?
Not only that, you were part of Prop 47, which changed the law the other way when you were in office.
So not wanting to take a position and not being willing to be criticized is a problem if you want to be a leader at that level.
She had that affliction in 2020. Why didn't her own party say, you're not the right candidate? I mean, run a process.
Well, they did. They ran her out of town right before any votes were cast in 2019.
But the same
and then she's
affliction
out of there.
hit her here. The same problem she had in 2020 hit her in 2024.
She's the same person.
I mean, it's not all her fault. They put her in a race that we now know couldn't win.
Yeah.
But Carol, in fairness to Democrats, there's no doubt. I agree with you on the unrealized capital gains. We shouldn't be taxing that. But we produce more wealth, more innovation, more oil, more cures, more therapeutics over the last 3 years. So I hear you. Democrats are not bad. for the economy. Some things she proposed that I'm with you on, but we need to be clear. We're a great country, and we're going to continue to be great. And I trust and hope and believe that President
Your party will be great again.
I want the
and you can thank Donald Trump for that.
But he inherited an economy also that was in pretty good shape. I don't want to quarrel about that. All I want is going forward. I agree with you. I want the country to be great, and I hope that both of the parties can work together to try and do that. And I salute President Trump tonight. What a great win. And I agree with you in this regard. My party's got to reimagine and reinvent itself going forward.
Listen, hold on. I wrote about this, the unity and
you did.
Past presidents and past losers and winners and what they said. This is a big speech, Britt, for former President Trump as he gets ready to deliver this in front of.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, the C. Your stickers block the rest of your name. I wish I could see it. Actually, I might be able to pull up here. Hold on. I owe you a proper shout out here. I owe you a proper shout out. Thank you so much for that donation. That's incredible. The Corn Shucker. The Corn Shucker. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Is how much of the national TV audience is.
I bet they're still in.
You know, I think back at the moment in Iowa at the beginning of this process, Brett, when we were in a town hall with him, bless you, Brett, and he, you know, we asked him about all of this revenge stuff and that he was going to want retribution, and this is what everyone heard. And there were times when he had language that was that matched that, but he said that he wanted success to be his revenge, and that he wanted a successful America. And I would imagine that we're going to hear something along those lines tonight, but we'll see.
Brett, you wrote in your piece, you quoted one of those great old Republican presidents, H.W. Bush, who said that a campaign is a disagreement and an election is a decision, and decisions clear the way for harmony and peace.
You know,
but there are a lot of Thanksgiving tables that people are still going to have hard feelings.
Oh, guys, I apologize. I totally missed this. Trump has Pennsylvania. Trump has Pennsylvania, so this thing is over. This thing is absolutely over. Trump won. Trump won. Pennsylvania is called. Without Pennsylvania, this thing is absolutely over. So Trump has won. Trump has absolutely won. I have a lot of credible sources coming in saying that Trump has won Pennsylvania. Yeah, Pennsylvania is called. Trump's at 270. Trump's at 270. Let's go. Jeffrey, thank you so much for the donation. I have Fox calling Pennsylvania. I have Fox calling Pennsylvania. Fox calls Pennsylvania, yeah. Yep. Fox called it. I'm gonna wait for the closing statement here. I think Trump's gonna speak, but I'm gonna stay on. Yeah, guys, I think we won. We absolutely got it. 270. Let's go, guys. Drop a like on the stream. 7 hours. 7-hour stream so far. We've been at it. I've eaten like one small meal, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being here. You guys are absolutely incredible. It looks like we've done it. I am so glad this 7-hour stream has been worth it. Trump's closing speech should be up here soon. Look at that, guys. You guys are the best. And we've made it to the end and brought home a massive win for the cryptocurrency industry.
Fairly shortly. Yes, exactly. Has a moment to bring about the unity that people expected after the last election. Of course, we would be kidding ourselves to think that there won't be a tremendous response to this, tremendous backlash in a lot of corners of the country.
So listen, he's going to get there because Alaska is going to be Republican, but we're not done as far as calling states. There could be even more states that go Trump's way. This could be a massive landslide just by what we're looking at in the polls. Fox News Decision Desk count now project, though, Vice President Harris will win Minnesota, and her running mate Tim Walz serves as the state's governor there. That takes it up to 267 to 226. But again, Donald J. Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. More Democracy 24 special coverage.
There it is. There it is. The 47th president of the United States right there. Let's see if CNN's crying.
Standing, let's bring them to you now. Pennsylvania. Donald Trump, 50.9% of the vote. Harris, 48%. Donald Trump with a more than 189,000 vote lead with 94% of the estimated vote in. in the Commonwealth. Michigan, Donald Trump 52.1, Harris 46.1. Donald Trump with a more than 236,000 vote lead, 69% of the estimated vote in from Michigan. Wisconsin, Donald Trump 51.3, Kamala Harris 47.1. Donald Trump with a more than 123,000 vote lead, 90% of the estimated vote in from the Badger State of Wisconsin. Arizona, Donald Trump 50%, Harris 49.1%. Donald Trump with a 16,368 vote lead, with 53% of the estimated vote in from Arizona. Nevada, now Donald Trump 51.1%, Harris 47.3%. Donald Trump with a more than 38,000 vote lead over Harris with an estimated 71% of the estimated vote. I have two more I want to show you right now because, as you know, Maine and Nebraska award their electoral votes according to congressional district. Maine's second congressional district, that is the more rural part of the district, Donald Trump is in the lead there, 53.9% of the vote. Harris, 43.9% of the vote. Donald Trump with a almost 14,000 vote lead there in Maine's second congressional district. That's with just over a third of the estimated vote there. Then Nebraska, this is actually the congressional district number one, not the more competitive one. But in this one, which has not been called yet, Donald Trump has 51.5% of the vote. Harris with 46.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with an 11,311 vote lead there. That's with 75% of the estimated vote in Nebraska's District 1. Nebraska's District 2, though, we should note, John, is actually the one that we're really keeping an eye on.
Keeping an eye on for the miracle trajectory for the vice president, if she can pull it off. She would need the blue dot, as they call it, the Omaha area, 2nd Congressional District, in addition to the blue wall. I just want to note, your eyes aren't playing with you at home. The so-called blue wall is deep red at the moment, and that is the vice president's biggest problem. She lost North Carolina and Georgia. She's losing Arizona and Nevada. We're not done there yet. But this is watch this map. I want to circle one state. This is where we are now at 1:34 a.m. in the east. It might be 1:33 a.m. in the east if somebody wants to correct me. And that's 2020. There's a lot more blue there, but this is what I wanted to get to in 2016. This is Donald Trump remaking his 2016 map. And at the moment, if things hold up, we're not done yet out there. We got a long way to go, and sometimes Nevada takes days. It's possible he'll even add Nevada to the 2016 map. Now, we're not done, but this is a very impressive map for Donald Trump. I shouldn't have waited until 1:35 in the morning to do this, Jake, but as you know, we're on television. There's a great team of people here that you can't see, working the cameras and everything else. I have a great new media team that helps me with the Magic Wall. I want to show you one of the things the Magic Wall team, the new media team, came up with as we look at these votes. So your challenge in Wisconsin, right? The vice president has to turn around Donald Trump's pretty big leads. I shouldn't say pretty big leads. Big leads, 125,000. Wisconsin, 2 elections in a row, decided by 20,000 votes and change. His lead with
Michigan GOP watch party, and the crowd started chanting USA. They started chanting Trump, 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 as it now appears he will be the 47th president of the United States. Now, in addition to Trump and the call for him in Pennsylvania, they're also excited about the possibility that Michigan could be the state that tips him over that magic 270 number. We're also following a very close Senate race here in Michigan, and they're feeling very confident about that as well. Republican candidate Mike Rogers looks like he could cruise to victory with the help of former President Trump. Democratic candidate Alyssa Slotkin, she went out to her crowd at her watch party at around 12:30 tonight and told them to go home and go to sleep, where here they extended this ballroom venue all through the night if they had to, and now it looks like the crowd is fired up as they await former President Trump taking the stage.
Okay, Grady, thank you. It is really important to point out how big the coattails could be tonight. Think about Bernie Moreno in Ohio. Was thought dead in the water against Sherrod Brown. He wins. We have right now at this hour.
Thank you so much, Johnny. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that.
Closer. We haven't made a call there yet. Havdi in Wisconsin leading right now. Sam Brown in Nevada is closing in on Jackie Rosen. Wow. We're talking about historic numbers here. If all of these dominoes fall, you're talking about a Senate that could be 54-46, 55-45. That wasn't in the cards. That wasn't on anybody's bingo card when you came into election night.
But these candidates have all fought really strong races, and they have all closed in a very strong way. And in fact, many of them were sort of pulling into +5, +6 in just over the last 3 weeks. So it's a fascinating part of the story. Hopefully we'll be able to call some more of those soon.
Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says with these coattails, you could see the House going Republican as well. And that would be a part of this story as well. Let's go back out to Trace Gallagher on the West Coast with his panel. Hey, Trace.
Brett, thank you. Martha, thank you as well. We've got our panel, Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Kaylee McGee-White, and Jono Caldwell. You're talking to your panel, Brett and Martha, and we were talking to ours, and Kaylee McGee-White was struck by the whole concept that, again, Trump was undercounted. Kaylee McGee.
This is the third consecutive polling miss in a presidential cycle for Donald Trump. And we really need to be asking ourselves, why do they keep getting it wrong? And at this point, it is a choice. Back in 2016, you could argue that you were blindsided. You didn't expect it. You cannot say that anymore. This was predictable from the very start. And I think the reason they keep getting it wrong is because they still don't understand the average Trump voter. They cannot wrap their heads around why so many people support him. And it's because for a long time, actually for the past decade or so, Democrats in power didn't think they needed to. And even worse, they didn't want to. They didn't want to have to stoop down to understand the concerns over immigration, over the economy. And guess what? The American people sent a very clear message tonight that you better start paying attention, and you better start paying attention soon.
We heard a lot of words, demographic. I don't know how many times we heard it, Steve Hilton, but Gianna, you talk about black voters, black male voters especially. We heard it again and again tonight, and you think it's worth talking about.
I think this is a historic night. Black men will now, those who voted for Trump will be.
And guys, take a look at this real quick. Right now we have Trump winning by 5 million votes on popular. So he's probably going to win the popular vote as well as the electoral. He's been given Pennsylvania, so this thing is seconds away from being over. Maybe not seconds. This thing is over. This thing is absolutely about to be called.
To the point that I don't know if we're looking at Medea runs for president or not. I mean, this is outstanding what has happened from the black male perspective, and I hope the Republican Party takes note.
Yeah, and you talk about young males and younger voters, Jody Armour. You're a law professor at the University of Southern California. You know what young people are geared into. Are you surprised when you see these voter analysis numbers that young voters came out heavy for Donald Trump?
Yeah, well, young voters can sniff out a fraud. They can sniff out somebody who's chameleon-like. She changes her position according to the prevailing winds. They didn't like that. Many across the country, young students said, for me, a red line also is mass atrocities, is collective punishment, is what I see going on in the Middle East, and I see us as complicit in. And so they, were saying, I'm not just that enthusiastic. Yeah. I'm not going to get out.
I got 15 seconds for you, Steve.
I just think when I see this unfold, Trace, it is just a massive victory.
Oh, we got to jump back.
Sense.
Sorry, guys, back to you. We got Trump coming out.
Trace, thank you. The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters express deep frustration with the Biden administration, and former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
47th president of the United States. Former President Trump now defeats Vice President Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago. And for Democrats, they were projecting the possibility of running the table with battleground states. David Plouffe with the Democratic campaign of Harris campaign suggested that just yesterday. Now it is possible that Donald Trump runs the table with these states and builds on a big landslide electoral win.
Wow.
We don't know where the popular vote is going to finish out, but we do know that he will be going back to the White House. And with him, Britt Hume, will be
Thank
a lot
the
of
Lord.
changes because he will have been there once and will know what he wants to do.
You know, he often accounts for the fact that he had so much turnover in his first term as president by the fact that he really know Washington and he was new to this realm.
You're now unburdened by
that he has
bullshit.
come to win the presidency in, and he promises us that now he knows. Now he knows whom he wants to hire. Now he knows the kind of people he wants to have around him. A lot of people are saying that means a lot of very experienced people around Washington will be ruled out, and maybe they will. But it's going to be very interesting to see the kind of people he reaches out to and reaches out for in the days and weeks ahead as he builds his administration.
We're joined by Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy, and Katie Pavlich. Kayleigh, you've been a part of the last administration. You can see the joy on all these people's faces. Think about the angst and the, all that this campaign has been through. And now there is the prospect of creating what you want to create in a second administration. Your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this win.
And we continue to count the votes. And you went through the margins. I mean, these are not insignificant margins. This is not 10 or 20,000 votes that a big county somewhere can change. 193,000 votes, again, just to remind you.
Let's see what CNN has to say.
Pennsylvania was 81,000 votes.
Guys, smash the
4
like
years
button.
ago,
Smash
and
the like
44,000
button.
votes 8 years ago.
Huge win.
Donald Trump's lead at the moment is 193,000. So the math there is pretty obvious. He is overperforming his 2016 and his 2020 performance in one of the states that is trademark to the Trump movement when you look at all that red in rural areas. So that's Pennsylvania. And you're looking, well, let me just, before I leave it, you're looking at, where's the math, right? Where's the math? Is it at all possible? I would say it's very improbable. But the votes, most of the votes that are outstanding are in Democratic areas. That's a fact. However, the percentages of those votes and the number of those votes that would have to come in to overcome 193,000, again, not going to say impossible, but I'm going to say highly improbable as you look at that. So then you move over to the next one, the state of Michigan. This one's now up to 71%. It was 63% the last time we looked at it. I think it was right here. LaPierre County just came in 70% for Trump, 69% for Trump. Modest-sized county. It's in the middle. It's about 23rd of 83 counties in Michigan. And you see right there, so again, the counties, the more votes that just came in that drove the percentage reporting up, right? If you're Harris, trying to catch up before that gets to 99-100, the new votes that just came in helped Trump. 253,601 again in Michigan. This was a big win for Joe Biden in 2020, 154,000 votes. It's a bigger win at the moment for Donald Trump, 253,000 votes in battleground Michigan. That's a big deal. Then we move over to Wisconsin. We're at 91%, and Donald Trump is 120,000 votes ahead. That is 100,000 more votes than decided the state of Wisconsin in both of the last two presidential elections. It was 22 in one, 20 in the other. It's 120, 549 at the moment, 91% in. So you look again, is it possible? Are there Democratic votes out there? This is where they're missing the biggest basket. There's some good Trump circles here too. So if you look at that, again, I'm not going to say impossible. We have a decision desk that does that work for me. For you, I'm going to say that's improbable. You're just looking at the math, again, with a lead that big. Then we'll see how it plays out. I do want to show something. We're looking at Donald Trump above 50% nationally. You're looking at Donald Trump at the moment winning the popular vote, which he has not done in his prior two runs for the presidency, by 5.1 million votes. So I just want to show you something. How's he doing that? Well, he's obviously overperforming what he did in 2020. That's sort of a simple duh when you think about it. He's winning, so he's obviously overperforming 2020. These are states where he's outperforming himself by 3% or more. That doesn't matter as much to me. What I want to get to, I want to get you to some of these counties. So you look at these places. Jake, we talked about this earlier. New York, you were looking at that. All throughout New England, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, he's performing better than he did in 2024. But I want to look. Remember the last couple of weeks of the campaign? Where's Nikki Haley? Why isn't she with him? Why is he demeaning the vice president, calling her stupid? Why is he beating up on Nancy Pelosi? Why is he so dark on immigration? Why isn't he trying to reach out to the middle, to the suburbs? Why he's going to repel people away? Well, guess what? If you come here, well, let me start here in Arizona. He's not winning. 60% of the population in Arizona lives in Maricopa County. She's leading in Maricopa County. Donald Trump is not overperforming in Maricopa County. But look where he is overperforming, in Republican areas. The big conversation has been, he got 2016, got more votes in 2020. A lot of Democrats saying there can't possibly be more Trump voters out there in rural America. Well, yeah, there are. He's over, smaller counties, Apache County here, only 6% in too. So more votes coming in from here. And then you come over here, Navajo County, and down here in the southern part of the state, Yuma County, 64% of the vote. Again, you think, oh boy, but that's double. That's almost double when you look at the raw vote count there. So how does he do it, right? So that's Arizona. You come up to Nevada. Again, it's not in Clark County. That's Vegas and the suburbs around it. But in these other places, that's the end of the campaign when everyone was obsessed about why is he only talking to his base? Well, he was talking to those people, and they turned out, and he overperformed in a lot of Republican counties. Most of the places he overperformed dramatically. This is by 3%. You'll see suburbs where that'll be something we're talking about in the days and weeks after too, by 1 point or 1.5 points. This is 3% or more. Right? So when you look at this, don't think about California yet. Let the votes be counted.
So these are all the counties where he overperformed by 3% or more.
Over his 2020 number by 3% or more. And right now we're over 1,000. It's counties and townships, mostly up here in New England, but in other places too they use the word townships, not counties. So I'm not trying to, if you live in a township, don't take my county. But there are 4,600 counties and townships, and in more than 1,000 of them, he has overperformed. But the thing is, they're mostly red. There are some blue in the Democrat.
In that moment, Harold, your thoughts?
This is how our country is organized, and it's a great education, I think, for people who had very high passions in this race. There are Democrats who were fervently for Joe Biden. He performed poorly during a debate, and the party switched to Kamala Harris, and there was genuine excitement, I think, built over a period of time. And some of that excitement was an aversion and almost a dislike and a disdain for Donald Trump. But I hope it's a moment that we can all grow from, because if we don't, not in a selfish, partisan way, Democrats won't progress. And I don't think you can fly and soar as a great country unless you have both wings working together. And President Trump, tonight, I'm going to be interested in that tone, Kayla. I was reminded of your words, reminded of what you said as you shared it. I remembered that story, and I hope and pray for the country tonight that President Trump, who has every right to be joyful, every right to celebrate, will give a speech with that tone tonight that in many ways could help him do all of the things that he campaigned on in this campaign.
What does this mean for the never-Trumpers, the Republicans, and the Lincoln Project people, and Bill Kristol and people like that who seem to abandon everything they'd ever previously believed in order to oppose Donald Trump?
Kellyanne? We'll get to the never-Trumpers soon enough, and the hundreds of millions of dollars wasted on them. Look, Donald Trump won this on policy and personality. I don't want to be remiss.
There are 56,000 mail-in ballots left to count out of 140,000 mail-in ballots cast there overall. And they're still waiting for 41 out of 304 precincts to report the results of in-person Election Day votes as well. I should note these counties across Pennsylvania, including Bucks, including Philadelphia, they're going to be continuously counting there until every mail-in ballot is counted. That's per the law there. Jake?
All right, Pamela, thanks so much. Appreciate it. I'm sorry to interrupt. Got to take me back to the places where Donald Trump is overperforming. Are there any places where Kamala Harris overperformed from where Biden did?
I'll show you that in just 1 second. I just want to put a button on what Pam was just talking about, in the sense that, so there's votes out there. Maybe Kamala Harris comes back, and that's close.
He's up by 11,000.
Yeah, right. So maybe she comes back, but again, you're talking about the margins, right? He's winning by 4. Right? If she comes back and beats him, it's going to be 50-50, 51 right there. Again, underperforming the president in places. So you asked, are there any places that the vice president is?
At noon, 2 minutes after he's inaugurated. Melania wrote about this in her book. So, Harold, I hear you. I hope everybody can unify. But I got to tell you, my friend, I think it starts with your party and not mine.
Fair enough.
They had this guy in a courtroom. He's not an indoor cat. I get it. They had him in a courtroom. They have him impeached. They have him. And whether people think that was justified or not, now is a good time to respect the will of the people. Forget about us, the will of the people.
I agree with you. I'm just saying be a gracious winner and let's move the country forward. I agree. And I know you will. That was my only point.
I heard a gracious winner today when I talked to him. I really did. He's known for a while. He's going to. I wrote
in the states that matter, again.
Roy Cunning, thank you so much. Thank you. I am not swiping on Tinder, I can promise you that. But thank you so much. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, that's a different
People around
question.
him can be gracious as
That's
well.
a different question.
We can always hope.
Yeah, well, that comes from the top.
Once more, I just want to say how much money was spent on this election. $15.9 billion with a bill.
Wow.
B, if you spend $1,000 a day for 2,740 years, that would be $1 billion. It was 16 times that. What has been spent on every race, the presidency, the whole deal. $16 billion. And here we are.
What is that, a
And when
check
you
you
look
can
at
write to
the-
for every American? What did you
About
say?
$50. It's about
I
40.
want my $50.
But I just want to say, every presidential race has a medium. You know, you go back to television, cable.
Yeah.
This was, in some ways, a podcast experience of a campaign. And those are free to go on podcasts. And you wonder how much of that money really needed to be spent when there's a lot of ways to reach people. But I think it's really interesting and something we'll be talking about a lot in terms of the reach of these endorsements.
You know what I was struck by? The
Rogan
final
and Musk and the rest of
The
them.
final ads where
They were excellent.
They talked about you know, making America great again, but then ending with the assassination attempt and that fist in the air, the iconic image, and the fight.
Absolutely.
Warrior president.
And it worked.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, toughest son of a gun we ever saw. And that was the last note we see in that ad. And I think, for whatever you think of the guy, you got to admire that.
Yep.
I mean, the adversity that he's faced, everything we've seen in other presidencies and other political figures who've gone through all kinds of trouble are pale in comparison to what he's been put through.
No,
Maybe it's time for his enemies to stop it.
Not only that, but the energy that he has is truly amazing. He's the Energizer Bunny. Let's check in with Aisha Hosni, speaking of the Energizer Bunny, at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Aisha, this has been a big night all night long. I'm sure it's really getting fever pitch now.
The Trump campaign has been watching this election day play out. They woke up confident this morning that ultimately their candidate was going to win, that Donald Trump would win this race. But when I was talking to them about what they thought the next few days were going to look like, one, they thought that this would go on for several days. They did not think that the numbers would be as generous as they are, as what the numbers have been coming in, as they have been reported. And they also had counseled Donald Trump that there would likely not be any kind of decision within the next 24 hours or so. Donald Trump himself was frustrated about that and was saying that he wanted to know what the outcome of this race was going to be tonight. And he said, Kristen, that he had not prepared a speech. And obviously, we are seeing now the Trump campaign in real time, as we've been talking to them, are adjusting to what they've been watching play out over the last 3 or 4 hours or so.
Yeah, and he's feeling really good. I talked to a number of people who were with him who said that he is ecstatic, that they had already said that they thought he was in a different headspace than he went into 2020 when he was angry. He was watching those results come in. But as you said, he still couldn't understand why they weren't going to get the results tonight. Now, obviously, we're seeing a lot more of these states being called right now than even his own team anticipated. I was told that they were looking very carefully at Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, and they thought that maybe they'd have some idea by tomorrow what those results would look like. But as we're seeing those results coming in, there's so much more of that vote counted in these states than they even anticipated. So clearly that shifted their entire mentality around this, Donald Trump coming here and getting ready to speak.
Well, and so Donald Trump is in the building right now. I should note, we're waiting to hear from him. He has made his way over from Mar-a-Lago, about a 10-minute drive away. And you just think of, I was there at Trump's victory party in 2016 when he first won, and the entire room was shell-shocked after he won Florida, that he had actually won that election. He himself was stunned by winning, and it was kind of this surreal moment to see Trump and his family on stage as he was speaking. Then, of course, we all know what happened 4 years ago when he came out and spoke and declared victory that was not his and never would become his, which belonged to Joe Biden. And so I think the question for a lot of people watching now is what he is going to say tonight as he's going to come out. And the race has obviously not been called yet. What he's going to say when he gets on stage after seeing the numbers that are better than even they were expecting this morning.
Yeah, and we know that their team had not spent a lot of time coming up with any drafts for him. They were going to let Donald Trump speak off the cuff, but they were trying to come up with scenarios in which Donald Trump would not come out early. The difference between now and 2020 is that their internal polling was showing them a lot of these kind of numbers. Maybe not exactly, obviously, as you said, they were even surprised by how generous some of the numbers were, but they did believe they had a real path towards winning, unlike in 2020 when that seemed a lot more uncertain, which meant that Donald Trump went into this in a very different way. So the speech that he gave, obviously, in 2020, declaring victory when he did not win the election, we'll see what he says tonight, because we know that, again, he was in a very different place. The election is in a very different place than when he came out then.
Also, the access of influence around him is so different. Like 4 years ago, Rudy Giuliani was in the White House, intoxicated, according to testimony from other aides who were there, urging Trump to go out and declare victory. He's now down the riser from us this evening. He was not at the Mar-a-Lago event. But Donald Trump was surrounded by Elon Musk, we know, was at Mar-a-Lago tonight. There were photos of him sitting with Donald Trump as he was preparing to come over here. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is there as well. Dana White, Tucker Carlson. There are Donald Trump Jr., obviously Senator J.D. Vance, and those who are now, around him that has changed, including his own campaign managers, Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita.
Yeah, and one of the most interesting things about Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita is they've really managed at times to keep him at bay and protect him from his own instincts. Obviously, not all the time. Donald Trump can say and do whatever he wants, and he often does. However, for example, one of the things we saw just over the weekend when he was in Pennsylvania speaking and making incredibly inappropriate and insulting comments was Susie Wiles go stand at the buffer and stare at him. Now, we heard from the campaign that they were saying, oh, he was just trying to wrap him because he was going too long. But there's obviously a lot of questions as to whether or not it was because of timing or because of the fact that everybody knew what he was saying could potentially cost him an election that was such narrow margins. I mean, there was a lot of uproar, even from his allies, calling him afterwards on that. And that is something that Susie Wiles is very aware of. So his orbit has changed in terms of the people he is surrounding himself with, people who try to essentially stop him from his own instincts.
Yeah, and also, I think as they're looking at today and surprise themselves by how the numbers have gone, and some places, obviously they thought North Carolina and Georgia would be a gut check. Kristen Holmes will stay with you. Jake, back to you.
Thank you so much, and we have a major projection. CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This is a huge achievement for Donald Trump and a huge bucket of electoral votes, 19 of them, for his path back to the presidency. As of right now, with those 19 electoral votes added from Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is within spitting distance of 270 electoral votes. He has 265 electoral votes. Vice President Kamala Harris has 187 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. John King, Donald Trump is within a hair's breadth of being reelected president.
Yes, he is. And let's just walk over. We'll look at where we are now, 265 to 187. And you're looking at this map. He's leading here. He could get a congressional vote there.
This party may look like this for quite some time.
I'm struck when you're talking about the authenticity part of this, because when I think about him with the French fries at McDonald's and standing up with blood on his face, fight, you can't fabricate. No, consultant can create those moments, Trey. Those are organic and they are authentic. And I think that is something that Kamala Harris fell really far short on in terms of the authenticity measure.
Yeah, if you had told me that a billionaire from New York would be able to connect with middle America, I would have questioned that. To my friend, the gentleman from Tennessee, autopsies are painful, especially when the patient's still alive. I wonder what the Democrat Party is going to go through in the next weeks and months, because this was a loss that I don't think anyone saw coming, not to this magnitude. So what does the autopsy look like if you're a Democrat? It's painful, but you have to have one. How did you lose, and how did you lose this soundly?
The easiest way to do it for them would be to simply say, if Joe Biden hadn't clung to the job, clung to the nomination, and hidden his condition with a lot of help, They could have had an open nominating process and gotten a more attractive nominee.
But I don't know that
who would
you
have been
can
freer,
pass.
who would have been freer to walk away from Biden policies and would have had a better shot. I mean, I think that's the easiest, simplest solution. But I'm not sure that's where they'll go. But that makes sense.
I don't think you can pass over an African American female, which is a very loyal constituency for the Democrat Party. I don't see how they could have passed over.
But if he'd left the office and she'd run, she would have been put through a different process and would have had competition, and the whole thing would have been different.
Against her?
You know?
Who would have
But I
run
mean,
against her?
but Harold, you have a Democratic Party that's pretty old. I mean, you have Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden.
You got Andy Beshear, you got Josh Shapiro, you got Gretchen Whitmer.
That's a different kind of Democrat, and that is not the progressive Democrat that wins in a primary. So is it going to be a change in your party?
Well, we nominated Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, who were not from
the old days.
The party. So I think we'll do that. Look, tonight, what happened this evening and what's happened over the last year has been described. There were those on this panel who didn't believe that this resurrection could have occurred. So if this can happen, things are possible in politics if you're willing to change and willing to have courage and determination. And whatever Democrats or anybody want to say about this guy who's been elected our president, he personifies that courage and determination and persistence. So I think, Trey, you were asking a serious question, and Britt gave a very serious answer. I think that's going to be part of the answer. And we've got to look long and hard about whether or not the way we campaign sometimes with identity politics at the end, is that the right way to do it? But before you get there, you got to get a purpose and a message. And we'll get there. We've got a long history of figuring these things out as a nation, as a party, and we'll figure it out this time.
So the carnage speech got a lot of attention at the inauguration. Do we think that?
Oh yeah.
This speech.
I was going way back.
We're actually told that the teleprompters have been removed from the stage, so we could be in for a long haul here. We don't know. But what do you think? He's coming, but there may not be teleprompters.
I'm saying he goes off the teleprompter anyway. But he, the other night at the Al Smith dinner, he was upset that there were teleprompters, because he doesn't want to use them. So.
Right. So Dana, what does this speech look like?
This one right now?
Yeah.
I think look, I don't know. He's one of the most unpredictable people.
66 electoral votes because we just gave him one from Nebraska's, I think, 1st congressional district. Kamala Harris has 188 because we just gave her one from Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. 270 are needed to win. Donald Trump needs only 4 more electoral votes in order to be the president. Dana?
I mean, Pennsylvania. If you look at those numbers, 266, 4 more. And you just saw the math that John did, the path that the different paths that he put out there for Donald Trump and that for Kamala Harris. And
I'm still
again, we're not.
I mean, that map of where she did not perform, the completely grayed out map where she never overperformed Biden more than 3%. That's just rough.
I think there are 2 stories here. One is the burden that she faced. And to go back to the very beginning of the night when we did the right track, wrong track, 26% of the country thinks that the nation is in the right track. 72% think they're in the wrong track. And when it came to the performance of Joe Biden, it was 41% to approve to 58% disapprove. So she had an enormous burden. And people are unhappy with the way the Biden-Harris administration has run this country for the last 4 years, and she did not succeed. I'm not sure it was possible for her to succeed in somehow positioning herself as an agent of change and distancing herself from Biden. There's another part of the story that we got to talk about, which is Donald Trump.
Over 1.1 million votes or so.
2021 to today, it is an extraordinary comeback. He was a pariah when he left town on January 20th, refused to even go to the inauguration. There was the vast majority of members of his own party wouldn't be seen with him. He, over the course of the 4 years, he proceeds to win himself back into the party, declares right after the tremendous defeat of the Republicans. There was certainly an unsuccessful showing in the midterms in 2022, wins a contested primary, And, you know, this is his party. This is these voters.
Not just his
want him.
party.
What?
It's not just his party now, and that's
No, it's his country.
I mean, we have to be careful. We haven't called it yet, but Pennsylvania makes it extremely tough for Kamala Harris, and that's one of the things. I mean, the Trump side of this, one of the most extraordinary dynamics that we didn't necessarily see coming was that there still was a hidden Trump vote. Everybody who, even those who are big supporters of Donald Trump, would tell me, well, now they're loud and proud. People who are MAGA are very open about it, and so on and so forth. Except if you look at just these exit polls across these states and then nationally, there are so many pockets of formerly Democratic sort of coalition voters who have moved in an extraordinary way. I mean, Latino men, an 18-point swing for Donald Trump. He got 18 percentage points more among Latino men than he did in 2020.
Also, the campaign made this concerted effort to go after the never Trump vote, being out there campaigning alongside Liz Cheney, talking about having Republicans in the cabinet. It seems like that did not move people, that is still, in some ways, the never Trump community is kind of a homeless community, and it didn't help Democrats in this conversation in really any of these states. You don't get the sense that there was this vast, as you said, hidden vote that somehow pollsters...
In isolation. There were all kinds of comments. Neanderthal was one of the first words he used to describe those who opposed his COVID edicts. The Mark Cuban comment, he was an official surrogate of the Kamala campaign. And for, you know, as mean as some of President Donald Trump's tweets have been and people have problems with it, one thing I've challenged Democrats to find is one example of him disparaging the country, half of the country, and that's something he has not done. And so I expect you'll hear a unifying tone, and I expect you're going to see a very successful presidency and one untethered maybe from some of the things that were holding him back.
I want to see if we can get some raging.
Extremely hard for it because they're going to show up tomorrow at Mar-a-Lago and say, see,
especially after
they're with
Florida
us on
couldn't
abortion.
protect women there.
Push on abortion, national abortion ban. They're going to read this mandate broadly, and I'm telling you, to the extent the seeds of their own political destruction are planted, it is in that, which I'm telling you right now in that room, they are feeling it and they're thinking about it. But again, nothing in politics is permanent. Nothing in democratic politics is permanent. And every action has an equal and opposite reaction. And Trump sometimes is the action and sometimes he's the reaction. And we've seen him on both sides of that coin. And he's neither a complete idiot nor a genius. And that's where we find ourselves tonight.
While we've been talking, we do have some results that I can share with you. You just mentioned some of the abortion referendums. We have projections on those in 3 states that we haven't talked about already, in Nevada and in Arizona and in Missouri. We've got the abortion referendums, the abortion ballot measures that were on the ballot in front of those voters. They have passed in all 3 of those states. So this is Nevada. You see the yes vote here for right to an abortion, question 6 on the Nevada ballot with 62 to 38. So that passes in Nevada. That is the projection. In Arizona, we have similarly the Arizona abortion rights measure, Proposition 139, right to an abortion. Look, similar margin there. 63% vote in Arizona in favor of abortion rights.
I want to see if they rage.
There.
Let me just see if they rage.
And also
quick,
a third
guys.
one in Missouri, in deep red Missouri, where they have both elected Donald Trump president tonight and also, or cast their electoral votes for Donald Trump and reelected Josh Hawley. You see, even in deep red Missouri, a 52-48 win, at least with 97% of the vote counted, a majority win and a win, a yes for the right to an abortion in the Missouri state constitution.
But is that not a greater incentive? Because you did hear J.D. Vance, I believe it was J.D. Vance who said that you can't have a state, you can't have different abortion rules in California than you have.
He said he'd like to see a national ban.
And so I think those who want a national ban are going to want that more.
They're going to push very hard
because the idea of women in Missouri being able to protect themselves, and not I just do not see the forced birth movement being satisfied with the idea that the states get to decide. And so I think the conversation about a national abortion ban just got a lot more important.
I think it's actually much less likely because of these votes tonight, because these Republicans can count those votes, and they can count 57% of the vote in the state of Florida. They know how to count that. The Senate is going to have a new Republican majority leader, probably John Thune. He is not going to want to bring an abortion ban through the United States Senate. Very unlikely that they would try to even get it through the House. Donald Trump will tell them, don't do it. We've seen the way Donald Trump plays the abortion game. He says what he thinks the right wing really wants to hear to the extent that he needs to get those votes. But we've also seen him be very afraid of the consequences of this and very afraid of what's happened. And that Trump chant all year, which is, it's gone back to the states, it's gone back to the states. That's what you want. I believe that would be the Trump White House position on this. I think he's made himself, clear enough about it.
I will say I agree with you. I don't think they'll try to do it through legislation. I think that his right-wing commitments will be that he'll do it through executive action, essentially by putting, brainworm guy or whatever at the FDA and saying, okay, you can no longer have abortion medications. They'll use the Comstock Act. They'll use other measures that they can do without having to have legislative fingerprints on it, but so they can still tell their right-wing the right wing to whom they owe so much of their organizing efforts that they've done it.
Because to your point, there's a
thing about the
They
economy.
just called.
Doesn't care about
They
what's
just
going
called
on in Ukraine
Wisconsin.
or Israel with Iran.
They just called
or
Wisconsin,
can't
so
do the
this
math
thing is
on her
officially
grocery bill.
over. They
It's
just
an
called
insult. Of
Wisconsin,
course
so this
people
thing is
care,
officially
but we care
over.
about many things.
And if those Republicans want to be reelected, there's going to be a demand. What was it called? The Susan B. Anthony. Those folks are going to be demanding a national abortion ban, whether it's done through executive action or legislation.
Both the Republican Speaker and a Republican Majority Leader of the Senate will both know that the way for us to lose both of these bodies is to pass this bill. That's the way to lose it, and they won't do it.
Well, and you also saw this weird phenomenon. These states are red states in large part, or they have elected Donald Trump, or they've gone for a Republican Senate candidate, and they've also enshrined the right to an abortion. And what that tells you is, A, the mixed messaging from Republicans or Donald Trump worked to some degree, but also potentially that the abortion referenda acted as kind of a permission structure, maybe for voters who understood, I know Trump says a lot of controversial stuff. This is a way for me to effectively have my cake and eat it too. Be on the record supporting abortion rights, the right to bodily autonomy, but securing them, and then also voting for Trump because potentially, theoretically, he has my economics.
I'm not defending it, but the other things that seem to matter to a lot of people, right, were the economy, immigration, and again, I'm not saying it's my view, and wokeism. And many people felt like their voice wasn't getting heard, right? So immigration is no longer an issue just at the border. And obviously, nobody is eating dogs and cats in Springfield. However, there are many, many people in communities around the country that do feel like their cities and towns are strapped. Their resources are at capacity. And while they don't want mass deportations, they're saying, I'm going to roll the dice and see what Trump is going to do because not enough has happened. Now, what a lot of those voters might now realize, be careful what you wish for. Because you just said, I don't like the system, so you just chose somebody who is going to blow that system up. Well, giddy up. Look what you're about to get.
Can I also say something about the uncharted territory that we appear to be on the precipice of? One of the things we saw with Joe Biden, who was, when sworn in, the oldest man up to that point to be sworn in as President of the United States. We all knew this going in, but we all seen the pictures of Abraham Lincoln and Barack Obama before and after. We all know the job ages you. Now, that was very clear with Joe Biden. The job aged him, and because he was already at advanced age, it really took a toll. We've never had someone this old about to be sworn in.
Certainly one who has not released any detailed medical information since 2019.
Or his taxes.
So we are in, again, there's a lot of uncharted territory, but this is one of the places, I mean...
I love the rage
in the
here.
campaign,
I love the rage.
At 78, it was somewhat remarkable to me that he was doing 4 rallies a day, even if he sounded at the end like a record player was a little out of whack. But it's a demanding job. And to the extent that he'll spend a lot of time at Mar-a-Lago, which he will, and a lot of time on the golf course, which he absolutely will, I just don't know what that is going to mean for how he does the job. I mean, the big concern that they ran on in the spring about Joe Biden was that he had lost the capacity to do the job. That was the argument against Joe Biden, and fundamentally, I think that was what ended up being reaffirmed enough by the debate performance that we had the switch.
Yeah.
That didn't just disappear as an actuarial fact because Joe Biden left the ticket. The exact same reality of aging exists now with the man who it appears will be the oldest man ever to
And then the question becomes of how much of the responsibilities get outsourced to people like Elon Musk, who have tremendous power, to people like Peter Thiel, who have tremendous power, Bill Ackman, who's already crowing all over Twitter. And so these sort of oligarchs, these men who have bankrolled this effort, and who Donald Trump would presumably rely upon. I mean, the idea, as you said, of RFK Jr. having tremendous power and also maybe tremendous leeway, because it's not, Donald Trump was not exactly an involved supervisor of the federal government the first time. And so, perhaps he spends a lot of time. I mean, he wants the office because he wants the accolade of the office. He wants the respect and he wants the power and he wants to be lauded and he doesn't want to be sentenced, which now it's very clear he can pardon himself because the Supreme Court has made it clear he has broad power and he's gotten out of that, right? But potentially. But how much power is he ceding to these oligarchs?
Of healing, which I think is incredibly important and an indispensable part of our tradition.
Something tells me we may hear some Lee Greenwood.
You think so?
Well, we should.
So?
I mean, Lee Greenwood.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Let's listen in to who will be the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say,
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good.
Love that. Wow, that's good.
And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
Wow. That's a clean sweep.
And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady.
Look at Barron. Look how tall that
Who
guy
has
is.
the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he's a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come, Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The ice maiden, we call her the ice maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job.
Oh, look at Bryson getting called up there.
He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
Wow, cool to hear the Nelk boys get shout out there. You know, they've done a lot to make the younger people support Trump.
No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be
This is
reducing
fantastic.
taxes. We can do
This is
things
great.
that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight, when you think. I mean, I was looking at it. I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? Wow. 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, guys, I've got to tap out. That was 8.5 hours. I don't know how the time went by. Guys, thank you so much for joining for this. This was absolutely incredible. Yeah, this is history. I think this is going to be absolutely monumental for the cryptocurrency industry going forward. And to be able to share this moment with you guys for however long some of you stuck along, man, it was absolutely awesome. So guys, get a good night's sleep. Huge day for the entire country, huge day for cryptocurrency. And I just want to thank you guys all for being here. Guys, this starts a brand new era. This starts a brand new environment for the whole crypto market. And I think this is the start of a lot of the institutional adoption we've all been waiting for. Guys, have a great night. Let's wake up tomorrow knowing that we have a